What is happening, everybody? From Virgo Cool to Casual Toy Collector, and from the main man that helped me get this thing going, Rough Shot Stalks. I am happy to say that we are doing a live. How long will it go? I'm not sure. It's going to go a little while, though, because I want to have some fun. I want to show off some stuff. Clearly, you guys can tell by the thumbnail that we're going to be talking about some Simpsons stuff here today. And man, I am more than excited. Echo. Is there an echo? You let me know. Does it sound bad? Never mind. Okay. You just confused me and I love it. Welcome to the Confusion Podcast. No, that's not right. Welcome to the Aces Place Simpsons special. I have the video off right now, or not the video, but the screen off right now because I'm partaking. I'll give you humble folks a few minutes to partake as well. Now, you know what? Actually, I'll give it a minute before I start talking here. I hope everybody's doing well. Roughshod, I know you had your premiere for your Sunday night toy hunt. Very good stuff, man. It's awesome to see you get another one of those. I don't remember what they call the 3-packs there, but those legend style 3-packs of the wrestling, because that Wild Samoans one is really cool with Afa and Sika and Roman. The fact that you can change their heads out so they can be younger and older, I think that's top notch. Very cool. So go check out Roughshod Stalks videos. Check out Casual Toy Collector and The Man Who Laughs. You're gonna get the most shout outs ever, brother, in this video. So you just, like Sam Jackson said, hold on to your butts. My voice is going. I have been super excited all day long. It's been an awesome toy adventure. I'll show on the channel in a couple of days or throughout the days what we got and stuff like that. I did share a little bit, but today, right now, we are going to talk Simpsons, and I'm super excited to show you guys what it is I got. I am going to open up the live. Fire Breathe Dragon. You got to have your clothes ready, though, right? Simpsons. We got to do it right, baby, right. Now, before we do anything, I want to show something off really cool. So, yesterday I bought the last Ronin battle damaged Ninja Turtle figure, and I just opened it up out of the package, and I gotta say, he's a really cool toy. I love the articulation. I love the way the shell moves. I love how bulky he is. I love how he's a great figure. If you're into that, go get him. He's really good. But I also bought today at Target a phone stand or a video game controller stand, either one, whatever kind of stand you want it to be. Let me show you guys what I did with this thing. This looks awesome. Where are we here? My God, I think he looks incredible. My camera's awful though. Where am I here with this thing? There we go. The shredder stand. I don't know if you guys how well you can see it, but the shredder stand, just a little statue holding this big Raphael. I think that's what Ninja Turtle this is. Just defeated him. Absolutely killed him. And he's bringing him back to the brothers. And I'll take him off. And it's literally just that. Whoop, whoop. Where am I going here? Why is the camera so weird when you flip it around like this? But it's just literally a statue of Shredder. You can hold your phone this way, hold a video game controller, whatever it is. But I just put the turtle in there like he's just going to die. I thought it was really freaking cool. We're going to flip the camera back over. To moi. And now we're going to open up. We're going to invite some guests in because this is going to be a fun chat, I think. I hope you guys want to jump in because it's cool. I'm sharing the link now, La Familia. There it is. It's out in the ether. Y'all may join. I'm going to wait till that 10-minute mark before I get going over there. Maybe not 10 minutes, but in case anybody wants to jump in, I'm going to wait. I am going to grab a drink because my throat is dry. Yay, Rough Shot, take all the time you need. I might even burn another one real quick because I'm super effing excited. I am. This is the haul of my life. Without a doubt, this is the haul of my life. And I'm super pumped. I'm super pizza. I'm super effing pumped, y'all. You don't even understand how excited I am. More Ninja Turtle stuff. Got some secret ooze in this. But Rough Shot, since I got you here, I know I'll talk to you about it again. But started seeing some of those Rat Kings and the yellow and red ninja foot soldiers and other Ninja Turtles like that in Target. Those the best action ones. It's kind of cool to see him. That Rat King is, that Rat King is something awful. That's not a good looking figure. I mean, I don't have to be a purist and say you got to have the original Rat King, but that one, where's the lighting? Compared to this guy's the Rat King. He's epic. I love him. I love all my NECA figures, man. I really do. And I got a bunch of new ones today. And there was a great race between me and the man who laughs. You SOB. You dirty SOB. Dibs. I love it. I love it. I love it so effing much. The man who laughs, you better be in here still, man. Jump into the conversation. I tell you what. All 6 of you, whoever's in here, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. If you are a Simpsons fan, I'm not here to give you a lesson. I'm not here to give you the history of the Simpsons. We're going to talk experiences with the Simpsons if you got any. We're going to talk toys, and we're going to show you guys who's sending me a chat. Ooh. And I'm going to show you guys my childhood brought back. I'm so stoked. I'll give a backstory. If anyone had watched my purchases of the day yesterday video where I went to the Lego store, picked up a G.I. Joe, I snagged some Simpson figures. I ended up getting Snake, Jailbird, and yes, that is his name, Snake, Jailbird, and I got Sideshow Mel. I picked them up at J Street Video Games. I got the name right this time. J Street Video Games in Crossgates Mall. We stumbled upon in there yesterday, me and my daughter, to just see what kind of, figures they had. And lo and behold, man, they had the World of Simpsons action figures. And I couldn't believe it. It's the first time I've seen them in person since I was 10, 11, or 12, because they came out in 2000, 2001, and 2002. Maybe even more. There were 16 waves of these action figures. I blew my mind when I was just doing research for this, because I had a good handful of those figures, but man, boy, howdy, did I not. I didn't know there was over 200 of them. I didn't know there were over a dozen plus play sets and specials and and exclusive figures and stuff, man. What a rabbit hole I've jumped down into of learning this stuff. But I digress. I grabbed those 2 figures out of, there were 18 of them. So I just snagged those 2 and went to the Lego store, grabbed what I needed there, and then we parted ways, and the rest was history. Got home, did a video, and the video was me showing off the purchases of the day and how I said, man, I wish I had grabbed a couple more. We're going to end the story right there until we're ready, okay? Until we are ready, baby, baby. Oh, we got a guest, baby. We got a guest. There he is. There he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
What up, baby?
Man, the OG.
What's
We
up?
got the OG, double OG, triple OG. What's happening, brother?
Double OG, triple OG. Don't know how to be.
That's what's up. What are you doing right now? Just chilling, bro?
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
How's my audio sound? Is it sound normal like it usually does?
Yeah. I had you open on 2 screens like an idiot.
Oh, and then you coming at me in the chat making
time.
And then you came at me in the chat making me look like a fool.
I was like, yo, there's an echo, dude. And I was like, no, you're pretty high, bro.
Yeah, I'm real high, bro. I'm about to get even higher, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, touch the sky.
Bro, I'm still living on that cloud 9 of today. I can't wait to get into what we were doing. But yeah, bro, 16 waves they made of these figures.
Yeah. And that one that was like the series 1 isn't even part of that direct series. None of those waves he's in, right?
What's that?
He's in none of those 16 waves, right?
No, I don't believe so. That one specific one, they have, I think, 3 of the waves of those celebrities. I think they broke up 9 figures into 3
different waves.
Yeah.
By like high budget actors.
We got another one joining the chat, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the big baby.
What's going on?
Not much. We've got Graybeard himself, and I'm sure Virgo's sitting right there.
She's not. Well, she will be shortly.
She will be shortly. All right, right on. Okay, so now that we've got a couple of heads in the chat, I'm gonna burn another one because I'm super excited. The man who laughs, you know how excited I am. You know.
Oh yeah, you're on cloud 9.
Cloud 9 and then some, man. Nothing could bring me down, nothing at all. So I'm gonna turn the cam off because I'm gonna burn it and I don't want to get in trouble. I don't know the rules of YouTube.
YouTube, they.
Somebody says you was looking for me.
There she is.
I can't see you.
I'm black as midnight.
Oh shit.
Come on, girl.
Yeah, you gotta come sit down.
Man who laughs, did you see the shredder setup I did?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's Ref though. That's not Ref. That's Mikey.
I'm trying to.
Oh man, I killed Mikey.
What?
All right. Well, before we do this, I'm gonna turn my camera back on.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm gonna give a shout out again to the man who laughs. Not only is he one of the raddest, baddest mamma jammas this side of your fucking mama's pajamas, but my dude picked me up the new NECA Beetlejuice with that nasty ass little baby Beetlejuice in there.
Yeah.
And I'm very grateful for that because that's a figure I know both of us wanted and we both were able to get it now. So very cool. Very, very cool. All right. Here we go. Oh, where's my stand?
I got a pretty cool short coming for Beetlejuice.
Were you making it already?
Yeah, I shot it like that first night. I listened to, what was it?
Oh, shit. All right.
I got it on Friday. So I was listening to the flex and just taking pictures of shit.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen. tuck your babies into the bed because it's time for the toys.
Yeah.
All right. So I showed, if anybody, I know maybe both of you saw the video where I had, there we are, where I bought these figures yesterday at that J Street video games. This one had a $14.99 tag on it. This one had a $10 tag on it. The guy asked me at the register if they were both $10. I have a good heart, and I said, no, sir, this one was $15. And we joked about how he's like, yeah, you should have just said it was 10, right? Blah, blah, blah. He was cool, and he gave it to me for $10 anyways. So these are vintage classic, as I would call them, the World of Springfield interactive figures that came out in 2000, 2001, and a couple of years after that. Man, these I had a bunch of these as a kid. I've said it before on the channel. I had a ton of these. They have, you can't see it through their feet now, but they have interactive electronic parts in their feet that if you have the play sets, you can actually, you know, plug them onto the play set and they'll talk to each other and do stuff like that. I thought that was really cool as a kid back in, 2000 that a play set would do that. And these were super cheap back then. These were about $5 to $6 back then, which makes this haul that much sweeter knowing what I paid. So when I was there yesterday, they had 18 of these all together, all different characters.
Oh.
I had bought just the 2. I had said in my video, man, if I had a way back there, I would buy all those mother effers. During Kaz's stream last night, the man who laughs messaged me and he goes, I'll take you there. I had no idea what the hell he was talking about, but I was on board. So today we went back to that mall, that J Street's video game, and I scooped up every single one of them.
Oh my goodness.
That they had. All 16 of them that I didn't get yesterday, I got them today. And we are going to go through, if you guys are cool with it, and I'm going to show them off.
Pony tongue devil ace.
Dude, there's a cool story behind it too, bro.
Yeah.
So I was committed last night. I said, if I could go back, I would buy them. The man who laughs called me on my word, and I had to stay committed, and I was thoroughly going to buy them. I lowered my expectation because normally cool things and good things don't happen, and I kept thinking, watch, we'll get there tomorrow, and there'll be one of them left. We get there. I got a big old bag with me. They're all on the shelves, and I just start piling them into this bag. There's 2 guys standing there next to us, and one of them, he just kind of stops me, and he's like, are you buying all of those?
The reunion.
And I said, yeah, I'm getting every single one of these. Like, I'm collecting them all. Like, I had them as a kid. And he kind of looked like perplexed. Like, really? You're going to buy every single one of those?
Huh? Did they give you the thing?
Get up to the register. I say to the guy, hey, I was here yesterday. I bought these figures. Or I bought 2 figures from you yesterday for $10. If I buy every one of these Simpson figures from you right now, will you make a deal with me and sell them to me all for $10 a piece? He's looking at them and he's looking.
I would have went 7.
Oh no, I thought
I would have started at 7.
Well, because some of them had tags on them at $14.99.
Yeah.
I've got one that's got a tag on it for $27.99. And so I told him I'd buy all of them at $160 for the entire lot. He surprised me and he said, I'll take that deal, but let's make it an even $150. I said, okay, man, you want to save me $10? I have no problem with that at all whatsoever. Now, when I was buying all these, the man who laughs, I want you to tell the rest of the story just because you were there.
So he's checking out, he's wheeling and dealing with the clerk. And these guys in the corner, they're like, well, there goes that. And they got disgruntled and walked out like in front of us. But
yeah. And they were the same ones. They were the ones that had asked if I was buying all of these.
And pretty much robbed their thunder. They were looking.
Yeah. Yeah.
John, he pulled up and just started filling the bag. He was just all business.
Dude, if this was COVID era, you would have thought I was stocking up with the toilet paper the way I was dumping them in this bag.
Yeah.
I was grabbing them like they were crack, and I was getting my second sample, and it was free.
Push people like you out the way, like in the Hot Wheels section. Y'all motherfuckers gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm knocking a kid out to get to these Simpson figures. I didn't even lie about that. Boom. But there's 16 of them. I'm not gonna go through and ramble on about every single character, but I do want to show them off because for figures that are 25 years old, getting them for $10, I'm super excited about it, knowing that 25 years ago they were $5. And yo, Frank, what's up, brother? You can join
what
in.
Up, Frank?
On you.
Doom on you.
But the accessories these things come with, yes, they're cartoony accessories, but holy shit, some of these guys have stuff that you're like, give me this. And Jay, I want to show you something, and you're gonna be so proud of me. You're gonna be so proud of me. Okay, so I literally, there's 16 waves of these figures, and I have figures from waves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I think that's pretty radical to have that many in succession. 2 of the waves, I'm only 2 figures away from completing, which is really cool too. But we'll start off with wave 1. And actually, I'm going to pull out mine that I had when I was an actual kid. Hey, you're good, Frank. We're going to be running for a little bit, buddy. I ain't got to work tomorrow. And I know you're on a different time zone. I'll wait for you, you handsome devil, you.
You bearded snake charmer.
So these are mine that are the same figures that I'm about to show you, but these are the ones I had when I was a kid that I still saved. I had more, but these are the only ones that lasted through the decades. And while I do that, I also need to pull out 2 newer figures. These are the modern ones, the 2025 ones. The Man Who Laughs. Thank you so much for picking Lenny up for me. I appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
And then I found the Millhouse out in the wild, and you guys are going to see why I'm showing you these in a few moments here. So I'm going to stick them to the side. Devil for sure, but not handsome. Oh, Frank, you got a great beard, man. You're bald. We're all in that club together, so you know.
Except me, I'm not there.
We're a bunch of handsome Mr. Queens. So wave 1, it has. I'm not going to go through all the characters because the pictures are all assorted, but wave 1 basically has your common Simpsons characters. Here's Grandpa. Let me get this out of the way. Is the lighting all right, or do I got to kind of change it up a bit?
No,
there we go. There's Grandpa. He comes with his little magnifying glass because heaven forbid he couldn't see shit if it was thrown at his face. And he comes with a newspaper, which is really cool. Again, they're all interactive. If you plug them onto the playset, they talk. And all of the, because there wasn't a lot of articulation at all in these figures, it's just the 5 points, basically, not even. And their hands were just hard molded. The accessories would fit right into their hands in like the perfect groove. So, I mean, they were really well made is what I guess I'm trying to say, and I'm getting to it. The next one is Mr. Burns. Now, before I reveal this, we had noticed that one of the accessories had come loosened inside the package, and I was a little bit like disgruntled about it, but I wasn't going to let it ruin my life. But because I am who I am,
Jesus,
I got that fucking thing.
You
bro, I got that
shake that thing.
Dude, roughshod, this little piece of money right here was floating all around inside with Mr. Burns, and there is no play to get that thing back into that bubble that it was in. Bro, all I did was just gently squeeze the side of it to pop a little bit of space in there, and then just fucking plinkoed it like I was on what is the show?
Price is Right.
The Price is Right, and I just placed that thing right into the spot, and then I flipped it back around like a ninja, and
Yeah.
Un magnifique. It looks beautiful. I love it.
Give it a little shake.
But these accessories are cool, man. Little stacks of money with Mr. Burns and then a goldfish.
Yeah.
I absolutely love it. And now we're going to get into wave 2. And this is actually going to start my the collection I actually had when I was a kid. And we're going to start off with Chief Wiggum. This one I 100% had as a child. I do not have him anymore. I wish I did because he's just, I don't know, it'd be cool to have him again. But there's him. And then this one definitely is radical, is my Barney. Sorry for the glare. It is what it is. I don't know what I did with... I had all the original accessories earlier. Now I don't know what I did with them all. But I still have this original cup.
To the right of you.
Yeah, I knew. I moved everything around to try to prepare, but now here I am making a mess and not knowing. But I still have this original mug, beer mug, which is really cool. Blah, blah, blah. And then this guy, tell me, I don't know if this is Nelson's dad or not, but does Barney not look like Nelson?
Yeah, there was definitely something going on there.
I've always thought this was his dad.
He's a good
you know, because I'm a big old drunk. But I have this baseball bat still. I have the spray paint can still because I had Nelson as a kid. Absolutely awesome figure, I think. And it does. It shows you all of the characters as you collect them in the different series. It shows you the play sets on the back. And then we got, here we go, Millhouse, which, again, he was one I had as an original. And this is why I pulled out this Millhouse to do a little comparison. The new 2025 to the 2000. There you go. 25 years difference. I honestly got to say, I genuinely like this one more. The articulation is really cool to have with
I
this.
think they also just gave you more accessories.
Yeah, I agree. But this yellow packaging
more.
and the way they advertise the figures, man, I love this shit right here.
Right.
Show me.
They took a lot of that shit away, though. You know,
yeah, they have.
Like plain Jane.
And like now, though, like this is what they show you, and they don't even show you everybody. So like sometimes you don't like Bartman. You would not know there's a Bartman unless you go to Walmart because he's exclusive there. But this, man, they show you everybody as soon as they come out. They're on the back of the next card.
Right, so you know the track.
They show you the play set, which I just think that's great because that lets you know what's available, and you're not just, I don't know, as a kid, it's great to see. And as an adult collector now, I really like it. And here
definitely
is
have gotten away from that.
Yeah, 100%. It's just like with video games, you know, you used to buy the game and you get a full manual with it. It'd have all of like the information, yada yada. And then as the years went on,
the world nowadays.
Well, yeah, even then you would just get a slip with it, and now it's digital. So
right.
But we're gonna take a look at Otto, which, man, for us 420 guys, Otto's the dude right here. Again, I have this one right here out of box still. This is my vintage Otto. It's the same one. It's really cool to see them side by side so you can see what the accessories were. And even now, oh, I dropped the guitar. But here is the 2020. I think this is 2024 or the beginning of 2025, whatever it came out. It's very new. The new Otto. So it's cool to have the new one, the old one, a packaged one, out-of-boxed one, everything in between. I really, really dig it. And now we get to the most expensive one which was $27.99, and it's Mo, and he comes with some awesome accessories. I would take him and these accessories with me to my grandmother's house, and to me, this is a funny story. She would always watch NASCAR, and man, if you sneezed while NASCAR was going, she would come up behind you and swat you upside the head. It was her life. So I had Mo and a bunch of other figures in this specific phone, and I was pretending like he was in the bar and he was getting prank phone calls, and I was doing the voices and everything like that. And my grandmother yells, "Hey, can't you fucking play without making a goddamn sound?"
Oh, grandma.
Yeah.
Oh, Granny. What the?
Yeah. And it was always in my head after that. I was like, I love you, Grandma, but don't you ever talk to me like that. I never said this to her because my grandma would have snatched me up quicker than fucking shit. But
My grandma would have told you to pick your own goddamn switch and told you I'm gonna beat your ass with it.
Right.
Yep. Oh no, my grandma,
shit.
she would have done this. She would have been like, "Hey, I got something for you. Come here for a minute." And I would be like, "Oh, you're being so nice to me." And then she was a heavy set woman, and she was always sitting in the same chair, and she'd fucking lunge out with her long ass arms and grab you like a fly trap, man. And once she had you, whew, you were done.
Like, don't you never do that shit again.
Yeah.
I miss it though. I genuinely miss that because she was like my parental figure. I miss my grandma. R.I.P. Maudie. I miss you. But that's the funny story I have specifically with this figure is my grandmother basically telling me to shut the hell up, which is cool. Yeah. And now we get into the next wave, which is series 4. I don't know why I keep calling them waves, probably because of the way they were on Wikipedia. My absolute favorite Simpsons character, groundskeeper Willie. Never ever had him as a kid. Never saw him in the stores. I would often go to Ames. I don't know. Man Who Laughs. You remember that store, right?
Oh yeah, fuck it.
Roughshod. Do you know what an Ames is or no?
Hell no. Never heard of that.
No. Okay.
What?
It was basically back in the day before there was a Walmart. We had obviously Kmart's, and Ames was like underneath that. They were the Kmart, while Kmart was like the Walmart of that era, I guess, if that's how I want to say it. So we would go to
let me
Ames.
ask you this: Do you have roses up your way?
Roses?
No, I don't.
All right.
think
See
so.
that was that. So there it is. We didn't have the Ames, but we had what was called the Roses, and that was that was a step below the Kmart.
Okay, so you have an idea what I mean then. Okay.
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
But so that's where I would get stuff like this. That's where I'd get my I can't remember what they called them back then. I think they were called Marvel Legends. But the first wave, when they started doing really articulated Spider-Man toys, and they would come with the comic books and the base plates, that's where my mom would take me to get them, was Ames. Like, that's where I got the Venom, where he was ripping away from Eddie Brock, like the 6 arms, or the basically 8 armed Spider-Man mutated. But that's where I would get these guys. Never saw him on the shelves. I do have, wherever he is, I know. Oh, right here. This is the 2001 and now the 2005 one. And you can see there's quite a bit of difference, at least in the coloring.
Yeah, in the shade.
Yeah, his overalls are a dark blue, where his are straight up teal. But
I was
he's
looking
my
at him
favorite
at your
character.
house. Like the faces look different too. Like that face seems a little longer.
Oh, the head is way bigger on the other one. Now, most of these figures can line up. Like, most of these figures can line up really well with the new figures, but you can tell a difference because these guys are a lot more cartoony and bulky, which, as a kid, that's exactly
honestly,
what I love.
think the cartoony and bulky, looks better. I think, honestly.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And this is the one I wanted the most as a kid, and it was the Itchy and Scratchy 2-pack. I would gaze for hours at this little picture right here on the back of the card and just tell myself, someday, little Ace, you're going to get those two. And it's kind of funny now because now I have the little 3.5-inch figures of Itchy and Scratchy, and now, well, fuck, these guys are like 3.5-inch basically too, to be honest. But they're awesome. They are awesome looking. I never knew they were on base plates until I saw them yesterday and then picked them up today. So that was something I had learned as well, which I thought was kind of cool. And then here we go with our second one that's in box. Lenny, one of Homer's best friends. And then the man who laughs, he found me this guy when he went toy hunting like a week or two ago. He did notice Marge with Maggie, but he wasn't able to get her because she was gone before he could snatch her. All good. I don't have a Marge or a Maggie in any other way besides the little one, so it's no biggie. But you can see the similarities and the difference with these two. They're pretty spot on, honestly. Very awesome looking figures. I like the accessories because of this one just a little bit more because there's a better variety. You only get a coffee mug and like a bag lunch. You get some donuts, another beer mug, and another bowling bag, which is cool. Now I was debating if I wanted to leave these two in box. I'm leaving all of these in box. That's unquestioned. But I was debating if I wanted to leave this one in the box alongside this one or do Millhouse in box, new and old. And my daughter helped me decide that we're going to leave Millhouse in the box. We're going to open up Lenny, and we're going to, when I display him, have a whole bunch of cool stuff going on. So that'll be fun to do. And then we're getting there. And then next up is this guy, Captain McAllister. Oh, my toe itches. You guys probably didn't care, but my toe itched. This dude's pretty cool looking. I do like the pirate look. I do have to fix the box here. It is a little split. I'm gonna drop a bead of glue in there, hold it down, keep it pressed. He's just a cool looking figure as a background character. I told the man who laughs earlier when I was a kid, when I would set my wrestling ring up and I'd have, my WWF guys wrestling. I had all my Simpsons characters. I would put them all around the ring. And I'd have signs in their hands that I would tape to their hands saying, Triple H, you suck, or Triple H, you're cool. And the Simpsons, they literally created my wrestling universe for those background characters. So there's a huge reason why I specifically want to start collecting these and try to obtain as many of these before I die as I possibly can. This is my holy grail of collection. Like, I love Ninja Turtles. I love my Lego and shit. But right here, these yellow boxes with these little yellow toys, these are what I want to make my toy legacy on because I absolutely love them. And then up next, we got Dr. Hibbert. Homer, you're probably going to die of a heart attack. We got a little smudgy on there, but that's all right. I think the accessories he comes with are cool. He comes with his little shotgun shots, and then his little hammer to check your knees and stuff, a little medical bag, a clipboard, and then like a stethoscope. And it's just cool to have Dr. Hibbert, another character that's kind of random, and I don't know. These are just great. I don't know what else to say other than I just love them. And then we're going to go with Lenny's best friend, Carl Carlson. He comes with some really cool stuff, too. Another mug, another bowling bag, donuts, the donut holder with donuts in it. And then this I particularly really like, and if you know why, it's because I'm a Ninja Turtle dude, and this reminds me of a Ninja Turtle thing. So, right here, I've decided I'm going to open him, and I'm going to take this out.
I'm going to the kitchen. Your daddy can.
You really are going to do that? Don't do that.
Hell no. Hell no.
Don't do that. Oh, shit, don't do that.
No. And then this one has amazing accessories too, I personally think anyways. And we are checking it off with Professor Frank, voiced by Hank Azaria, which Hank Azaria, he does like probably almost every character I have here because he was a huge Simpsons voice actor. But I really love the little like headpiece here, the science headpiece. The beaker is cool. These little vials are cool, and the clipboard is really neat. I like that sciencey stuff quite a bit. And he just looks awesome. And for original Simpsons fans, he's in his green jacket before they changed the color. So that's pretty awesome. I think that's very classic. And then we've got one more, if you can believe it. Now, this guy, Fat Tony, this one is in his own wave of figures. He also is interactive with the base plates. He can talk and stuff like that. But he is in his own line of the all-star voice interactive ones, and that are voices, and that is the characters that are voiced by actual celebrities. On the back, they have Phil Hartman, Danny DeVito, this guy here, Joe Mantegina or Magtanina, however you say, how he say his last name, I don't know. Jackie Mason, Al Brooks, and then another Phil Hartman one. I didn't really necessarily know what this one was until I looked at the package, and then me and the man who laughs, we kind of did a little bit of research into these. His accessories are really cool. He comes with the money, a little cigar, and then like a little revolver, which I absolutely think is awesome. Snake comes with a revolver as well. He comes with a money bag. He comes with these handcuffs. Snake is a personal favorite of mine just because he's a dirty white piece of crap. And I grew up in a weird little world of dirty white pieces of crap, and I kind of relate to it. And then we got to end it off with Sideshow Mel. Sideshow Mel is basically Sideshow Bob's little sidekick, which Sideshow Bob is Krusty the Clown's little sidekick. And speaking of Krusty, this is the original Playmates Krusty that belongs in this line. Hey. Big Krusty fan. And then the only other one, again, that I have in this line out of box is the original Homer. And there's quite a similarity between these two if you remove the makeup and the hair off of this fella. They look a lot alike. Oh, boy, that's it. I'm done. Goodbye, everybody. No, I'm kidding. That's pretty much it, though, for all these Simpsons figures. I just I needed to get that energy out of talking about them, showing them off, gushing, having a good time. Yeah. I mean,
you probably got them out before later.
Oh, dude, I have made every type. What's up?
You gonna hang them on the wall, or how you gonna display?
I'm thinking of doing like a display on my pegboard that I have, because I was talking to TK D-Bar earlier during my first little live I did today, and my pegboard, I love the idea of it, of like hanging figures in it that I'm not gonna open, and just kind of in the moment being like, wow, you know, this looks like a little hobby shop or a little store, and I can kind of thrift or sift through the figures that are hanging on the pegs and decide which ones I want out, you know, displayed in the moment, facing out, whatever. I'm thinking of doing that, but I have a couple of these guys here. Where is he? It's honestly just this one. Yeah, it's just this one with my Chief Wiggum. The little lip here is really, really loose. And I do not want to rip it because I want to keep the packages as minty as I can. Which, you know, some of them they have a lot of defects. They're not perfect, but I don't want to add to it. So I'm thinking of getting the clear plastic hanging strips. I can get them right from my job. We have a whole shit ton of them. So on Tuesday, when I go back to work, I'm going to grab some and sticking 2 of them on there, putting one on the front and then one on the back, just for double protection in case one of them falls off. It doesn't snag and rip this entire piece. But then I've also thought, because my Simpson display is quite I don't have much room anymore. I did not expect it to expand this much. So
Yeah, it's gonna grow.
I have a whole entire area right in front of me where my DVD stand is, which I want to move anyways. So I'm thinking of getting another shelving unit that's a little bit smaller than like the ones I keep with my Lego, and putting them on there and doing the same idea instead of having them on pegs, just having them sit on the shelves in a row because they sit up perfectly fine. They don't
I
tilt.
didn't look. I thought you had to.
Yeah.
So they literally can sit without having any assistance or anything. So that's really cool too, honestly. But I will figure it out because this is something, even if I had to remove some of my figures over here on a shelf, I absolutely would, because the Simpsons to me, other than my turtles, are a very top priority for my I do not take responsibility for Ace's addiction. Dude, if you send those little Ninja Turtle figures, you're absolutely taking responsibility. You're adding to it.
You're aiding
And
and abetting.
my counselor is going to hear about it. She's going to know who you are. I'm going to tell her. I'm going to say, there's this guy, Frank, and he wants Doom on me. He wants it. But yeah, for sure. These definitely take a precedent of going up displayed somewhere without a doubt. And I'm probably going to do it tonight because I'm wired. And they just look so awesome. Like,
I'm still
I know the lighting isn't
high,
the best. Yo, what the fuck? Let's tell. I know you guys, Roughshod, you already watched that video, but for people that haven't watched a video that I put up earlier, me and the man who laughed, we went on our toy hunt, and we went to, I think it's just called BOGO's.
Yeah,
like
something
buy
like
one,
that.
get
Buy one,
one?
get one calendar place. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's literally just I don't want to say gift shop because it's not like tacky stuff like that, but it's like an FYE mixed with like a GameStop. Yo, Movie Shadow,
I
what's
would
up,
even say
brother?
even like Barnes and Noble almost kind of vibe with all the puzzles and shit.
Even like a Barnes and Nobles, you're
Yeah.
absolutely right. It's like all three of them combined because they've got NECAs, they've got cheap toys, they've got cool toys. I got it all.
Dude, I wanted those I wanted that 16-inch fucking raft so bad.
Bro, you're gonna get it. You know you will.
Oh,
And like I said, if we go back, we'll go to the FYE and we'll see if they're still doing the buy one get one 50% off.
Oh boy,
those giant
Ace gonna
ones?
buy the store. Ace gonna buy. I buy half the store, please. Can I get the other half for free?
Oh man,
y'all can leave now.
I was dropping
up,
money.
buddy?
I was dropping money today for both of us because that's what we do, and it's what I work for. It's literally like my daughter's taken care of, my bills are taken care of. I know my future's gonna be fine, so it's like this is my time to really dip into play. Eric, what's happening? McFarlane. I lost my train of thought. But that BOGO place. So we're inside of this store. We already know where we genuinely want to walk through the store and check out what we want to look at. So we don't waste much time getting in there. They've got some cool stuff. I'm not even gonna lie. They've got a tattooed 2-pack of Gremlins. I think they're from NECA.
Yeah.
They're really cool looking. The detail on them is just really awesome looking. I like them a lot. They got all sorts of those kind of things in there. They've got the Ninja Turtles. The only real sale they had that we both passed on at first was that Renette Ninja Turtle figure. Yup. And then we kind of spent a few minutes dragging our feet, looking at all the little odds and ends. And as we walk out, my dude over here, he kind of veers off. He veers off to the left where neither one of us ever go. And all of a sudden, I just hear him go, "Dibs!" And I think immediately you didn't find anything worth yelling dibs on. And then I have one here. I see him hold up a box like this. Not this one or this character, but one of these Ninja Turtle boxes. And I immediately There it is, right there. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Shredder, dude. Or not Shredder, Splinter. So
Yeah, it was
I
a little small better.
I beeline it right towards him, right in front of him.
Yeah, shoulder bump me.
Yeah, I did, bud. Yeah, I did. And I picked up an Utrom with a freaking gnarly looking Krang in it. I love this
He is
dude.
fucking dope.
And then Savante Romero, which is an evil ass warlock. And that Chope dragon figure that both you and myself, the man who laughs, we pre-ordered.
Yeah.
This is his master in that comic book, so it's cool to now have, you know, the connection there.
Yeah,
But when I saw this on the shelf, I immediately yelled dibs, and then I saw this, and I said dibs again because I had to get ahead of the game. I couldn't let him have something cooler than me. I had to have two things cooler than him. And but in a cool way, they had two of these guys, so I picked up the second one for him, so he would have one as well. And he rocked out with that Splinter though, man. I'm so fucking peanut butter and jelly for that.
Fucking excited. And then I had to buy the Renette. I was just like, whatever, dude. Like,
yep,
it's $20 at that point.
Well, you know what? I might as well show the other three off that I bought.
Let's see here.
Well, when we went to Best Buy, they had these two were on sale, and then they have buy one get one 50% off. So it was a pretty decent sale. One of Shredder's Foot Elite, and this one is actually a colored one, or not colored, but normal colored.
Classic.
I have the blue and the red one of this, so it's cool to have this one. And then I picked up a thinner version, which is the same guy basically, he's just thinner. And then, which was funny because the man who laughs and myself, we were talking about a Karai, and there was a certain one that's on sale for $17 at our Best Buy, but I don't like it because she looks just like Elektra. Like, she doesn't look anything like a Ninja Turtle character, in my opinion.
Yeah, the last Ronin you're talking about.
Yeah, but we found this one, which I love it. Let's see if we can change that lighting. There we go. Karai as the Shredder, and she's got some cool Shredder helmets in there. She's dressed like Shredder. She looks like a Foot Clan member if I wanted her to. She looks like she could be my Tatsu!
Fucking Tatsu.
Yo, fuck Tatsu, dude. I do hope you get him, Roughshod, because someone needs to benefit from that. Someone I know needs to benefit from that.
Well, they just haven't dropped the price down this way at all for that.
That's wild to me too, because
he was like
I was thinking,
what, $18, I think.
Yeah, and Roughshod, you're the one that originally put it out there that you heard that it was on sale 18 in the world, and then I'm like, oh, I'll never see that, and then I actually saw the tags. And but it's bullshit. That figure has only been out on the shelves for little over 2 months, maybe.
Right.
And
already being taken off the shelves.
Yeah, man. Like, that's a bummer when I go into Walmart and fucking Bartman is everywhere.
Yeah, he is.
It kills
There's a ton of Bartman.
Literally, Bartman. I did grab this too. I want to show this.
All right. Let me just shut it on down now. Let me show y'all my master Splinter. He the NECA one.
What do you got for Splinter?
I got the NECA Splinter.
Oh,
from the movies.
Oh, you got the dopest one then.
Yeah, he come with the slippers.
That's the one, Jay.
And they come
off. I'm telling you,
them slippers come off. He got a lot
of my God.
If I had that one, I would sit him in a circle in the kitchen setup that I have, and he'd be telling all the turtles the story of him and Shredder. That is the dopest.
The tail helps him sit because it just sits
kind of keeps him balanced.
Yeah, he just plops.
He looks fabulous though.
And I gave him some nunchucks.
Fuck yeah, because he uses them in the second movie.
Yeah, that's what it's from. He actually comes with a slice of pizza that'll fit on his head.
Yeah, that's
He
sick.
does. He does. Oh,
I made it
he over
funny.
here hanging with Captain America zombie.
Zombie cap. That's fucking fire.
Yeah.
Well,
it is. Out of all those, it is the tightest.
I like the 3PO though, right there.
Oh yeah.
we both got the man who laughs and myself.
I
We
put
both
this dumb
got coming
shit
in the
up here.
mail the 4-pack movie turtles for NECA, so that'll be pretty sweet to get those.
Yeah.
There go my leather face hanging out with the clowns now.
Dude, that Leatherface legitimately, when I watched I think it was a short you did.
Yeah. When I dressed them up in the different outfits. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I know I watched you unbox it, but when I watched that short, it literally put it in my bones. I want this.
Yeah, I want
It
that
looks
too. I just
good.
haven't found him yet.
I had to have him in that with the little dance pose at the end.
Yeah, little
He looks
whirlwind.
so
whirlwind.
good.
Yeah.
And even the mask he has of his
Bigfoot
mom,
Andre.
it looks really good over top of his normal head. It doesn't look bulky or dumb. It looks good.
That is my most ignorant figure I got, is the Bigfoot Andre the Giant.
Yep.
That is the most ignorant figure I got. I'm like, I gotta have it.
I've been trying to
That's
find
Superman.
the Superman soft cell shade.
Oh,
That's the Frank Miller one. That's the best Superman, in my opinion, that for a toy. I absolutely adore that figure.
he a beefy boy.
You got a
And
fucking
that's how I like
jawline
him.
like fucking Sylvester Stallone.
I love it. I love the animation of him.
Bats is actually the Frank Miller bat.
Yeah, that's fucking badass right there.
That fucking horse, man.
I love it. I'm waiting for that McFarlane 3-pack to go
These
on
are
sale
actually
so I can get it.
What McFarlane 3-pack?
The one with the mutant leader.
Oh, the one.
Oh
in Best
yeah,
Buy?
yeah.
Yeah, I want that bad. I want that very badly, but I'm not paying the price.
These were actually the Joker and Batman. I actually paid full price for, but like about a month and a half later, I picked up Robin and Superman for $5 a piece because Walmart ran clearance on their ass.
God damn.
My old NWO basics. And then I got these itty bitty Jada Batmobile.
I got these. Some of them are custom, but the camera's not that good. Little.
It's crazy.
That's the
I'm getting it
outfit.
together though.
There's that Cesar Romero Joker. I love him. Look at that. Look how dope that Arthur Fleck Joker is. But that body right there, that's the Dark Knight Returns Joker body right there. I thought that was insane that they made that as a Lego. Just because of how violent that one is. Oh, but this is what I snagged. A Sesame Street.
Uh-oh.
Little Oscar the Grouch.
Grouch.
I watched a review on this one, and you can actually, I'm going to open this one here on the camera.
Does
but
his
you can
head pop in and out?
Yeah, so he looks like a real trash can, too. So I'm going to open this up, but I do want to show one more thing of The Simpsons that I did forget to show to go with my other figures. Now, I need a helmet at times. Like, I'm special needs to the fullest degree at moments. I have admitted on camera that I didn't realize these are from the same NECA that makes the Ninja Turtles and stuff.
Yeah.
I have revealed on camera that I did not realize my Halloween Michael Myers figure is that same NECA. And now I'm about to reveal that a figure that I've had in my collection since I'm 35 now. I have had this in my collection since I was 26, 25, almost a decade. This is my first NECA, and I never fucking realized it, and it says it right on the box in big letters. It's a Simpsons figure of a wrestler that I bought because, one, I thought it was really awesome, and then years later, I actually got that wrestler to sign it, so it is that much cooler. And that is Bret fucking Hart. I love
That's
this
pretty
baby
damn
right
cool.
here. And right there, NECA. NECA. I'm an idiot. Now, I paid, I think, $15 for this figure at a comic shop in Poughkeepsie long time ago, Poughkeepsie, New York. And then I paid $30 for the autograph, which I think is well worth it. Bret Hart was totally cool about it. And I had the WWF magazine where Bret Hart was standing shoulder to shoulder with an animated Bart Simpson. And he signed that one for free because he genuinely thought it was cool that I had this. And I was like, that's dope. So this is probably one of, if not the coolest Simpsons figure I have in my collection, just because of what it is. But personally, I think the whole collection itself is the kitty's titties.
Oh yeah.
Well, what makes that one is that's an obscure Bret Hart figure. I mean, I know you can probably get it pretty easy if you look on eBay and stuff, but it's not a, it isn't a WWE elite figure, something normally a wrestling fan wouldn't have.
100%. Right.
The signature, man. You need to buy a case for that shit.
Yeah, I normally always,
you need
I
to just put
usually
that
always
shit in a
have
case.
it hanging up. I don't think I've actually taken this down off the wall since I rearranged my apartment, like within the last week or so. Literally the first time I've ever taken it down.
I'm pretty sure with that signature on it, man, whatever the price you pay for that thing, it's probably 4 or 5 times that amount.
Oh, for sure. Just because of it being on the packaging itself and all that. And it looks so good in pink. It looks so good in pink.
Yeah.
But this again too is part of a celebrity line. Like all these figures on the back of it are all celebrities, which personally for me, obviously finding the wrestling one is the more akin to who I am.
Right.
So this is very cool. And it was
any other celebrities?
What's that?
Is there any other celebrities on the back that you would entertain collecting it just to get it signed?
What you got it? Yeah, show us the back again. Show us the back. Let's see.
Let me try to get. Hold on a minute. Let me. We got someone. Bro. We got someone in the chat. Ooh, we got Frank. Frank, my dude. All right, let me switch the camera around real quick.
Motherfucker there.
What's up, Frank? How are you, dude?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing really good, bro.
Yeah, I'm still.
Your fucking room looks amazing.
What's that?
Oh,
fucking room looks amazing.
Them guys were still going. We woke up this morning, man, and I was like, "Why is M3 still on TV?"
8 hours. Frank.
Oh my God, I know.
8 hours.
I'm like,
Well,
the storm I was worried about done came and gone. M3 is still going at it.
Can you read that or no?
No.
Hang on. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. Nah, I really can't.
Not really. All right, I'll just kind of point to him and tell you.
Yeah. Point. Let's see. Is that Penn and Teller?
Yep, we got Penn, Teller, Lisa, with Stephen King, Michael Stipp from REM, Peter Buck from REM, Mike Mills from REM, and Leonard Nimoy. So I mean, it's not a huge collection.
Man.
I want if I had one to. Yeah, that's the one.
Stephen King would be fucking dope. Yeah, that would be fucking lit.
I love him. Yeah. Penn looks amazing. I wish it would come in a little bit
cool, but man, I think
I can see him a little better right there in that shot.
That would be the shit.
Yeah, the Stephen King one.
That would be cool, man.
That would be 100% the one I want.
I could see him signing something like that too.
There they are. Oh,
Frank Ace went crazy.
Yeah, that was a fucking.
He fell down. Hard. I mean, he fell off the
wagon. He got this guy good. He got this guy good
behind the wagon. He fell off that one.
I'm not a collector. I just get Legos, and now he's got everything.
I mean, this is.
He fell. I mean, it's like a toilet bowl that won't stop flushing. He's gone.
I love it. But check this out. Maybe you guys are interested in these. This is a Lego build. arcade machine. And that's, this is like a little 5.5-inch figure, almost 6. And it's pretty good scale, not too bad.
Yeah.
Now, this is where I'm going to interject real quick. Now, I know
What?
you build Legos, so that means you got extra Lego pieces around your house somewhere in a tote just sitting.
All day, every day.
Man, you can build your own damn machines.
Oh,
use them extra
that's
parts,
why.
man.
Well, that's why I like getting these cheap ones like this, because it gives me the layout to now know how to build it to make it look decent and not kind of half-assed or shitty. So I literally can go through my buckets and bins and make whatever the hell I want. And I've got all sorts of weird stickers that I can apply to these and make them look my own. So that's where I'm going with that, is this specifically. Now, I don't have batteries in it, but I picked this up at Five Below today.
Thank you.
And it is.
Oh yeah, you were
fully,
saying that thing. Yeah, it looks old school too. Like, man, it looks like a game I played back in the.
and it's electronic. It turns on. It has sounds. It has games in it.
Digital display.
And I think this, you can put a little stand under it to make it a little bit taller. But for $5, get a couple of these. You can paint them up your own way, apply your own stickers, and you literally have an arcade.
That's cool.
And even with the Lego one and that one next to each other, they look pretty cool. My daughter's excited to put them when we do the turtle lair and stuff like that. I'm going to put some stickers on the side because, like I said, I got some really weird stickers. I can't wait to put batteries in it, though, to have it make sounds and light up and stuff.
I bet you if you put a base plate on that Lego one, it'll probably be flush.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, I'm going to make a hollow bottom for it.
Right.
And just do it from there. But let's get these effing things out of the way. I am going to open up Oscar the Grouch and his little worm right there. You see his little worm?
Mm-hmm.
He saved the worm. He saved the worm from the tequila bottle.
All right, let's open. And did anybody know that was his real name? Count Von Count?
Hey, he made it easy. He made it easy.
I always just thought it was the Count. Motherfucker changing the game up on me at 35. All right, let's get Oscar the Grouch out of this thing. Now, this is the only one of this I'm going to buy because it's the only one that I can genuinely have a practical use out of. Cookie Monster was pretty neat looking just as a figure. It looked cool. I like the colors of that blue. It really did pop. But like I said, Oscar really is the only one that's...
You picked him up at Newberry, right?
Yes, sir. Newberry Comics. I probably won't ever get the necklace Sesame Street. Like, I'll keep my eye out when I look for stuff like that too. The little worm is just weird. Like, what the hell?
Where are you supposed to put it?
You don't want to know, or maybe you do. Join my Patreon if you want to know where you can shove this worm.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, dude, you got to pay for that. All right, so there's a little lever on the back of it. I don't know if you can just push him down, or you got to actually look at him. Boink, 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 boink. Maybe you should face the camera, you asshole. Boink, 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 boink.
Even
To the uninitiated,
garbage can.
To the uninitiated, it's just a garbage can with a lever in the back.
Transformer. Now you got a transformer.
One POA.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that looks cool.
Yep, that's how I'm gonna have it rocking.
He's the street snitch.
Yep.
Hey, you want to see my worm? Come on over here. I'll show you my worm.
Practical shots as a garbage can, it's even worth it.
Oh, 100%. And I just think he'd be great for just like background usage and stuff like that. I like it. It's cool. If they made a bigger one, maybe I would entertain it, depending on the size of it. I mean, how many of these do I genuinely need? Having one is cool, though. And the color is nice. I'm
You're
glad
breaking up
they
there.
didn't go with like a bright zoom out. There we go. That way, if it does it again, you guys can be seen, not me. But I do like the green on it. It's more of like a dirty, gross green. And I don't know, it looks good. Nice little figure, I guess, if you want to call that a figure. It's more of an accessory, I think.
Shit, I just found out I need to upgrade my personal camera because I'm on my work laptop right now, and that thing works much better for putting stuff up. It's like super clear.
Yeah, I'm gonna be updating. I'm gonna be updating my stuff soon. Let's see.
Yeah, look how clear that is.
Oh shit! Yeah, let me get on. Put you on blast.
Figure, though.
Yo, what Captain America is that?
Shit, I don't remember.
Is that a like custom one or is that a legit one?
No, it's a legit one.
That's a cool one. I've never seen that one.
Shit, I can't remember what this one. Not Dark Avengers or I don't know, but this one's the ultimate one.
I dig it.
I mean,
I still got
don't even have to do this type of shit. It just focuses right on them.
And I love that this Captain America has like that scale texture
like it's just like base camera.
Yeah,
he looks great.
Dell laptop camera.
Huh.
So I got to figure out what I need to buy off of Amazon. So he even has like texture on his.
He does too. Now, how the hell is he supposed to throw the Bull? What's up, dude? You want to join the chat?
What up?
You can come in, dude. Now, how is Captain America supposed to throw that one shield?
I mean,
yeah, but
isn't the idea of
throw anything?
No. I mean, like, isn't the idea of the circular shield supposed to have like it bounce off stuff and come back to him?
Yeah, but I think that one, the like shield shaped one is more. Yeah. I've seen him do it like either in comics or even didn't he do it in the movie when the first movie came out, he had that type of shield, but it like stuck into things and then he pulls it out later.
That's what I thought too. So I guess that's just the way it is even in the comics too, which
well, I mean,
okay
that shield was his old, his original shield before he got a nice one that was nice and hooked up.
Right.
But,
before he went on
Frank
Ice
was right.
Age
Yeah, it's
journey.
more like a stabbing type thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That was the origin story. So
they showed that shield in the Deadpool and Wolverine movie.
Yep.
Which was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I need to find a new camera because this
maybe you can in your work computer, maybe you can bring up the specs for the camera that it uses.
I don't know, but this is like
because it's going to be
5 years old.
Yeah.
It's older than the camera that I got, but it's just a higher grade because we use it for Zoom and stuff all the time.
Yeah. That's why the camera I got hooked up to my computer isn't that great, but it serves its purpose. And not just if I want to really show you something, I just hook up the iPhone and use it.
Right.
Yeah, the first time that I showed like all my stuff on the Flex, I used my phone and that worked really good. But then other times, I don't know, it just wasn't always clear for some reason. I don't know if it has to do with the lighting reflecting everywhere and kind of doesn't let it focus. But this one works, but I can't really move my laptop around when I got all these wires hooked up to it.
Oh, yeah, you can do it. Just pull it around. Just yank it around.
I use the Elgato 4K face cam.
Knocking everything over. Give you a reason to set it back up.
What was that?
I said I used the Elgato 4K face cam.
Yeah.
That's what the brand is, like Elgato.
Okay.
Comes with like free software and shit.
Yeah, that's what you were showing me to look into to get stuff, which
Right.
I like
think
your
mine-
setup.
I think it does like a decent job. I mean, I obviously got to fuck with lighting and shit, but I feel it's like
Anything
decently
is
clear.
better than doing it off my phone like this.
Oh, don't give it up. That's why when I do mine, I use my iPhone to film the unboxing part of it, because the phone cameras are they're on point. Shit, you got the latest phone. That camera does fucking awesome.
Right.
Yeah.
Bull, do you want to come on in here so you can laugh at Frank to his face?
Frank, were you playing WoW last night?
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I was
was.
just showing it because we were talking about games, but now you can see these even better.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, yeah, dude.
Those are
Let's
dope.
get it. Let's get it.
Those are fucking dope.
Yeah, dude. Those are from like the 2016 movie. Those are fucking rad. I love them.
MC Mikey. That's who that is.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, the chains on the nunchucks.
Yeah. Giant ass thing.
You don't even
I dig
need
it.
wood. I mean, like it would
You just need
break.
the chain. You don't need the nuns.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got like an anchor, like a ship anchor chain.
I've got a few of them. Like I said, I've got Leatherhead. I've got a couple classic white and black Ninja Turtles. I've got the classic Baxter Stockman one. And they're cool. I mean, yeah, they're more of a figure than they are a Lego, but they definitely something like I put them in my city just to have that aesthetic of a cool looking little character flopping around and doing their thing.
Well, they definitely fit on any Lego things.
Oh yeah.
Attach.
And the Slash one is so cool. I love the color of them, that like teal blue or whatever it is. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot the Splinter. Yeah,
Hey,
yeah.
get a Splinter now.
Right. I'm in the club.
But not the cool club, though. You're like Weenie
Shut
Hut
the fuck up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. I'm never letting you taking me out to go get my dreams fulfilled again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, dude. Dibs, you know.
Like I said, it humbled me. I was riding too high, and then to have such a defeat, it was like, okay, I deserve that.
Yeah.
Yes, the Slash is the best one in my opinion. It pops. That color is beautiful. Very awesome. Much appreciated. Now, did you get my phone number when I put it up?
No, I didn't see it. When did you put
No,
it up?
okay. Yeah, I could just give it to you now.
You can put it in your private chat if you don't want the
Universe.
people
Yeah, like
watching.
you don't want
The
a
universe,
8675309 situation, you know?
How do I put it in a private chat?
There should
Just
be
click-
a tab where the comments are that says private chat or comments.
Okay, I got you. I'm gonna put it there right now.
Oh, just go ahead, Ace. Let everybody know. You're just gonna start getting weird phone calls at like 3:30 in the
They
morning.
might find you a Splinter.
Oh,
The wrong kind of
shit.
splinter.
the wrong kind of Splinter. Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Some crazy joke on the other end. He done got a rat.
Thank you.
I
All
got
right, that's
some
up
Splinter.
there. Oop, wrong button.
Oh
There.
man.
There we go. Yeah, my phone number is 51. No, I'm just kidding. Not gonna put it out there. I get enough phone calls from bill collectors that like it's how am I even on your list? I don't live in Oregon or any of these. It's just I don't need any more solicited phone calls or unsolicited phone calls.
It doesn't matter. They find your phone number out, man. These people have been trying to buy my house for like years now. They just keep calling. They keep calling, man. They call, man. I'm like on the toy hunt, man, and I'm filming and shit. Hear my phone ringing about some goddamn you sell your house. No.
Yup.
your extended car warranty
Why y'all
that you
keep
don't fucking
calling?
own.
Yeah.
Yeah, mine. I keep getting these phone calls like, we can help with tax relief. And when I got my taxes done and I got, I was signing for them, I go, when you guys were doing my taxes, was there any discrepancies or anything? And they're like, no, everything was fine like usual. I go, them motherfucking bill collectors then. Like, so when they call, I literally get upset and I'm like, my tax provider, tax accountant, they said there's no problems with my taxes. Leave me alone. And then they're like, oh, okay, bye-bye. It's like, you son of a gun. And I do got to say, this figure is pretty awesome for a Ninja Turtle.
What's that?
Yeah, I haven't taken out any of the
the
Ronins
naked
yet.
one.
Yeah, the one. Now, I asked the man who laughs because he has it too. Now, in the box, it was like, I can't really get it. Yeah, it was kind of off-centered. Like, if you can kind of see like how its shell and its head don't look lined up.
Right. Like you're looking the other way.
Yeah, they literally, the way this shell moves, it's its own piece attached to the hips. And for all the turtles that I have, this is the very first one that I've ever had like that, where the shell actually moves. Normally it's the hip and the upper torso that move underneath the shell. So to have that, and on the back too, normally the back part, there isn't much movement because it's attached to the back of the shell. So I got to give this credit. This is a very well made figure for being what it is as bulky as it is. And he comes with extra head pieces, extra arms that don't have the bandages on them. It's very cool stuff. All right, I got your number, Frank. All right, so my number, ladies and gentlemen, is officially. No, I'm just kidding, Frank. I'm gonna put yours out there. But this is a great looking Ninja Turtle. I mean, it's naked, but all of them are, honestly. The only thing, and it's like most figures, is shit like this. When you put that bandage like that, you knew it was going to interrupt that connector piece. So why not have it just go flush straight across, or have the bandages end at that line right there? Because that to me just looks wonky. On this one, it looks fine. It's nice and flush. It looks like a bandage. But here, it looks like somebody took an X-Acto blade and cut
a
little square out of it.
It's like, oh, we got to fucking cut out a little millimeter cut.
Not a deal breaker, but it's one of those things where it's like, man, you're making something like 99% perfect. If you just would have finagled that a little bit better, I would be like, this figure is 100% perfect.
I don't think it would have came to when they did the design. They would have had to chose to do them shorter.
Right. Which again, it's not a deal breaker. If that's going to deter me from buying an action figure, then I shouldn't even be buying this shit to begin with. Because
I don't look at the back of people's knees like that. So
yo. The man who laughed.
I don't look at real people's back and knees. I'm definitely not going to be looking at
this man has trauma with legs on action figures.
No, you guys don't even know. I was telling him earlier.
Like, go figure. Fucked up leg.
Yep. The G.I. Joe I just bought, that fucking Storm Shadow. I took him out of the box, and the joint right in here, the little ball joint, it was never molded completely. So it's a half a fucking circle. So if I take the leg and I bend it in any direction, it just completely falls off the figure. So I'm like, well, this isn't one I wanted to take out of the box anyways. Like, I just wanted to have like a really cool classic G.I. Joe character just to have one, because I do like them and I do appreciate them. So I put him back in the box, and I'm going to just keep him as a little look-see kind of figure. But I have a couple Dragon Ball Z figures, those Superstar ones or whatever they are, the Dragon Ball Star ones. Their fucking legs and their feet fall right off. They break into little pieces. And
some of them are bad.
And then we're going out today looking at figures, and I forget who it was. One of those Skibbity toilet figures I have. In the box alone, the package, his leg.
Fucking leg was on backwards already.
His leg is on backwards in the box.
He picked it up. He's like, it's fucking leg. And I was like, dude, that's
Hey,
all
man,
you have leg trauma.
you just want to walk in circles, you know?
Dude, I literally have leg syndrome condition problems. Like, I can't help but look at an action figure and be like, what the fuck is wrong with his legs? It's awful. I mean, it's just crazy. They are kind of cheap. They are. The Dragon Stars are definitely not. And I only have the one, and then I have the small $10 gold Frieza. But I have that cooler, and he's great and all, but literally right in the ankle joint, it like broke right in half. And I can just drop a bead of glue in there and put it together, no problem, and it won't change any of the movement or nothing. But it's still like, God damn, you pay for that price. You want it to at least hold up before it breaks in the box.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna do? They're cool. I definitely like them. I think the Dragon Stars, the look of those figures are as on point to that cartoon as you can get for a figure, in my opinion, without making them like a super cell shaded cartoony figure. But the quality, if the rest of them, if there's a lot of issues like that with those, then I won't buy more of them. But yeah, and I'll just steer clear of them altogether.
Some of them are like that, where they, some companies, you just gotta do a little research sometimes, find out some of them, because there was a time where NECA had a problem with some of their.
You were telling me this.
Yeah, so, and it comes and goes.
Yeah, they had
sometimes
a lazy joint problem.
fixes the problem. Sometimes they don't.
See, I didn't know any of that. See, I was never, and that's what I meant. That's like, those are the things I mean when I say I'm not like a hardcore collector. Yeah, heat it up. Because I was never
around. Just blow some hot air on it and slowly
get some boiling water. Let them sit in the water a little bit.
Right. But I was never like a collector where I'm like, who makes this figure? I got to know if it's the best of the line. I was just like, oh, that's a cool toy. I'm gonna get that and add it to my repertoire of stuff I have. And with the NECA, like I said, I had that right there in front of me, the Bret Hart NECA, not realizing it's NECA brand. And because I literally had it in my head, the Ninja Turtle figures that I see that I like that are super expensive, I thought NECA just did turtles. I didn't realize they were movie figures and little collectibles. And even this, I think I said when I opened this that it was a NECA thing, and it's not. I'm an asswipe again.
7.
Yeah, it's Super 7. I didn't even realize that until I opened the box up. Like, but that's also
those reactive hip hop figures, like those ODBs and the Ghostface. I've been liking a lot of that line.
Is that
I seen
who makes them again?
today?
They basically make
Super
a figure
7
for everything now.
Is that Super 7? Okay.
Yeah, like the little 3.75s.
Yeah, the reaction figures. Yeah.
I was gonna buy that ODB if he was there today.
They're all very cool. I gotta plug my phone in. She's about to die.
She's about to die.
Oh, you know what? You guys will get a kick out of this. Let me find something here. Of course, I wouldn't know where she put some.
Yeah, I personally like the Wu-Tang. Bismarcky I seen today.
Oh, you got him. Look at you.
Doom. I'll check him out.
Oh, he don't went Monster Force.
I found it.
Waiting for the next batch, the Eraser, which is like the mummy guy,
Right.
And then one of the other sleepwalker, like werewolf dudes. These are nice.
What do you got, Frank?
He got him one of them Monster Forces.
Oh, I want to zoom in on that. I like these. These are cool. Yeah, are these the Mythic Legion things?
Nope.
No, that's not this brand.
Fresh Monkey Fiction from BBTS.
Okay, see, I dig all these weird type of fucking humanoid, like I don't even know, mythical looking characters.
I like the white suit for sure.
Well, it's basically it's like a
That's
what
all
is it like
backwards.
a special
cool.
operations military monster
Yeah.
team?
It's like Monster
Commandos.
Squad on steroids.
Yeah.
Do you have more of those, or just is that your only one right now?
Oh, I got more.
Oh, show them.
Now, what is that based off of now?
I think it's just original
horror lore.
Yo, Bull, we know
military stuff.
We know you collect the naughty or nice, bro. That's a dope line too. We were looking at those last night. That guy's cool. He's like a vampire Van Helsing looking dude.
The naughty and nice line, was that the Santa Claus thing?
Those are those Santa Clauses.
Yeah.
Yo, I did nothing but smile when Frank was like, "Do you think that would fit the bear?"
Yep.
Or the polar bear? And I was like, "Yo, this man the gears are turning."
I'm actually, the first thing I thought of was because I have a Origins, the Skeletor, not the new one, the Origins version of Panther.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of taking that, the saddle off of him to see if that would fit. And then later when I started looking at the other stuff from yesterday from Bull, I was like, oh, I wonder if that would fit. But this is Van Helsing.
That's Van Helsing?
Yeah.
So holy shit.
That's
like
a
Commando
right
Helsing.
Military. That's kind of their thing with these figures too.
Yeah, it's like Universal Monsters meets Commando.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, that's kind of cool.
They're very cool, man. They're like the monster ones.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fire. Have an army build of them. Fucking A. Red suit soldiers.
He's like a mix between an Iron Grenadier and the fucking thing from Puppet Master.
Yeah.
They're like the monster figures we were looking at last night.
Actually, that's cool. Hey, oh, there go your Viper.
Yeah, that one's cool. I like the face and the helmet.
Oh, where'd his head go?
Oh, shit, that's never good.
That's never good.
Lost heads, that's my favorite thing. What do you mean?
I took after I took them out, but this one should have the head.
Okay.
So he has 3 different heads.
3 heads.
Masked and 1 unmasked. So he's like a vampire soldier.
Oh my god, they made them things.
Yeah,
they made them fucking things to army build.
Dude, he's like
Vamp
from
they
fucking Metal Gear Solid. How much are these?
3
That would
heads,
look insane.
Oh my god.
I think these are running 37.
All right, man. They're right in the range of what I pay.
Exactly.
Yeah, they come with a lot of stuff, different like hands and weapons.
I love
You
accessories.
can
real
customize
comparable to
the vest. You can take a lot of the things off and configure your own
layout.
look for it.
Have you guys ever played the Metal Gear Solid games at all, or no?
Long time ago.
a long time ago.
He looks like there was a character in the second game called Vamp.
Oh.
And he was a vampire, like military guy, and that dude looked like him there. I would totally get it just for that idea.
I like a lot of those.
Oh, what is this?
That's
Dungeons and Dragons. Okay.
I don't know if I have this open. Oh, sleeve.
Yo, for real, I bought the Hugh Grant Dungeons and Dragon character from that movie. And man, it is the biggest piece of garbage I've ever bought. Its arms and legs broke off.
Oh,
Which
my
one?
goodness.
The Hugh Grant Dungeons and Dragons character.
All the movie ones were kind of trash. Like,
I just thought he'd be cool. I'm like, all right, here's like a rich, pompous ass looking guy with some neat accessories. And literally his arms were so tight. As soon as I bent both, or not bent, but like moved them, they just boom, snapped right off, and then the legs did the same thing.
Frank said, "You better swear by that fucking hair dryer."
Thank God for those Ollie prices and that $10 or that 10% discount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either, hair dry or a very, warm to hot bath.
I like a warm to hot bath. You're right. That sounds good.
That sounds good.
What are you doing? I'm giving my toys a bath.
Dude, I would be
you never
just
know.
like
They did come from China, so you might want to wash them.
I would be just like Francis in Pee Wee Herman's movie there. I'd be in the big old bathtub playing Godzilla with my battleships. That'd be me.
Yeah. I don't know. You can probably see these better now.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Said, Frank said, I should show it to you.
Oh baby, pull me out the box like that.
Face is great.
Pulled this out the other day.
What the fuck? A samurai trooper?
Yo.
What the fuck? Where did you ever even find that?
Fucking lit. My dojo needs some guards.
Boba Fett one too. The Boba Fett one's cool. Actually, all these like this are cool. They have Darth Vader, Darth Maul.
What?
Yep.
I have a stormtrooper nutcracker that I was showing off earlier. That's fucking cool.
Yeah, that was lit too.
Wow, a samurai stormtrooper. Do you think he misses, or do you think he's accurate?
Well, they gave him a bow and arrow too, so he probably misses.
Yeah, he definitely misses.
That is cool. I never even would have thought Star Wars and fucking
feudal Japan.
Samurai. Yeah.
It's fucking lit.
Which I should have, because Vader kind of has that kind of helmet.
The Vader one is really nice.
Wow.
Well, that Shogun, armor style.
Shogun, yes, that was the word I was looking for. Well, that's cool, man. You got it rocking.
That one handy, but I'll show that one maybe another time.
Damn. You guys, Frank and Roughshod, you guys, when you were younger, did you have the little golden books?
What golden?
No,
books?
You're looking at me like I'm crazy.
Golden Edge
Explain
books.
what that is.
Okay. Well, I just thought maybe the title would have given it away.
I can't. Golden.
Not this particular book, not this one, but they were books that had this.
Yeah, I've seen.
Oh yeah,
I remember those.
Okay,
yeah, I remember now.
All right, so we went out today, obviously getting stuff, and we came across. Now they have. When I was a kid, they're hard to see, but they had like these classic ones of like a little puppy dog getting lost, or a little kitty and a butterfly becoming best friends. Now they have themes. Got Ninja Turtles. You got a little bit of Buzz Lightyear. You got a little Garfield for your little kids. But fucking look at this one.
Yeah.
A is for Alien.
Hell no.
I mean, come on.
You gotta rate them right. You gotta rate them right.
Yeah, be like,
you got
hey,
the
here,
more-
let's.
I mean, those weren't done back in the day. Those are relatively new, I'm sure.
A is for alien. That's something you might meet in space. B is for button. Don't press it or you could let the alien in. C is for crew. They want you to know where their visitor is. Kane, Lambert, Parker, Ripley, Ash, Brett. D is for Dallas. He's the captain. He'll find it. I mean, this is the best kids fucking book ever. And then they also have Planet of the Apes.
Star Wars.
I mean, that's
epic.
epic.
Gold seal, though. That's like epic to me, though.
And then you could have Samuel Jackson read it to your kid too, with a lot of.
Oh
That
my
would be
god! I bet
fucking-
you.
Go.
I'm
I'm gonna get some kind of audio voiceover to do that. But
Man.
it was $1.79. My daughter has a ton of these. The Man Who Laughs picked one up for his kid, and I think we're raising our children the right way.
Fucking A, AJ's
Yeah,
all
go
gonna be
ahead and
ecstatic.
sit right there and read along the book. Pop the movie on in, and
Well,
let the
that's what I
kids see
said.
exactly what's going on.
I go, when she's done reading the book, we can tell our kids. And guess what? There is an amazing well, I don't want to say amazing series, but there's some pretty good alien movies that follow this. And she'll be like, really? I'm like, let's watch them.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was just wild for a kid's book, Alien of all things.
I wonder how that got past fucking like.
Dude, there's so many obscure
How did
ones
that get
with the
past
gold
anybody?
I have no idea, but
how did they sell that? Who sold that?
Right.
Idea?
Somebody
paid
Let's
money,
take
so
the
they don't
Aliens
care.
movie.
Exactly.
Let's take the Aliens movie and make it into a kid's book. What?
Yep. Out of all the horror movies, that is like just random. But it works. And I like it. For $1.79 for a book that my daughter will read 100 times over, I would rather have that than her sitting in front of the screen just playing a video game all day and not absorbing any information at all.
It's like the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Don't push
100%.
that button or you'll let that alien in.
Dude, those aliens were scary as hell in that movie.
Yeah.
They were definitely freaky. Obi-Wan talked about how great a shot they are. Oh, stormtroopers. I didn't see that first part. What did you say, Bull, with the stormtroopers? Oop. Stormtroopers don't miss. They were told to allow them to escape. Obi-Wan talks about how great a shot they are. All right. Well, that's one movie.
That's debatable.
They were pretty god-awful in Empire.
I don't know, but when they wanted to kill some Jawas, they didn't miss those fuckers.
No, and they were the smallest little things.
They wiped them out quick.
Oh man, Uncle Ben and Aunt Beru, is that her name?
Hey,
Aunt Beru?
you know what? I gotta believe it might be a case of the clone troopers might have been better shots than the stormtroopers.
Right.
You know, with the stormtroopers, they were getting away from the clones then.
100%.
Anybody could be under that damn helmet. I mean, Luke.
Well, yeah, because they were all programmed to be good.
To be Django.
Basically, they were.
Yep.
So the clone troopers would actually be, I would suspect, more accurate than a stormtrooper.
I agree. That's probably if there was a logic to it, that would be it.
The spoof came from because when they put those helmets on in real life, they couldn't see shit anyways.
Right.
Not that they're really shooting something, but that was it was a shitty helmet design to where they couldn't see, right?
Right.
But that played along with, I guess, whatever they did in the movie too. So it was a running joke.
It didn't matter no more. The look is iconic now. That fucking
100%.
helmet, everybody knows that helmet worldwide.
Yep.
But that was only the regular stormtroopers. All the other ones didn't have that problem.
Damn.
Scout troopers and snow troopers.
Oh, the snow! I love the snow trooper.
Yeah, I think that was my favorite one, and then the biker scout.
Yeah. The snow trooper with the shield that came down real long.
Yeah.
That way you don't have to cut your beard.
Right. They had a spot for it. Kept it warm. Ooh.
So what else is going on?
Not much, man. I just showed off my Simpsons collection, and other than that, that's pretty much it on my end. What about you guys? What's going on in your worlds?
Waiting for these tech people to get back to me so I can log off, or do I got to change something else again?
Oh, Lord.
That's never any fun.
Yeah. Other than that, waiting for the week to be over with already.
Damn.
Yeah, right.
For next week, I want it to be, Friday or whatever.
Yeah, it
Need
can
that
definitely
quick-
be Friday.
Quick remote.
Heck yeah.
What did other than Splinter? What else did you pick up, Man Who Laughs? What's up?
Oh, I got the same one as John.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, he did say got him. All right.
You got all
Yep.
the three, right?
The Savante. And then
He's a blue
The blue one.
enforcer.
Cool.
And then I ended up getting her for 50% off. So I was like, I'm already like in the hole.
Oh,
yeah, she was about $20, half off.
Right.
cool.
I
Well,
like how
at
like,
least- at
no
least you
action
got
figure
it-
is 50% off, and that one is 50% off. You know.
At least you got each other while y'all are falling down this rabbit hole. You
Yep.
got each other.
We holding hands tight. We got
Hey.
this, Pookie. We got this, Pookie.
Y'all are just
Hansel and
enabled-
Gretel.
One
we
of
were
you
lost out in the
benefit
woods.
sometimes more than the other because one of you pushes the other one out of the way.
Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
then one of the
That's how it
other,
was with
whoever,
Splinter.
well, it often seems like whoever kind of does the dibs moment, it often kind of comes full circle. And, whoever got the good gift or the good buy right now, it comes full circle and someone will buy the other one something pretty cool afterwards. So it's pretty rad. It's nice.
I got
What do you
Beetlejuice
got
for
right there?
myself as well.
Oh, hell yeah.
Is that the newer one?
Yeah.
Yes, brand new.
Yeah.
That's the one that took the place of fucking Tatsu. I'm not mad about it. I'm just a little fucking upset.
Nice.
Oh
I've been getting
man.
more into like the toy pictures and like getting into like the shorts, like really deep diving
Yeah, I
it.
like your videos. Those are.
I appreciate
really
it.
nice.
I like them. I think they're very good.
That's basically all I'm going to be doing is that short stuff for now because I don't have time to try and do long. I don't do reviews, and I
Right.
don't have the time right now to go back to what I wanted to do, which was like try to show like a silly little story with the figures. Like,
Ah.
Oh, really? That's what you were doing?
yeah, in the early like my early on
Hmm.
ones, I was kind of doing that,
Okay.
but time
I'll get
caught
into
up.
that.
And I was like, and then sitting there because I do everything on my phone, right? So just imagine
Yeah.
sitting there because I take the pictures, I gotta crop them so they're all the same. I learned I should crop them all the same way. Then I run them through Photoshop to try and make them pop the best they can.
Mhm.
And then I throw them into the video editing and try to figure out how I'm gonna, transition and do all that other stuff. Now I'm
Yeah.
like doing the they'll have these pre-done like little short with all the effects and stuff, and it
Yep.
just lets you load in your pictures, and it's like, okay, I like that part, save that, and then use that either as a beginning or a middle or end type thing, and then do
Right,
the
you can
rest.
just move them around, slide them.
Yeah, and then what I like doing now is because I have to get a song that I like to go with that, and then I go on Instagram because Instagram lets you just like pull song after song to just put with it to see what it looks like. I'll find something there, save it, load it on Instagram, then download it, put it on my YouTube. Then sometimes YouTube will still like strike it where it says, "Oh, this won't be shown in certain countries because
In regions,
of the
yeah.
music," right? Yeah, region specific. So I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, fuck. So I got to take that back in the studio and try and put a certain sound, and I'll usually use like thunder or wind through, in parts of the song so it doesn't trigger that, and then I reload it.
Oh man, I get that sometimes. I look and see what countries they say I'm blocked in, and I'm like, fuck them.
Oh, yeah, how much it's not in the U.S. or
yeah, but ain't
Canada.
as long as it's the U.S., we good in the U.S. I'm like, fuck them.
Yeah, I should probably not worry about that because it's like but like it's either it's like Philippines or India or some other odd, like a lot smaller country, but
Oh man, I pissed the big ones off, man. I pissed Russia off. Fucking somewhere in Saudi Arabia, I remember, but I definitely Russia. We don't see eye to eye on the music for sometimes. We don't see eye to eye. You motherfuckers don't like my music sometimes. Like, then I was like, "Fuck you, Russia! Shit, I don't care. Let that shit stay blocked." I just look at the country and I'm like, I have to really quick, you know. If they say the UK, then I'm like, all right, maybe I might pay attention. Maybe I might be nice.
yeah.
But I'm like, anybody else is like, no, I don't care.
The ones I watch, and then like I'll watch out for people like that I don't know. They're not necessarily subscribed, but they'll comment, and then it's like, oh, I gave you a sub, and please go and like pray for Jesus or something. Pray like all this other. I'm like, oh my God. I'm all, no thanks.
Sure. Sure.
I would have been like, I would be like, I prayed for you to sub to me. I'm done praying for the day.
Yeah,
I've got what I need.
When I did that on it, I think it was because I called the video something where it was kind of a demonic name. So of course,
you had a Bible thumper.
Go pray to Jesus because you need help. It's like,
I'll subscribe to you, but look for the Lord.
all the other ones with all the other music and the whatever, it's like they're okay with that, but that specific one, because it said whatever in the title, they were like,
I'm anxiously awaiting my first comment where somebody goes religious on me, man. Frank has now prepared me. I'm ready. I'm ready. I've been briefed, and this is how I comment. I'm be like, the power of Christ compels you.
or if you really want from me, do the other way. Do anti-Christian.
Flip it upside down.
Yeah, upside
down. They'll come out of the woodworks for you.
I bet.
They'll be like, this Georgia man is anti-Christian. What the hell?
No. They're gonna use the song against me. They're gonna be like, yeah, it's true. The devil did go down to Georgia. He's right there. He's like, you motherfuckers. He's like, you motherfuckers. Oh my God, man. I hate to even bring this up, but
bring it up.
The Walmart, my Walmart. You know how you got your store you go to, right? So
yeah.
My Walmart, the one that I know it inside and out. Go for everything there. Oh my God, man. They got some people, man. I don't know. Look, guys, I don't know if it's just because the area I live in, but
we love you, Bull.
The stuff you would see at the gas stations where people are asking and begging for money and stuff like that happens inside my Walmart now. Inside? I got, man, people begging for money, man. People begging me to go to their church. People using their kids to try to get money from you, man. It all happens in my Walmart. Yep. It is the stupidest
panhandling.
Shit. Oh, it is awful, man. I mean, it's the whole gambit, man. I was like, man, when the fuck did this start happening inside the Walmart? I'm like, this is what happens on the corner store I go to. You know, that I'm okay, all right. Not when I'm trying to get eggs and shit.
Right.
You need to buy yourself a shirt that says no soliciting.
No, man. Oh, it's easy enough, man. Most times I look at it, I'm like, man, help, man. What the? Who carries cash?
I'd be like, you know, these egg prices are a lot of money. Jesus really does love, you know, eggs. He should lower the prices.
Oh man, yeah, we got, man. Them, you know what? I can deal with the people begging for money, man. I've dealt with that enough. It's easy enough to say no and keep on moving.
Yeah,
but man, the ones that really get me is the church people, man. They be hanging out, and man, they be hanging, man. They hang like in the auto parts shit, man. I be going there trying to get a windshield wiper or some goddamn gas treatment or some shit, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, This motherfucker started just walks up to me and starts talking to me. I'm like, man.
And they're actually like from the church type thing. Like
yeah. They're trying to recruit people to go to their church. That's
I used to get them coming to
my
my house years ago, walking the neighborhoods on like Saturday to try and get you to, go to the their church on Sunday. And we ended up putting a no soliciting sign. And they still came up, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm like, through my storm door, I'm like looking through it, and they're like, well, we're not selling anything. I said, what are you here for then? Well, we want you to come out to our, and they're trying to hand me stuff. I'm like, no, thank you. I said, that's still trying to sell me something.
Yeah.
Right.
Don't come back. And they, they're sitting there with the whole, like a family of them, and they're like taken back because it's like, yeah, if I'm interested, I'm going to go. I don't need you to come to my house to try and tell me to go when I'm not interested.
Right.
But
well,
they do what they do. That's fine. But
they I know they mean no harm. They're trying to get you to go to their church. But I'm like, man, I'm trying to buy motor oil. Like, you really
they're bugging you at a store too.
My thought pattern is not right there with you right now, man. You caught me like I'm on a mission, and like oh man, no, you are not the side mission I'm taking right now.
Yeah.
I'm like, I want to be out of here. You want to have a conversation and shit, and I don't even know you.
Yeah. No, I try not to piss on their parade too much, but I haven't gone to church since I was a little kid when I used to go with my cousin and my uncle.
Yeah.
And even then it's like when when we're real little and they're like sending you to the little kids area, so you're not in the big church with the grown-ups and all that, and then it's like later on you go to the bigger church and it's like, no, it just wasn't for me.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you the most ignorant shit in the world right about now. My god brothers are Hispanic, and we used to go to church together, man. I used to go to the Spanish mass, man. I don't speak no fucking Spanish, right? None at all. But I'm in there, and man, the one thing I learned out of everything, man. The Spanish mass, man, they would once a month they would have a feast, man. They would have a feast after the service, man. I didn't understand a lick of the damn. I mean, I knew the sermon and all that stuff. I knew what they were saying. I knew the process and all that, but I had no clue what was being said. But I was like, man, once a month, man, they feed you some good ass fucking food, man. I mean, some homemade. All right, now, Frank, now. You got Iron Spider Moose Knuckle out.
Yeah, I just never, especially because I had other family where they're like, oh, let's go to this one because Billy Graham is there, and it's like this televangelist type. And it's,
I know Billy Graham.
You see all the people like getting up doing the during the sermon.
No, man.
Stuff. Like,
King of the Ring was Benny Hinn.
Yeah,
but
Benny
he
Hinn be blowing on people, falling over and shit.
People.
Yeah,
the very small churches and all that stuff I'm fine with and what they do, but when they're like wearing gold and the suits, the shark suits or whatever the hell they got,
they damn living like Ric Flair.
Yeah, it's like, no thank you.
Literally, they jet flying and limousine riding.
What's crazy is the Reverend Billy Graham. There is a wrestler, superstar Billy Graham, that literally, I don't want to say stole, but he did. He took the persona of the Reverend Billy Graham and amped it up to like a wrestler's gimmick. And he was the guy that introduced, the yellow boas and the bright colors and the tie-dyes, but also that larger than life, like, when I talk to you, I'm going to preach to you kind of deal. And it's pretty cool. So that's the only way I know Billy Graham, the Reverend.
The Reverend from a wrestler.
From a wrestler. Yep.
Hey.
Hold on, what's that price is showing? Okay, I am free to go.
Free.
More
He's
work
free at
till
last.
tomorrow. They got Australia pricing to work.
Oh man.
Right on. Oh, look at all these yellow goodies.
Yeah, that was a fucking haul for sure.
Who's
Yeah,
That was a haul. That was a slaughter.
that is literally I've gone
you
out
crushed
and bought,
somebody's dreams got crushed today.
They did.
Well, like I said to the man that laughs, like when I was there yesterday on Saturday and I bought the two, I was asking the guy, I'm like, obviously someone came in here, right, with their collection and sold it.
Right.
And he goes, yeah, Monday a dude came in here. I don't know if he said all of these were his collection, if there were more than this, but he said a guy came in here Monday and sold us a bunch of stuff. And I was like, all right, that's pretty fucking cool. So the fact that it was there almost a full week, it's inside of like a hobby shop, a collector's store, somewhere where people like us, when we go in there, you see something specifically that you're after. It's that type of store. And so the fact that other people hadn't gone in there and just cleaned house with these things, or after I bought one, bought the two of them on Saturday and even in between then bought them today. But like the story goes, those two guys were clearly looking at them to buy them, but I wasn't there to fuck around and find out.
You literally, it was straight business. And
I did.
you started
I went
scooping
right
them into the bag.
Yep.
He
Well, the
commented,
guy
he's
too.
like, "You're getting all of them?"
Yeah.
And then I was, oh shit.
And that's
You're
what I
checking
said
out?
though. That was my game plan. I was like, I'm gonna buy every single one of them, or at least all of them that they have. So.
And they're talking to each other, and then you're checking out, and they're like, "Well, there goes that."
Yep.
And just walked out the door, and I was like, "Yeah, they're big mad."
See, if they were
John
kids,
just big bossed them.
if they and I wheeled and dealed it, and I really am happy that the guy dropped $10 off of it, because if I bought these at the price tag that they all were, we did the math, and it was like $300+ for all of them at the tags they're asking for. Now I would never even entertain collecting them at that price. Like that's just silly. But for $10 a piece. And then he took $10 off the total price, so $150 for all of them. I can't complain, because even the NECA 4-pack of Ninja Turtles, for 4 turtles, it's $150. 18 figures. I mean, that's a pretty good deal in my opinion. I really can justify that in my head.
All right, here's what I want you to do next time now, Ace. You're going to see something, and what you want to do is you want to take a breath, and then you want to whip out your phone, and then you want to look and see what all them figures what they're going for and all that.
We did.
If you find it somewhere else.
And we were finding them to be about the same price that they were marking them for in the store.
Right.
Like wherever the Mo one is, this one right here. I didn't know it when I was asking them for all of them for $10. This one has a $27.99 tag that they stuck on it. And when I got home, we're like, holy shit, this was a $30 one. And the man who laughs literally was looking, I don't know if he was on eBay or wherever he was looking, but he found this exact figure in box for $30, or at least going for $30 on eBay.
Yeah, I can see a Mo being a little obscure.
Right, I just Google Lensed it, and then Google Lens told me the prices average going for him.
Right, and then you Googled this one to see what the price of the itchy and scratchy one was, and this one was like what, $40?
I think that was like $60, like 54 or something, like
yeah.
So
almost $60 probably.
To me, I think I got a hell of a deal on these things, because the guy even said, he goes, my boss hasn't even inventoried these yet to really put a price on them. So when I said, can I get them all for $10 a piece? He's like, yeah, you know what? $150. That'll work. I was like,
You know, me no fucking. I like even numbers. 150. My
which,
brain was like, I don't know if it's because of the 1 and 5, but it's like that does not feel even.
like it's even for me because I'm getting more for less, but it's whatever. I wasn't gonna argue it. As soon as he said 150, I was not gonna argue that at all.
Right, you're like, I'll give you $1.60, and then the guy's like, yeah, I like even numbers. How about 150? It's like, what, dude?
Yeah.
Do you have those wall pegs to put them up yet?
Yeah, I do. I have my pegboard with like pegs to go on it and stuff. But like I was saying to these guys earlier, one of them, wherever he is, right here, this one here, they fell over, has like a really loose.
Oh,
So I have these plastic clear peg holders, I guess. I don't know what you want to call them. That I can get from my job when I go back on Tuesday. So I'm gonna grab a couple of them and just put them there to brace that so they have something to clip onto.
yeah.
But I'm also thinking I have a spot over here because I have so many of them and I have a bunch of other Simpsons stuff that I want to display all together. I might just redo this shelf that I have over here and just leave them on the shelf. So if you say you walk into the store or like a hobby shop or whatever, they would be, you know, I don't know, maybe 5 figures deep, 5 figures across, maybe on the shelf over here, 4 figures across. So it'd be like if you're looking at them in a store, you could kind of like look through them and see what's there and change them out every other day to see, you know, something different for the display or something like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the nostalgia like hook for you when you like walk in. You get it's like you're walking in your own store every day.
and that's exactly what when me and the man who laughs were redoing this studio or Ace's place. We took my glass cabinet here and we wanted to make this the center of the room. So when I'm standing here, it does feel like we're at some sort of little like store or thrift shop. And that is totally the vibe. If you walked in here, it would be like, oh man, this kind of seems like a toy store where everything is in its place. It's displayed the right way. I could kind of look through and pick if I wanted something. And it does. It has that vibe. And having all these freaking figures in boxes, man, it's really going to make it look like, I don't even know. It's going to pop really well. I can't wait to set it all up.
Ace Mart.
Ace Mart. Ace is the place where you get your toys or whatever a jingle could be. But and it is. It's literally a childhood fantasy. To, you know, we all think of like when we were younger, the term was our man cave. And now all of us do a YouTube thing. So our man cave isn't such a term like that anymore. It literally is like a studio for most of us where we do our filming, our production, our all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And man, it should feel that way. This is the thing we fantasized about as little kids in a way of like, man, I want to have my own room when I'm a big kid in my own house and be able to show off the shit that I have now and not be told I got to put it away at the end of the day. And I love it. I love it. Like my mom can't come in my place anymore and say, young man, pick up your room. God bless her, though. She tries.
Yeah.
Hey,
But
as long as it's displayed nice, she can't complain.
oh, man, she'll complain just because of what it is. Can't you spend your money on something better? It's like probably, but no, I'm not gonna.
Flowers die. Come on.
Dude, Frank, that's what, oh my God, yes. I stopped buying her flowers as a kid because I always thought, I'm like, what a waste of money this is. So, I'm going to zoom in on that. So I started buying her, that's a really great Captain America. I started buying her fake flowers really every year. So now she's just got a ton of fake flowers and it's like, they're going to last you.
Yeah.
Shit.
I mean,
Frank, what is your, and we probably have asked you this, all of us on here, but what is your favorite Marvel figure that you have,
Well,
or at least
figure.
least
I
one of
don't
your
think
top.
I have the favorite figure of the favorite character that I want, but because I don't think they've made it yet, or they made it before I started collecting it, and I got to wait for them to remake it.
Who's that?
I mean, probably the Hulk, and then like Silver Surfer.
Oh, nice. Silver Surfer's dope.
Silver Surfer, the one that I have, it's okay, but it's very. I mean, he's basic, but I didn't get the one that came with Galactus because I didn't buy the HasLab. But
now,
I'm waiting
does that
for them
one
to
come
remake.
in like a literally like a huge fucking box?
Well, I'm sure it is, but I don't have it, so I don't know how big the box is. I've seen people with it on their YouTube channels, but I don't know.
I should Google what the box looks like, because that
3
the
feet
place.
by a foot and a half or 2 feet. I don't know how big it is.
Well, the place I got the Simpson figures, they had a giant Galactus box up on a shelf, and it looked like it came with the Silver Surfer. Like it looked like it wrapped around it, like it comes from the back of him, and it kind of comes into the front of him, and like Galactus had his hand out, like the Silver Surfer was like almost.
That might be the one. It's not the HasLab one. That if it's just the Silver Surfer, it's probably the one they did. I don't know if it was before the HasLab or after. It's a little bit smaller than the Galactus is a little.
Oh, this box was huge. I thought it was both of them. I thought it was the HasLab one because it was up on a shelf, but I mean it was bigger than I can go with the screen. I feel it was huge looking.
I think the HasLab one came with like 4 characters plus.
Oh, really?
I think.
Okay, then maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it was a completely different one then.
Unless I don't know what. I think the HasLab one was with more characters.
Okay.
And they had a different version, which was a smaller Galactus. It was still big, but I think it only came with Silver Surfer.
Okay. Now, with your Silver Surfer, when he clips to the surfboard, is it a peg?
Yeah, I think it's just one peg, and then the other foot So if you have him, if you use like the stand where it's holding his body, the board will go away from his foot. It won't. So you have to put some ticky tack or something under his foot to keep him there.
They did. I always forget the brand, and I was the series, and I was talking about them earlier. The Marvel, maybe they were the original Marvel Selects figures. I can't remember, but no, they were Marvel Legends because the logo was the Marvel, and then the yellow Legend.
The original Marvel Legend ones.
Yeah, the Silver Surfer. I had him, and the surfboard had going across the entire length of the top of it was a magnet, and the Silver Surfer had magnets in both of his feet, so he'd clip right onto that surfboard.
The one that I want them to remake with the newer Buck and all that is the Savage Surfer.
What is that one? I don't know what Savage Surfer is.
In the comics, when the Hulk it's World War Hulk storyline, and he gets jettisoned to different world or different universe or whatever he went.
Yeah.
He got enslaved, and then he ended up having to fight Silver Surfer.
Yeah, on the planet.
Yeah, and then they did the cartoon. The cartoon was Beta Ray Bill, and then the movie was Thor. Because
you're 100% right. I do remember that now from the comic because they both got enslaved on that planet together.
Yeah. So once Silver Surfer pissed off Hulk enough, Hulk beat the crap out of him to bust their little enslavement device, and he was beaten into the ground.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like Silver Surfer. I like Ghost Rider, Punisher, Daredevil. Yeah. So hopefully, I mean, I know a lot of people are not fans of the new Maximum line, but I just hope they pick select characters on that.
Yeah.
And I do want a Hulk. And since they're doing the Spider-Man, they can use that buck for like any of the similar bodied characters, like a Daredevil or something, and then hopefully the price could go down.
Now,
you know it won't.
is obviously you just kind of stated it, but the maximum series isn't going to be just Spider-Man. It's going to be like a whole wave of different Marvel characters.
I mean, it's speculation, because I didn't watch Hasbro talk about it. I just saw bits and pieces from other, the people following it so closely. They said it's probably going to be like 5 characters.
Oh, okay.
For the wave, and they'll probably pick, hopefully they pick different enough characters where it's like worth it, and not like another.
It's worth it.
Repaint of that same Spider-Man for another. It's like make them totally different characters and different bucks, so they're the new versions of those bucks. So we'll see.
Yeah,
the only one they announced was Spider-Man.
I know. Again, I'm asking questions.
That's cool.
And I would like it. I mean, this is just me, but I feel like we have seen enough iterations of these characters based on the comic books to where I would personally like it. If you're going to do something risky with the price, I don't want to say different variants of these characters, but like say, for instance, if you're going to do a Kraven, don't just do like the comic book one. Do like this rugged, long-haired, grizzled, more, I don't want to say war, but battle-hardened looking version of that character. Because to me, getting these, I collect some of the retro card Spider-Man characters specifically. I don't want to just see a more articulated version of the Chameleon that they just came out with.
You want to classify Marvel Legends.
The Spider-Man is cool. Yeah, for real. Yeah. Because why not? Like, the Spider-Man is cool. I'm not saying it's not. It's just that price is a little weary based on what other people, what you've paid in previous times.
I don't know who.
And you have to have a classic.
That might be a Marvel Disney thing that dictates what Hasbro can do.
Right.
Or if they say like, Hasbro, use your imagination and make up some new version, but make it close, but new. New. I don't know if they do stuff like that, or if they have to get direction on where Disney Marvel wants to go with it to allow them, whether it's a movie, like an MCU version, or a just multiple, like which comic version do you want to make? Because they got almost every character has a ton of versions of themselves because of different artists over the years, and
100%.
Yeah, so they may just go off of that, or they do give them the reins and just say, come up with something different that you haven't done before.
Yeah, which would be cool. I mean, especially if you're...
And they just repaint or reuse.
Exactly. Like, I know I'm going to use Kraven again, and I personally would like... And maybe it doesn't have to be in that maximum wave. I'm just using it as the example, but like an Aaron Taylor Johnson version of Kraven, where maybe it doesn't have to be the movie one, but just, again, if they had that creative control to be like, yeah, we've made this character 100 times over. We've done him this many ways. We put him in leopard skin pants. We put him in the lion's jacket so many times. Let's maybe now make him more combative. And he's got like a battle, like mix him with Rambo or something, for where it's just an upgraded version of what we had already. And again, like you said, it could be the creative control differences of who's saying what you can do, what you can't do.
Because the I guess the tricky thing on that, if they are, whether they're given the reins to do it themselves or from direction from Disney Marvel, is what if that doesn't sell? Because what are you trying to sell here with Marvel figures? Right. Marvel, you don't want to just make something new that never was in the comic or the movies, and then take a chance that it's gonna not sell or something. But yeah.
No, I agree with I 100% agree. If you go away from whatever was shown in the movie or in the comics, it just won't sell.
But does the scale balance out when you have a surplus of Eternals and like a surplus of those, Black Panther figures? Like there's got to be some kind of balance of like, look, we make a bunch of stuff that we would hope was going to sell, but look at it all just sitting on the shelves and not going anywhere.
Well, their problem with that was, I think, they made all those toys in lieu of the movie. The movie came out, it didn't do well.
Mm-hmm.
They made all these toys and they gave them out to Target and Walmart, and they weren't very good figures anyways, the head sculpts. And then it's
except
like,
one.
What do we do with them?
Except one.
Yeah.
The classic Black Panther. The classic Black Panther.
Yeah.
That one I like. I got
but I'm just talking about like the Eternals characters themselves.
Yeah.
And then you had the Build-A-Figure of what's his name from
Gilgamesh? Oh, Rintar.
No, wasn't it who was the other supreme
the villain for Eternals?
Yeah.
That monster thing. I don't know what they called it.
Was it the monster thing? I thought it was a different. I thought it was like who was Doctor Strange's sidekick?
Wong.
I thought it was Wong. I thought they made Wong a Build-A-Figure.
No, the Eternals one had, because there were 8 Eternal characters, and they had 7 of them come with body parts or something like that, so you could build the 8th Eternal character. And it was just another one of the guys. It was, I think Gilgamesh was his name. Because the Doctor Strange ones had the Rintar.
I think that was part of the reason too that they didn't sell, is the Build-A-Figure was just not nobody wanted it.
Nobody wanted it. No, exactly.
And on top of that, the Eternals came out in Wakanda, and the Black Panther, they all came during the COVID times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where nobody was going out, where the stores were closed. People weren't, and I think that probably helped with it, why it didn't sell. The movie's not being great helped why it didn't sell. And those two just got heavily affected by that whole combination.
Yeah.
And now you have Eternal sitting in Ollie's and they can't even sell them.
There you go.
On 3 years, going on 3 years now.
Yeah, like what Bull's saying, it's like they manufacture a certain amount anyways. And there were orders for a certain amount, because all before that, everything was still pretty decent in selling. There were a few probably here and there that didn't, but the whole way, just nope. Yeah,
and then
it happens.
And then the Eternals, man, it wasn't the right time to expose them to people, man. Of all the groups you could have like brought forth, it's like, oh, let's do the Eternals. What? Who's? You're fired. Whoever said that, you're fired. Who the hell knows the Eternals?
Oh, they wanted
after that was done, like when that movie came out, they probably did pivot. I think the other movies of what they were going to lay out.
Yeah.
For that whole connection thing, but they changed.
Yeah, because they wanted the Eternals to be like a mainstay.
Mm-hmm. They wanted another Guardians of the Galaxy, probably.
Yeah.
Which would have been fine. I'm not opposed to bringing in obscure characters and making them, forefront characters, as long as they're interesting. And there are some aspects of that Eternals movie that I do find interesting, like the learning to live based on how you feel and not what you're told, because that's what they really were. And I like that, becoming your own person and then having that power. What do you do with it? Do you do the right thing? Do you just sit by? Do you let things happen? Yada, yada. It's a cool moral, but the fucking movie was boring. The characters were fucking boring.
I
The
just saw
action-
it as a big
Oh,
interlude to what's coming. That's what I thought that movie was just it was just a introduction for
yeah,
everything else that's coming after, and they didn't really do anything with it until New World
Cap.
Order, right?
yeah, and they barely touched on that. And I feel like the only reason they did is because that was such a huge thing to just ignore. Movie wise,
And
not
Cap, from everyone's description of what they saw and what they wanted to talk about, it was more about Red Hulk than Cap being Cap,
right.
Falcon being Cap, and all that. So it's just
It should have
another
been
beginning of what else is coming down the pipe.
right. And I think because, like you said, they had to do like an audible, which maybe it would have fleshed it out way better. But doing that audible and then picking the Captain America movie to use to be the stepping stone for that, new new MacGuffin of the adamantium and stuff, which is fine. But I feel like that could have been like an Avengers-esque storyline more than just Sam Wilson, because it's much larger than just him.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot I can pick apart with the Captain America movie, but I genuinely liked it because it was fun and it had some cool moments. But one of the things logically that does not make sense is that fucking Celestial is out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Why is not Wakanda part of the discussion of we have the strongest metal on the planet with the vibranium? Right. It's money. I get that. But storyline wise, it's like,
yeah, but trying to get all those entities in a live action movie every time when they do something that significant is kind of like that's there where they're like, oh, that's going to either be too much money, or
but that's why
or whatever.
In the first Avengers movie, they created the World Council, where it was faceless entities that would represent different parts of the world.
Yeah.
So I feel like you could get away with doing that and if you wanted to show Wakanda, you could have a representative. It didn't have to be.
Yeah, they could have sent one person.
Yeah, just like they did
they could have
in Falcon and Winter Soldier, how they sent the two Dora Milaje girls to get Bucky's arm or whatever, or to get Zemo.
Yeah.
Just something, because you made Wakanda seem so important to the world with natural resources that in my brain, I can't help but wonder, why were they not just part of that discussion when you had France and China or Japan or whatever the other nation was?
Well, and then you insert somebody like Namor now.
Yeah.
And that kind of just disappeared.
And you know what? That could have been the answer for why Wakanda wasn't involved. Maybe he could have stepped in this movie and been like, look, it's part of the ocean, Talocan or whatever the hell they call themselves. We live in the ocean. We have first dibs or whatever on this thing.
Well, what they need to do, or what they could have done, was do both of them. And then you're seeing these other characters meeting up a lot more, because the Illuminati should be starting to form at some point.
Yep.
Right.
The only one you're missing is Mr. Fantastic, and then X-Men Xavier.
Yeah.
So I don't know how close they're going to get to what the comics had, but they need to start pushing that together, because guess who else is coming to town? All the fucking X-Men.
Right.
Secret Wars, whatever, all that stuff's coming. So I hope they can line that stuff up to be.
And especially if there's rumors that they're going to do a Planet Hulk style movie or show.
Well, that's not a rumor. That is a fact. They are going to do it. But how are they going to get to that?
I hope Doom kills his son, and that sets him on this rage quest. Like, imagine that. Imagine Doom coming through the galaxies from a different multiverse, and he stops on Sakaar, and he just obliterates that entire fucking planet, leaving the Hulk alone. And then the Hulk is like, Tony Stark just came to my planet and killed my family. I am going to Earth and fucking them up now. Like,
well, you know, he had 2 sons, right?
did he have 2?
Yeah.
I thought he just had Scar, whatever his name was.
Well, that was the initial from the World War Hulk, Planet Hulk.
Yeah.
And later he had another one.
So, I didn't know that.
I don't know where that came from, but yeah, but yeah, still they need to do something if they're not going to follow, because they already did the arena thing with Thor. So I don't know if they're going to revisit that same thing and it's just in a different universe so it can happen the way it should have, or you know, and then are they going to put Beta Ray Bill or Silver Surfer or whoever that person was? If they even do that, they could probably skip that and just do what you said, where they're there, that something happened, but we just didn't see it. And then Doom just goes and kills, you know.
I could totally see them doing a thing where, because didn't they end, I didn't see She-Hulk, but I saw like people talking about it, but they ended it where he introduces like She-Hulk and Daredevil and a group of people to his son.
Yeah, he popped up and everybody was like picking that apart because
he looked ridiculous.
Yeah, he had the shaved skull.
Yeah, instead of looking like a barbarian and a warrior.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
But I think they could do a thing where you could say they go back to that planet of Sakaar, and Hulk is a celebrity there because he was when he left. And we didn't see him have relations with somebody, but he could have had a son already at that time as a baby. And then he goes back to Sakaar to be with his family. And then that's when like the Doctor Doom or even Galactus or whoever could come through. And then you could reintroduce that planet again and do it a different way. Maybe you could have the Red King be introduced and him actually be more. He wasn't even actually introduced at all in the fucking Thor Ragnarok.
Yeah, it was different. It was done different because he didn't have the big like what turned into the Hulkbuster later, but that big body that he used to fight,
golden suit thing. Yeah.
But it's almost like they jumped ahead already because they already introduced Red Hulk. Red Hulk doesn't really come out until after Hulk
way after
back and does World War Hulk.
Right.
So and then Hulk disappears because Red Hulk takes his power or something, and he's just Banner. He can't change anymore for however long. And then he kind of, he's doing his thing, trying to stay alive because he can't turn into Hulk anymore.
Right.
Just being one of the smartest men in the world, fighting superheroes. But then you have, I think what they're also going to go down the road of eventually too is where Hulk becomes a villain.
I hope so.
And it's probably going to be, what's his name?
Maestro.
Yes.
It should be. Yeah, that would be a really cool arc for him to have.
Yeah. So they need something like that too, eventually. But that's even further down. But I just hope they do the Planet Hulk, World War Hulk thing a little better. And that could be the big lead up to what between, from the Cap movie on till lead up to the big end game type of atmosphere.
They're gonna start filming the Avengers Doomsday here. I heard in like June. Because that comes out next year. Like I didn't realize it was next year that was coming out. I thought it was like a year or two away at least. Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of information leaking out about that and all sorts of stuff to chew on.
I think when they finally get around to however they're going to launch X-Men.
Yeah.
That I think is going to resurge and make people want to go to the movies, and
I hope so.
Do all that stuff. As long as they do it good, if the trailers look good, it should get everyone, jumping for joy.
and there was a lot of that same feeling with the Fantastic Four. And it seems like when most people talk about it, it's like, yeah, it looks okay. There's no one really jumping out of their seat saying, I have to to see this in theater, which is worrisome because you've had 4 attempts at making an amazing Fantastic Four movie. Now you've got more money than God to do that, and you're only getting, muttering. People are just barely talking about it.
Yeah. I think it's just a lifestyle. People change with what they do because it's just not a thing as much anymore to go to the theater.
Yeah.
Because it comes out on stream 3 months later.
Exactly.
Let it sit in the theater for that long, and then when it goes out, don't put it in. I know they want that money because I think we may have touched on this before. The whole Blu-ray or DVD thing ain't a real big thing anymore either, so they can't turn that around to get that money right away. So they pull that in the stream to put it in, to sell it, or make you pay for the stream right away.
Yep.
So, but they still get so much money, it shouldn't matter.
And then they got to accelerate that process because you got the bootleggers that will ruin your business because if you wait too long, everybody's done seen it.
Yeah.
Right. Like I have been seeing the last 48 hours, all these different sites on YouTube having HD quality for Captain America already. And I won't lie, I've watched it fucking twice already. Well, once and a half. So
that's one of the reasons why I don't go to the theater. I just don't feel like it's a thing for me anymore to go to the theater because I know it's going to come out on stream.
Yeah.
So,
and why spend
something that like my girlfriend or my friends are like, "Do we need to go to the movies for this one?" But that just doesn't happen because most of the time the like Rotten Tomatoes or whatever is already talking about it's like so it starts turning people off from it.
What was the last movie you went to see that you genuinely were like, I gotta see this in theaters?
It wasn't because I genuinely had to see it. It was because where I work in this building, there's a city center like shopping mall, and it has a theater there. So I just walk outside of work, cross the street, walk right in, and go to the theater. And it's one of those ones where they have the recliner chairs and all that stuff. It's in a spritzy part of the city. So I did, and that was Rise of the Beast.
Oh, really?
Like, oh my God, it was awesome. It was just something to go see. I liked it, but it was something that I was like looking forward to seeing, but not like I have to go to the movies.
Right.
But that was the last one I seen, and before that was probably the Bumblebee movie, same place because it was there, and one of my coworkers went with me. He's all, let's just go to the movies. Go see Bumblebee. I was like, all right.
The convenience of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, see, I'm
nothing else lately. I mean, it's just time, with everything in real life just going on, kind of just doesn't make it
right
for me as much.
I can't even remember the last time I went to a movie theater.
See, I love not that it's the same atmosphere, but I love going to a movie theater. I do love the genuine smell of the popcorn. I like walking in there and buying a ticket and just sitting down, watching a movie on a big screen. It's just that, again, that nostalgic feel we're chasing for everything nowadays. But I go and I see every Marvel movie. I've seen every single fucking superhero movie since I was 12 in theaters. I literally
seen, who's the dude you were talking about earlier as far as like making a figure for the Spider-Man?
Craven?
Yeah. I haven't seen that yet. I do want to watch it. I know it's not like the greatest thing, but I can see it being decent.
It's a dumb throwaway rated R violent, just badass movie. It's not anything you're going to be like, okay, I need to make a video on this and express my feelings.
Yeah.
But it's definitely it goes back to that 90s, like over the top. This is awesome, adrenaline fueled action. And that's my personal opinion. It's fun. It's dumb. It's dumb fun.
I did not go to the theaters to see the Deadpool movie. I waited for it to come out. And to be honest, there were parts that I liked, and I was it was expected. What happened was expected because however many damn commercials showing everything, it was just like, okay, yeah, that was it. To me, that was it's going to go across multiple lines of past the line, the line drawn in the sand for things, but it was too jokey. Like, I don't know how like you have to joke with Deadpool, but it was just line after line. It was just too much.
Too much. Me.
So I was like, yeah, it was okay. I actually like the other two Deadpool movies, instead of this one. But it was cool just because of what they were trying to, bringing the old characters back, and now I'm excited for Blade coming back, and Wesley Snipes Blade. But it was not like, oh my god! It definitely Deadpool 1 was the best out of the three. The Hugh Jackman stuff was good, because you had the Wolverine doing his thing. But
I'm glad they left. I'm glad they had Wolverine be an emotional tether and not just another Cable. Like Cable, you knew what his fight was for. It was to save his family. But I was never emotionally involved with Cable fulfilling his mission.
Yeah.
It always just felt like, well, if he wins or he loses, shit's just going to go this way either way. It doesn't feel like there's a consequence to it. And maybe because we've been with Hugh Jackman for 20 years, but even his Wolverine variant, letting the X-Men die, him carrying the weight of that brought all that humor you were just saying, and it separated it in a nice way, but there wasn't enough to balance it how you're saying.
You had every different type of Deadpool in the freaking multiverse coming through. And it was just like, okay, this is more of like a Family Guy or Simpsons skit.
100%. Especially, I loved the big fight sequence with Gambit and all them. I thought that was just awesome. I would have loved more of it. But the fight sequence with the Deadpools, it's amazing eye candy. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's so out of left field and then so just pushed to the side as quick as it can that it does feel like a Family Guy skit. Like, hey, Lois, remember that time I was fighting all the Deadpools? And then boom.
Yeah.
And then, it's Peter Pool. And then they all just forget that they were trying to kill these guys. And it's like, what the fuck? That could have been a deleted scene. I feel like that didn't need to be in the movie.
Yeah. I was not. I mean, I know they had to bring him back just because they like bringing back those actors for the role, but I wasn't. What's his name? The guy who played Gambit. I'm not a big fan.
Channing Tatum.
Oh, Channing Tatum.
And it looked like they tried to stuff a big sausage in a suit. He was just like, he probably had no time because he was probably like, get me in the movie. We don't know if we can. We don't know. And it was like a last minute thing when he should have been thinning out a little bit.
Yeah.
A big sausage in a suit.
But it wasn't the most horrible thing. I just never thought he was the guy for Gambit to begin with. But
well, that's the beauty of having that little that the multiverse angle. You can fix that.
Yeah.
You can fix
and that's
that.
why
I don't want them to keep doing that. I like that they have that option, but it's now you're just if people don't like it, they're gonna go,
you can write it off.
A different universe thing. We'll fix that
later.
Because that's what they did it was more fan service that they did the John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic because the world wanted him to be Mr. Fantastic. So you could throw him in there, you can have him get murdered and be like, "Yep, there you go. There's your satisfaction." I like Channing Tatum as an actor. I don't know if I like him as a serious actor. I've never seen him do anything serious, but I think he's goofy.
You don't think you didn't like Magic Mike?
I never saw those movies. They weren't
Good.
for me. I have to pass on them.
Good. Don't waste your eye light on that.
But if they did a Gambit movie based on Gambit and Deadpool, I don't think it would carry because they deliberately made that Gambit a side character. Opposed to, oh, you know what? I could see a Disney Plus show with Gambit and Rogue, and they're doing their own X-Men adventure. Like, at most, I could see
that because they need.
No. But
yeah,
at
I
most,
know what you're saying.
at most, I could see Channing Tatum's character getting that kind of, but not a movie.
A side one-off, spin-off.
Yeah, if they did a Gambit movie, you'd have to rewrite that version of Gambit that was in Deadpool because there's no way that idiot could make a full-length movie and be the main guy of it.
Yeah, they will hopefully not ever even think about that because he would not carry.
No.
movie.
I want to see him come back as like another side character to help fill out a group. Sure, I have no problem with that, but it has to either be that version of Gambit where the rest of the movie is stupid like him, or it can't be that stupid one at all because Gambit is not a fucking stupid person.
Right. So
I don't know how you would do that again unless you said, "Oh, it's just a different multiverse, but here's the real Gambit and he's played by like Peter fucking Dinklage or something crazy." I'd be like, "What?"
I would go to the movies to see that.
Hell yeah. Now,
Peter
are you guys
Dinklage.
have you seen anything about the Toxic Avenger movie with him in it?
No.
No.
I've heard about it.
But
Yeah,
I do want him to play Puck if they did the Alpha Flight.
really
It would work.
There you go. They have there is a trailer out for the Toxic Avenger. It came out like a year ago. I don't know when the movie's supposed to be out, but it's got Peter Dinklage as Toxie, which is kind of weird. Because I picture like this big.
Yeah, he's supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
who owns that and who's directing it?
I'm not sure. I know Peter Dinklage is in it as Toxie. You got Elijah Wood is in it as like one of the villains.
Okay.
But there's not enough information out there for me to know. Like there's a trailer. You can literally watch the trailer on YouTube.
Hey,
But
look,
it doesn't even say like a release date or nothing on it.
when it comes to Toxie, anything will be better.
I would definitely get down with that. I love those like C list or B list, whatever category it is, like horror movie, superhero flicks or whatever. Like Darkman.
Now that's
Hell
a
yeah,
step up.
dude.
Now that ain't toxic. I mean, Darkman is a little bit better.
I love Darkman.
I don't know. I just hope when these other Marvel movies come out that they roll them out good and
What do you expect?
they don't.
Where
have
do
to
you
rush
sit with
it, right?
Thunderbolts?
Thunderbolts?
Yeah, where do you
Oh,
sit with
Lord.
that?
It was never really on my radar for the comic books till towards
Sure.
the end before I stopped collecting, and then it's like it's interesting. So it's almost like they're the what was the villain group from the DC side that they did the movie
Oh,
on?
Suicide Squad.
So to me, it just reminds me of something like that.
Yeah,
They're not all
it is.
Yeah.
villains, but you know, it's
Right.
just-
It is its own iteration of that for sure.
yeah. There's definitely
rumors-
not A-listers on that.
No, and there's rumors that because when they show the name the Thunderbolts, they keep putting an asterisk next to it.
Yeah.
That when they reveal the actual title of the name, it's going to be Thunderbolts, the Dark Avengers,
Yeah.
which, you're definitely taking liberty by calling them the Dark Avengers when they're really not. I mean, U.S. Agent, I think, was part of the Dark Avengers, but
Yeah, because they had a bunch of different groups of.
But you
Dark
have to have
Avengers,
Norman
right?
Osborn, in my opinion, to be the Dark, because he's like the Iron Man of the group.
Yeah.
So I don't know what they're gonna do with that. They might introduce a Norman Osborn, maybe, who knows, or they might do something different. I'm interested in it because one, it's a comic book movie. They already got my money.
Well,
But
and Red
Sentry,
Hulk should be in that too, right?
that's what I thought that Captain America was going to lead into. I thought the movie was going to end with like Red Hulk having his big fight and then maybe escaping. And then the Thunderbolts are called in to go hunt down the Red Hulk.
I
But
thought he led them at one time too. The Thunderbolts.
the Thunderbolts, exactly. So how does that name correlate with Thaddeus Ross? So yeah, how are you going to do that?
Maybe that's how. If they do that, maybe that's how it. If they call it Thunderbolts, the Dark Avengers, maybe both groups are created in that movie, and you see the separation of who the Thunderbolts are and the Dark Avengers.
Ooh, okay, I see where you're coming from.
I mean, if they want to do something cool, that's what they should do.
That would be a good idea because you got Sentry in there, which is like one of the most powerful characters in all of Marvel. So you're going to have to dumb him down if he's fighting a group of non-superpowered people.
That or he just doesn't give a shit about them and he doesn't really engage.
Right. And then they got the Void in there.
Yeah.
So there's enough in the movie to make me curious of how they're going to do it. But I don't know if I'm invested because of anything else.
Because they're going to need him, the Sentry, for World War
for Doom.
And
Doom. Yeah.
But
it's whew. And I hope they don't nerf Sentry. And like, I liked Adam Warlock in the Guardians movie because I was like, all right, we're finally getting to see this power.
I mean, I like the character, but not what they did with him.
The beginning, when he first came in and he was just beating the shit out of everybody, I thought that was cool because I'm like, we are missing this from these movies, just straight fights, and I loved it. But then they made him a joke.
Yep.
And
So
I'm like,
I don't get that.
I go, that's not Adam Warlock. What are you doing? Why are you making him a pussy? Like, oh. But he was that first sequence though, man. I do when it comes on, I still sit on the edge of my seat because he just fucking wrecks all of them like nothing. And I'm like, yeah, dude, he's coming in hot. But
that's another one of my favorite characters too, is Adam Warlock.
Oh, for sure. I was super excited when they showed his cocoon and shit like that at the end of the one movie.
Oh, when he was in the collector's collection.
Yeah, and then it's like
then he was in the with the
mechanical cocoon. And I was okay with all that. I'm like, all right, you gotta finagle what you got going. And I thought he was going to be the main bad guy.
Should have been.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that movie just went a totally different direction than I thought it was going to go.
Me too. I mean, I liked the movie. I'm not going to say it was bad, but I like the villain too, though. Like the High Evolutionary, to me, as much hype as they gave Jonathan Majors as Kang, that dude that played the High Evolutionary was a nasty, nasty villain and someone that was just absolutely despicable. And you saw it, you felt it, you heard it.
Yep.
And I think he would have been a great villain to keep going and be like, oh, there's this group of heroes now. I want to fuck with them. I want to alter their DNA. I want to create my own heroes and villains.
But they got so many other villains that they need to tap into for all these new movies.
Agreed. I totally.
Maybe at some point down the line, somebody can gather them up and have their version of Legion of Doom.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm sure they got one of those.
Magneto has the Brotherhood, but what the fuck do they call the whole collective Marvel villain group?
They don't have one.
No, they do. There is a group, the Masters of Evil. I believe it's the Masters of Evil, where you've got like the Wizard. I don't want to say Magneto. It's like lower level guys that aren't your Magneto and your Doom and your Dr. Octopus. But there is a group of villains that is kind of like a B level Legion of Doom, and they're I believe they're called the Masters of Evil.
But they need to do something like that later on, I'm sure.
I agree.
Or do, you do your movies, but then do like not a what if, but like just Marvel, Disney needs to do like a series and just have these one-off hour little movies for the season that can introduce and just show these things. Just put them in there. They don't have to really be in any like.
And you know what? They kind of did that with that Werewolf by Night.
I love that.
Right. So they need to do more of that, but with other, like, not just like evil villains, but like even lower level heroes.
Right.
Yeah.
Just do those one-off like things just to introduce them. And if you get all the people coming back on, oh, I like that episode because we want to see more of that character, and then they can focus on that and do those things on top of doing the movies of their end-to-end, like whatever they're trying to do with the overall story arc.
Especially when they do the end tags on a movie, the end credit scene, you can maybe play into an end credit scene a little bit more in that hour-long Disney Plus thing. So say with Eternals, how they ended it with, I forget his name now, but the Black Knight getting the ebony sword or whatever he comes across.
All right.
Now, that's a cliffhanger. We don't know if we're ever even going to see the rest of that, but you could have taken that and been like, you know what, until we get to that, let's show you the Black Knight. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but let's show him expanding in that moment a little bit more to show people this is what we're teasing and this is why we're teasing it. And here's a little bit more to keep you going for something else.
Yeah.
Like
to do an hour, 45-minute episode of those endings.
Yep. Shang-Chi.
Easter eggs on through that and show more of it. I mean, that's how they can introduce the series later, if they want to take that character and or change it into a movie if it feels like it can do good as a.
Because we got the Shang-Chi movie that came out in like 2021, and I don't know if there's going to be a sequel, but we're already going into 2026 before we get another one of those. So almost 6 years later, if you took that end credit scene or whatever the moment was where it showed the sister taking over the 10 rings, and you gave us a 45-minute, hour-long 10 rings special of just her growing her army and showing what she's doing that for, then you wouldn't have to be like, oh, we got to make sure we put Shang-Chi in there so people know what he's doing. Give us the stuff that you're going to shoehorn into the main story so there's more depth to it. Because they're just going to fill that next movie with all this shit just to say they did it. And it's going to be like, all right, well, I guess that's that.
Yeah, just make it a generic Marvel something.
Yep.
And just do those things. Do 10 different characters. One episode per character, and just introduce them.
I think that would be a really good idea.
Like catching up with like the ones they've already did, but didn't really do anything after that, because the whole like diversity push. It seems like it's going to be kind of going away. The whole women's power kind of thing also kind of changing now with how things are going, but they just need to do stories, not focus on how to incorporate politics.
Right.
I mean, if it goes with that character from a story they did from the comics, and if it just happens to mirror some of the current events, whatever, but
Well, that's like, that's a perfect conversation to go into. There was rumor that, oh, what's his name? Give me a second. It just left my brain. Denzel Washington is going to be Magneto. Now, it's been confirmed already that he is in Black Panther 3. Denzel is. He confirmed it, and the director even confirmed that Denzel Washington will be in Black Panther 3. They didn't say who he's going to be. He could be, I don't know who he could be. He could be anybody, honestly. But if he is Magneto, I can see a connection and a story there, bringing Magneto into Wakanda, maybe because of the metal, the rarity of it, or something like that. I don't know.
He helps them bring it up.
Right. Storm is affiliated with the Black Panther because they were once married. So there's an X-Men connection for sure. So if the rumor's right, maybe there's something there. But the conversation of changing characters and stuff, like you just said, Magneto, his history is based on the Holocaust. Being a Jewish boy, beat down, almost killed, all that stuff back during, the Nazi regime and World War II and surviving the Holocaust. And that's his begrudging against humanity, is how they treated us. And I want to fix the world for the better, blah, blah, blah. How do you do that when we are in a modern society and we are 80 years separated from World War II?
You don't
change it.
You don't change it. You don't.
Because if you change it, you're changing the you're making
fundamentals
the younger
of it.
crowd not even want to know about that. Not that this is like a History Channel moment, but
but it is history.
Magneto has a very specific backstory.
Yes,
it's never changed. It's been that same story. With the Holocaust, him being Jew, that's so for them to even consider. You don't want to erase
that history by changing that.
Yeah.
Right. And then the conversation is that, not me, because I'm totally on board with you guys. I don't change it.
No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I get it.
There is I guess if you want to say the defense for it, or the other side of the fence, is you make it time appropriate. So instead of him being a victim of the Holocaust, and if you make him a black man, you now make him a victim of like the 60s. And he is now someone that was a Martin Luther King follower and a Malcolm X follower, and now he falls somewhere in between. I
personally think there's plenty of other characters they could do that with.
Yeah, I agree.
But if they're going to do it, I guess it would be best to change the backstory. But what do you do if they're going to do that for Black Panther 3? What do you do when is he going to be the Magneto in the X-Men that's coming out?
Right.
And are they going to incorporate and do that with other characters? So like, Colossus is not Russian anymore.
Is he not Russian? Right. Because he was part of like the Soviet, like, I don't want to say testing, but during
whatever it was, I don't know.
Like the Cold War with Omega Red. Yeah. So if you go down that rabbit hole of changing one thing, what are you going to have to change the rest of the way?
Like revamping the entire Marvel backlog stories of all the comics just for the movies. And is that their intent, or are they just doing that because they're feeling pressure from society?
Right.
Having to do this. Like, they don't really have to. But
right. But that's also, they do have to change some of the history already going forward with the X-Men by default, because Wolverine. They just discovered adamantium on Earth, and let's say the timeline where Captain America 4 is 2025. Wolverine's been running around for over a century plus with the bone claws until now.
He's supposed to be like 200 years old, right?
Yeah, so I mean, but he should have had the metal claws by at least, in the comic books too, the 90s.
Yeah.
So let's say 30 years. Let's say for the last 30 years.
Hey, hang on now. The last X-Men movie that they did.
Yep.
Or that the Days from Future Past.
Yep.
And so that was occurring in Logan's present. That was in the 90s.
No, that was in this whenever Nixon was in office, so the 70s.
Oh, no. But when Logan finally caught up, after Logan got thrown in the water, he woke back up, and then that one day he finally remembered
you're right.
every damn thing.
You're right.
It was everything had been done.
Yep.
Everything
You're
had
right.
been done for him. So now that all they have to do is mesh whatever, now the other thing is now what do you do with that timeline? Or do you just say fuck it? Or this is the other outside thing is the Eternals, they didn't know the antimantium was there, but was it, and Frank might have to help me with this because my memory is cloudy. As far as that whole Weapon X program goes, that wasn't necessarily U.S. government.
Right.
That's correct.
It was Canadian, correct?
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers slipped onto that goddamn Celestial before everybody else did.
Right.
That's why we're making those high tariffs.
Or that's why, like, someone got the adamantium, sold it on the black market. Like, where it's a very interesting thing of like, how do you now create the origins of, like, besides Spider-Man, Marvel's most popular hero, without rewriting his history? Because even though the X-Men movies can be a little lackluster or whatever storyline wise, they really did try to do justice to most of the characters that mattered. And I give them credit because Wolverine, even though the Origins movie was a weird fucking mess,
I liked that one. I actually liked the movie.
I thought there was enough of it for me. I will rewatch it enough, but it's not something I'm like, I gotta watch that one right now.
No, it to me, it's just it meets a certain expectation for me. It's not over the moon great.
Yeah.
Just that one there really, it was just the whole Deadpool thing. I'm like, you should have just had him as Deadpool. And as a mindless killer or something like that, and just let it go that way instead of the blades coming out the arms was ridiculous.
And then the laser eyes.
Yeah, it's like just let him. You should have and you could have got a great fight scene out of it.
Or not even call him Deadpool, just call him Weapon 11 or something like that. And he's just a new mutant that you made.
I don't know. They weren't thinking about it too far in that moment, probably because they were just given one movie to do. And see how it goes. Because they had to pay for it. Each movie had to pay for itself before if it's gonna do another one.
Yeah, do another one. They didn't have a contract or anything going on to make.
I do have to say though, the X-Men movies, they really tried to flood those movies with as many different X-Men villains and heroes as they possibly could without just retreading the same people over and over. Like, even though the Blob wasn't amazing, it's still cool when I watch that movie to be like, holy fuck, there's the Blob. Like,
that dude they got to play him was pretty good.
I love that dude as an actor. He's really good.
I kind of hope they do a live version of Hulk versus Wolverine.
Yeah.
And you have Deadpool, you got Omega Red, you got who's the chick with the long claws?
Oh, Lady Deathstrike.
Deathstrike.
They have and they're in Sabretooth and like so they do that. They can do the Hulk versus Thor. They can do, just, and those can be just in between one-offs while they're trying to build this Hulk thing out later on too.
Yeah.
But, the whole thing where Hulk gets blamed for all the stuff that happens. So that's why like Fantastic Four used to go after him a lot. And he was the villain for them in some cases, but he wasn't really the problem. It was just
Right.
looking like he caused all the damage and all that stuff.
Right.
Which he did. Him and the Thing did occasionally.
Yeah.
But
most of it was like with the Hulk, it was him getting chased and then turning into the Hulk, which would create the catastrophe where it's
he
like,
was just
dude,
defending himself.
right. And I do wish there was more of that in the MCU. Like, I like how they introduced the Hulk in the Avengers movie. You had to do that because he has to be one of the main staples of the group. But it would have been cool to see another Hulk movie fleshed out where instead of Natasha just going to Europe or wherever the hell she went, show her hunting him down like she's doing in this new fucking Jurassic Park movie.
Do you remember when which was the one where he got stuck in the plane and it took off at the end?
Age of Ultron.
To me, that should have been when it's like, okay, the Illuminati who weren't introduced yet.
Yes.
Tony Stark was the one that set the jet up to send him through to go to this other planet that they chose, but he ended up going through a portal and he got lost, and that's how he ended up on Sakaar or whatever it was.
Yep.
And let that happen, but they totally turned that around. That wasn't
they made Hulk conscious of his own being to where he decided, I'm gonna leave, and it took away that. Well, now if he ever comes back to Earth, he's doing it because he can think to do it, or he's getting help to come back. There's no, I have to come back to avenge my family, which was the whole thing. Like the Illuminati shoots him out into space because he's a threat to Earth. They don't know how to handle him. And then
they had the perfect planet picked out for him where he could just be himself. And, and no one would bother him ever again. But took a wrong turn.
They definitely took a lot of the key, I don't want to say key issues because they did good by the books, but the elements that formulated the next issue, they completely changed it up to where it's like, all right, cool, Hulk went to space, he went and did Planet Hulk, but now what's the next step for him? Okay, in Endgame, he's going to be Smart Hulk and he's not going to do anything. Like,
and that's why I think I like Mark Ruffalo and all. And he plays as the Hulk, Smart Hulk, really well. And he did that in when Captain America's like Hulk smash, and the trick is he's always angry, and so, but it's still not going to be the right Hulk later on that they need him to be for World War Hulk. I don't think you will want to see Mark Ruffalo's face as the Hulk. It needs to be
aggressive.
Because
I just thought it was a total cop-out in Endgame when they go back to New York in 2012 and they all kind of got to act like their 2012 version, and you just see Hulk just kind of slowly rip his shirt off and he's just like, roar, like portraying what the Hulk is. And it's like, no, man, Hulk doesn't have to be mad in that moment, but let the Hulk out and be like, all right, Mark Ruffalo's character is going to have fun with this. He hasn't been the Hulk smashing shit in a minute, and now he's just going to go wild, and you're going to get a moment where you get to watch him just crush it for 5 minutes. It's like, I would have been all right with seeing Mark Ruffalo as the Hulk, jumping off buildings and kind of laughing at it and smashing shit and having fun at least.
Yeah.
But we didn't get anything. And then even in the Endgame final battle, he's got a sling on, and I don't think he has one fight. I don't think they even show him fight anybody in the moment.
Well, he was in the Hulkbuster suit too.
Right?
Yeah. So it's like, I get maybe he's overpowered and you need him to be a little bit depowered, but just make the fucking bad guy that much stronger. Like, I don't understand.
They made Captain Marvel the super overpowered, which in her right, it was right, but it was used in a way where it's not in an individual fight. She can go through a giant alien spaceship and destroy that thing, but not a flesh body.
Right. She couldn't annihilate Thanos in one strike.
Yeah.
But right. She could literally use the power of the sun and obliterate that ship in a streak.
Yeah.
100%.
Mhm.
Yep.
Well, the other movie that they're going to be doing too is the other like Marvel type power character is Nova.
Oh, it's about time.
And so I don't know when that's coming, but I forgot.
They need to do him.
I forgot what his name is, and it's so funny. It's like
Richard Rider, isn't it? Isn't that a version of him?
So think about that. Richard Rider, Dick Rider.
Dick Rider. Yep. But with him, they had a perfect opportunity to introduce Nova back when Thanos. It must have been in Infinity War when he's going around collecting all the stones. He says to Thor or whoever, "I destroyed wherever the Nova Corps planet was, Xandar or something like that." He goes, "I destroyed that to get to the Power Stone or whatever." That's his origin right there. Thanos destroying the Nova Corps in Xandar, and then you've got Richard Rider, who is this abandoned, whether it's a child or a teenager or whatever he comes to be, this former Nova Corps guy who's lost on his own. Maybe he goes to a different planet in search of Thanos, and they should have introduced Nova in Endgame as a new character that's coming in.
Not even Endgame. They could have thrown him in Guardians of the Galaxy with Adam Warlock and stuff like that, or introduce him in the Miss Marvel movies, whatever.
Yep.
They could have just put him in already. Put it in an end credit like scene or something too. But
because that's. You introduced the Nova Corps right off. I don't want to say right off the bat. It was like a few movies in, but still, it's like there's a pivotal character that goes with that group, and you're totally ignoring him. And that'd be like if they did a fucking New York City based superhero, shit, and they didn't have a Spider-Man in there. It'd be like if Kingpin didn't mention Spider-Man at least once in this new Daredevil show, which he has, it would be like, how are you overlooking Spider-Man, who's supposed to be the low-level superhero, someone Kingpin would interact with all the time? He would be aware of this guy. And it's nice to hear it.
I mean, if they just drop the names or hint at something that explains they're there, don't forget about them. Not like they don't exist. All this stuff is going on in the city, on the news, and none of those other superheroes show up. And it's just the one because it's named after the hero for the show.
The hero.
Right.
So that goes back, because it's a money thing. They can't do it like a cartoon where they can throw in everybody at one time if they wanted to.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. I remember playing a Spider-Man game on the PlayStation 1 when I was a kid, and it was basically Spider-Man versus the Sinister Six. But by the very end of the game, all the heroes you interacted with one-on-one in the game, like it was Black Cat, Human Torch, Captain America. At the end of the game, it's all of them. Captain America, Black Cat, Punisher, Daredevil, Spider-Man. They're all sitting around playing poker together. And it's like, that would be an epic scene in the Daredevil show. But like you said, the amount of money it would take to just bring Tom Holland in and have him sit there with the Punisher and Daredevil and a Black Cat and whoever, it would cost the entire budget of the show just for that fucking scene. But it's something so simple that would add so much flavor to the people that love that stuff. They'd be like, oh my God, yes, this is when I turn a panel in a comic book, this is what I see right here. These guys doing all this.
Or you can do like a, kind of like a far off CG shot of them, not necessarily have the actual actors. You just CG them in a situation like you just
right, just to fill the environment with it.
Just like exactly. They did the Justice League and Peacemaker.
Right,
yeah,
right.
At the end with all the legion.
Yeah, you just see the silhouette. You don't really see them.
Don't they?
I think you guys came.
I think the only two that they actually showed were Ezra Miller and Jason Momoa, right?
Yeah.
Because they said something about Jason Momoa liking fish dicks or something. Because I remember Peacemaker said that joke in the show, and then they show Flash and Aquaman, and like Flash says something. He's like, "Don't you like fish dicks or something like that?" And Jason Momoa is like, "Fuck you." And I thought that was great. I'm like, that's all you need to do. And then DC went and fucked it all up.
Wow.
Yeah. Like Frank said, it's just the money issue. If you want something to go down like that, to be honest with you, you're probably gonna have to go animated.
Yeah.
CGI or some shit like that, because that's the only way you're gonna be able to get some of that good storytelling to be told to get past that money.
Unless it's a giant like ensemble piece where okay, I'm getting all these flavors in this movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's just like for Fantastic Four, it would be awesome to have a Fantastic Four movie thrown with Spider-Man in there, because they had a lot of history together. But as something as simple as that would probably cost a fortune just to have a solo movie like that, opposed to like Battle World.
What storyline are you trying to tell with them, right? Because right now it looks like it's a flashback.
Yeah, it looks like a flashback.
Yeah.
Oh, if you want to do a storyline with there was a moment in time for 2 whole issues, maybe 3.
Hey, Merman.
3 issues of the Fantastic Four where it was the Hulk, Ghost Rider, Spider-Man, and I think the Punisher.
Fuck yeah, send it. I want that.
And they had to go down and save the Fantastic Four from the Mole Men.
I want that movie right now.
That was in the cartoon, right? They did that in the cartoon too.
They might have. I just know I got the comics because the cover, the one cover is awesome.
I want that.
When you were talking about that, Rashad, that made me think of the Defenders, like Hulk, Doctor Strange, I think Silver Surfer, and who was the 4th one? Because those teams all had different members at different times.
Oh,
right?
yeah, dude.
My bad. It wasn't.
But that was like one of my favorite, and I think it might have been Namor with them, like those 4.
I think you're right. I had a video game where it had all those groups in it with the Defenders and stuff like that. They had the Midnight Suns, the Heroes for Hire, and all sorts of shit like that you could do for teams.
Yeah, I always liked the Defenders when I was younger and reading and stuff too. And Strange Tales and all that.
Absolutely.
Well, they did because they did mixes. You had mixes. You had like these like unorthodox type teams with a little bit more obscure character. Not mainstream.
Yeah.
To bring them out to the light.
Yeah, I also forgot, like, at one point, and I don't remember which character it was, if it was like Hulk or Spider-Man or maybe mix of both, like 1 or 2 of the characters were in multiple groups during certain comic runs at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
That they were doing it because they were like, used in all those different groups, but
right.
Like they were putting them out there. It's like, how can he be an Avenger and a Defender and a whatever?
You're all of it, man.
Yeah. It's like, hey, we need you for this job this week. We need you for this job next week.
You'd be breaking in the money with all those paychecks from each team, though.
And then I'm like, I'm like, wait a minute, damn it. If I was on this one team and we had to do this shit, and now I'm on another team doing the same shit, wait a minute. How am I getting all of these tea? Wait a minute. Should I be getting a bigger cut of whatever pay is involved with this?
Well, it depends on who's leading those other groups, who's paying who.
Exactly.
But I don't remember them even talking about getting paid. They just did it because they were superheroes.
Well, we got to talk
cool shit. How did they get the cool shit?
Well, how the fuck did Sam Wilson have a really cool Captain America lair?
Military gives it to him.
Yeah, military probably.
Well, they making some kind of money then, because if you give me a really cool Captain America lair, then I'm winning at life, because that room was cool as hell.
I mean, or it could have
Steve
been
Rogers didn't have that.
I think the answer is actually laid out before us, because I think the Punisher very clearly states how he funds his operation.
Whoever he takes out.
Yeah, whatever he picks up along the way.
Yep. He fills his trunk up or his van up and leaves.
So do we not get to see that? Do we not get to see the dark side of Spider-Man? Do we not get to see?
Well, we know his aunt made his suits, right?
Well, man, that would be an epic storyline. His aunt's like connected to the mob or some shit.
There's no way a kid that lives in Queens, New York, that has no money, there's no way when he's not beating up these bad guys that he's not pocketing their change.
Exactly.
No way.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I would hey, Spider-Man stops a bank robbery. I'd be like, hey, you might want to recount that money. There might be a percentage missing.
Well, I feel like if you take the bad guys' money from them out of their pocket and you leave the cut of what they were stealing, nobody knows the wiser, because nobody knows what they had on them.
Right.
So
you would have heard them start complaining. Spider-Man stole my money.
Yeah, but they're fucking criminals. Who's gonna listen to them?
That would be a killer. That would be a killer what if storyline.
Yeah,
that's what what's his name? Jameson would be still going after Spider-Man. See, he's stealing
their money.
Yeah. And see, there you go. See, that's how you started. See, Jonah gets so caught up in his hate that he actually finally starts working with the Kingpin.
Oh shit! Oh no!
And then they're out there like, wait a minute. Then the Kingpin's like, oh, we're gonna show them how they get their money. And they get a film of Spider-Man knocking out one of the bank robbers and taking a stack of cash. And the shit's like on Jerry Springer or some shit like that. Man, the story, and then the whole anti-hero thing happens.
And then this gets Wilson Fisk to be the mayor of the city now.
Yeah. Oh man.
This is a good what if.
Yeah, he was just waiting for someone to make a mistake so he can start bringing in his old ways of stopping.
I mean, that's basically how he's operating in the Daredevil show, honestly.
No, I think there's going to be a actual switch soon enough where he's going to go full Kingpin.
But right now he's doing it under table. That's how what's his name got.
But
who's the guy?
I knew that was coming.
Who's the guy when they had their business meeting and Kingpin sent like his little lackey guy to tell the other mob bosses like, hey, this is how we're doing shit now. The guy that said, hey, if Kingpin wants to tell me how things are done, he can say it to my face. I think that guy is going to be made an example of for sure. Because it reminded me of
Kingpin can respect that in some level, though.
But it reminded me of the Russian brothers from season 1 of the Daredevil show when they were doing the same thing, and they're like, "Fuck that! We're gonna step up to the Kingpin and not be a threat to him, but we're not gonna let him push us around." And then he just crushed that one dude's head in with the fucking door to make an example.
Right.
So that's what I love about the show. I don't know what version of Kingpin we're going to get. I don't know when he's going to snap. I don't know. He could snap on Vanessa for all I know and accidentally murder her.
I don't think he won't.
No,
I don't think he will either.
I don't think she's really getting the point of what he's really trying to do, but he can't outright say it because he's trying to live by the law,
a code. Yes.
and not, he's trying to be the new people's, mayor and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And so he just showed his hand though, because, he outright said, "Oh, that was what's his name? The White Tiger. He shouldn't have gotten off," basically. So what does he do? Somebody made a call.
Yeah.
Knew where he was going to go, and blam.
Now the question is, was it the Punisher that pulled the trigger?
I don't think
no.
so. No, because those other cops that were like dirty, they all have that Punisher.
Right.
I think it's
And
a
I
group
think-
of them, like
Right, and I
capital
think
punishment. Police.
Punisher's gonna come out of the shadows and redeem that logo, or try to come back. I think Frank is gonna get blamed for it, and that's gonna cause the rift between Daredevil and him to have their little fight. Because in the trailer they show them fighting, so there's got to be something there. But they also show the Punisher with all the beard and shit. So wherever he's been kind of just isolated, I'm very curious on that. But like you said, we were talking about the specials on Disney Plus, and they are doing a Punisher special next year with John Berthenol for Disney Plus, and I'm super excited for that because he said it's going to be full on Punisher.
Well, you mean it's going to be a Punisher series, right?
No, just like an hour special, like they did Werewolf by Night.
Okay.
Yep. As far as right now, they're saying it's going to be a special. It could change into a series. It's still a year out. They just announced it though, so I don't know.
In the Daredevil series,
yeah,
he's supposed to, right?
I would think. I don't know. I have to see.
I thought they said he was supposed to be in it, but unless they're gonna do it to the very end and he, they don't bring him in to do anything yet, but he's there,
right.
And then it's like, oh, Daredevil season 4,
because they've only got they're going on the 4th episode. There's only 9 altogether, and they haven't even.
Okay.
Yeah, they haven't even introduced the other villain, Muse, yet. So I don't know how prolific that character is going to be with just Daredevil, with just Punisher. Are they going to introduce
She-Hulk?
Well, the second iteration. Are they going to introduce the second iteration of White Tiger now with his niece becoming?
Or maybe that's later, like she and her, she gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's enough to still fill out. I feel like way more episodes than 9. So it's definitely good storytelling because I'm curious of so many different things that are happening without everything being muddled together. I feel like it's all working in a nice pace.
Yeah.
But I do think though the ending of this last episode was rushed very quickly though with what happened to White Tiger.
Well, they had to. I could see why they did that because.
What's up, guys?
Whether it was, what's up, Sergeant? I don't know if it was because of the actor who actually passed away in 23.
Yeah, he was
what's up, Prophet?
How's it going, fellas?
Hey, what's up, Prophet?
This is Curtis sent me this today. This stereo system.
Up,
it had a shitty living room scene on the TV, but I switched it out to be the scene of Slim Pickens going down with the bomb in Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah,
it looks good. The colors look good together.
Yeah, it's a solid piece. It was apparently dirt cheap. It's just all one piece, with the back of it being hollow.
Ah, okay.
But I mean, look how great it scales with the classified figures.
What up? What's up, Curtis?
Sergeant?
Looks like my old living room setup that I used to have about 15 years ago.
But Frank, I totally agree with you. They definitely had to write it off quick because of what actually happened.
Yeah.
But I would have liked that scene to be dragged out a little longer with him just kind of looking like he was out on a night jog.
Well, I don't even think that was him when the mask came down. That was probably somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Or CG or something. Yeah, it was probably somebody else in the suit because I think at that point he had already stopped.
Oh, no. I mean, like, I get what you're saying. Like, it was a different actor probably in the suit.
Yeah.
But I would have liked this scene. Maybe show White Tiger beating up a guy that's mugging a woman. He just did something, and then that guy that assassinated him comes out of the shadows and then just catches him off guard. Because the way it was shot, it just looked like he was out on a night jog, and that guy just happened to be there.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't see this beforehand too. When me and my girlfriend were watching, and he's starting to jog up the steps. I'm like, oh shit, someone's just gonna cap his ass right now. Watch.
Yeah.
And then when he got up the top, I'm like, yep, there's someone standing there. And then it's like, I mean, if it was Daredevil, he would have known the guy was there.
Maybe they'll revisit it. Maybe he got a phone call and there was a reason he was there at that particular place.
Okay.
You know, and then you backtrack from there. You know who called him.
I can work with that. I could get down with that.
As far as who shot him, it was either Bullseye or Punisher. One of them two.
I don't know. If it was Bullseye, I don't think he would have used the gun.
Right.
I don't either. I don't think he would have been that close either.
Yeah, he likes his fights.
It was somebody, definitely somebody that what's his name paid for.
I think it was. I think it's Karen. She said, "Fuck you, Castle. I'm done with your shit. I'm coming back to kill you."
Yeah.
What's the other guy from the Cap movies that turned into was it Bone Crusher?
Oh yeah.
Ooh, maybe.
Crossbones.
Maybe so.
Crossbones.
Yeah.
Crossbones.
There we go.
Yeah, Frank
Somebody like
Grillo
that.
plays
It
him.
could have been somebody like that. But we'll see.
All they did though was show the Punisher logo on those cops.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's got to be somebody that's, I think that's not just a regular person. It's got to be somebody that is a
little more
villain
impactful
of some sort, for the superhero side.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It'd be cool. I know it's a stretch and it wouldn't be, but it would be kind of badass if it was Jigsaw. And he was like leading these like anti-Punisher militia police officers in the background.
And blaming the Punisher on it.
Yeah.
That could, and there you go.
That'd be fun as shit. Just that'd be cool. Yeah.
That perfectly would bring in why the Punisher would show up then.
Right. And he would have the skills to be able to kind of match what the Punisher does. So let's say he did set up White Tiger, like Roughshod was saying, like White Tiger gets this call and it's actually, Jigsaw setting up this whole trap to just bring him in and.
Yep.
But it'd be pretty cool. Oh, who else have we got in the fucking?
Hey, it's only 2 more days and you get to find out.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a party now.
Them three done woke up.
Wait, you guys weren't on his show from last night? Just coming over now? On a 24/7.
I'm still in my same chones, man. I'm still in my same shirt.
Oh man.
Yeah, I jumped on at like 6 a.m. and we went till 11. Then I did a stream till 5.
Wild.
And then,
yeah,
and then we jumped back on again. I think about 10.
I think Roughshod coin phrased it. We could fucking do a continuous.
Oh, for sure.
1,000 just keep going over. Just everybody just keep jumping the football and shit. I got it.
Yeah. Yo.
So you should do it. Start it on Fridays, and then it just keeps continuing through to today.
Yeah.
The 72-hour weekend marathon.
We can count on Kaz and Bruce being quarterback for a couple at least Wednesday, Saturday, and Friday and shit, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to put in some PTO right now. Then
That's great. Good time.
Yeah, that way
y'all gotta
people can
stop.
take some naps and shit too.
Right.
Great.
Well, that's basically what it was when I jumped off of yours M3. It was like 6 o'clock or something close to it, at least for me. And then I got up at 10, so 4 hours later, and I literally get on YouTube just to put on music, and I see your thumbnail, and I see what it was, you, Kurt, and Queen Bee, and
Dragon.
I think Seth. I think Seth was on there at the time.
Oh yeah, Seth.
And and it said live, and I'm like, there's no fucking way. My phone needs to refresh. And I refreshed it, and it was the same picture. I'm like, no way. And I clicked on it, and you guys are still going. And I'm like, holy shit, guy.
Hey, a marathon. We want a 24-hour marathon coming. It could happen.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's fun, man.
Hey, we've done long ones before. I think probably last night was probably the longest one.
Man, I hate to be that guy.
Even though I continued it later, but
yeah, it did go. Yeah, it went all the way through you, all the way through Kaz. Man, Kurt called me at 12 and shit. And he's like, hey, I was cooking breakfast in front of him and shit, FaceTiming, and he's like, hey, I want to go live and show off my Galaxy shit. So I'm like, I'll go.
yeah, that was yesterday. It was
the start. Shit.
Or was it? Yeah, it was yesterday, or was that Friday?
Oh man,
It was yesterday, Saturday.
all I know is it's Sunday. It's Sunday right now, man.
Yeah.
It's fucking Monday for me. It's 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, this weekend was weird, crazy.
Oh
man.
shit! Is it 3 already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit, M3 in a couple more hours. You and me can make ham and eggs again, bud.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we did that, man.
I know.
I told my wife, I was like, hey, I used some of your spam. She's like, oh, why? And I was like, oh.
Dude, that was delicious. I don't regret it at all. I was totally full.
Man, me too. The next morning, I felt pretty cool. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, we even got Lone Dragon on this morning or this afternoon.
Loan. For the loan.
Yeah. We had Citizen Germ.
I don't know if I know who that one is. I don't think I've seen that name pop up yet.
Sam Newsman.
Oh yeah, okay. Who is I see Merman in the chat. Who's Merman?
Bull.
Wait, don't tell him, Kurt. Don't tell him.
I didn't. Everybody else did.
That's Bull, you motherfucker.
Yeah, he loves fish sticks.
Yeah, he does.
My name's Merman.
Fucking bully.
I think before
No,
I
you
knew
gotta do
that
it right. It's gotta be. My name's Merman.
Yeah, there you go.
I love fish sticks.
That's funny, man.
he caught me a few times on either Kaz or some other thing where he popped in. Hi, I'm Merman, and then was like, "Is this somebody's, friend, slow friend?"
Autistic son or child or something.
But I was just always like, "Hey, Merman, what's up?"
You got to be nice to everybody because you don't know who the
Yeah.
serial killer is.
Nobody, gonna be like, "I'm Merman. I'm gonna come to your house and murder you and put a fish stick in your mouth."
Oh man, please murder me first if you're gonna do that. Don't start off with that.
Aces, I want to say thank you for not changing my name to Harry Butthole. Curtis, whenever Curtis is the guy up in where you're sitting, he changes my shit, man.
No, I don't know how to change people's things or do any of that, so I don't even mess with it.
You can change anybody's name, dude.
We're on
Yeah,
a safe
man.
channel, M3. We're not in the Kaz environment where there's people that have access that Kaz can't remember.
Hey, there is chat. What's up, chat? Merman. What's up, Merman? He said, "What the hell?" Okay.
Okay, you three were hanging somewhere.
I told him to jump in earlier. I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised he hasn't yet.
Get in here,
Yeah.
Merman.
He's probably laying in bed right now.
Where is he located?
Carolina.
Oh, okay.
North Carolina.
Hey, Bull said, "Hey, come on, Kurt, man. Don't tell him that fast. Like, come on, give me $5. You know where I live and shit, man." Nah, I'm just playing.
I did. I didn't. Oh shit!
I like that outfit. Did you add the scarf?
Yeah, this was from I think one of the hands,
Yeah.
Okay, the red ninjas.
something like that. Yeah.
Dude, do
I
you
like
live
that
out in
Daredevil.
Vegas?
What's that?
Do you live out in Vegas?
No, I'm in California, Bay Area.
Oh, you're kind of by M3, huh?
About a couple hours away, I think.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll fucking fly over that motherfucker and probably get you in 88 minutes.
He's got a Corvette.
I don't know how fast can you get to the Levi Stadium, M3.
Ooh, okay, yeah. So I'd have to like really like.
It depends. Is someone gonna take their Levi's off for him? Because that'll get him there quick.
Woo!
Yes, I'm sure some other 49er fan would.
Yeah.
You better drop them drawers. I'm coming for Town. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, San Francisco's gay, dude. I know.
What?
San
San
Francisco.
Francisco? Levi Stadium's in Santa Clara, though, 50 miles away.
Oh yeah, but I've been to Candlestick. I've been to Candlestick a couple times. I've probably been to 19, 18, 17, probably between 10 and 12.
We know what we did with that candlestick.
You didn't jump over it.
Hey, I've done
To melt it a little just to get it in.
San Jose Sharks. I've been to San Jose Sharks game. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is that Virgo yelling?
Kings game.
Yes.
Six monster trucks. Rally.
You've been to the Cow Palace,
Cow Palace. Yeah. So I was
Oakland Coliseum.
Yeah. And so, but that was back, like, man, when I was, I probably stopped doing all that kind of stuff when I was like 38. My kids were already at an age where they were.
Oh, man. All right, fellas. Well, I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to head into bed.
Hey, Rough Shot, thank you so much
Have
for
a great
popping in,
night,
man.
Rough
It's
Shot.
always a pleasure.
Yep. You guys take
Have a
it
good
easy.
night.
Have a good
Don't
night,
y'all
my
be on
friend.
in the morning when I wake up.
Oh, M3's got the after party.
Oh, shit. All right, y'all have a good one.
We'll see. We'll see in about 6
M3
hours.
is an after party.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to probably go too. I gotta be up at 8 by 8. So
Yeah, I'm not going to be on much longer. I mean, we're already at almost 4 hours. I'll probably go another 20 minutes, half hour, whatever.
maybe I'll stay here for a couple more minutes.
I'll see your half hour.
Whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
Oh, don't
Oh,
get
now
Bullwinkle.
look who's joining the chat.
He's gonna bullwinkle me.
There he is.
This
What up, Bull?
What up,
this
Bull?
guy.
What are you doing, Bull? Hey, Bull.
What's up, Merman?
That's great. Good to see you, Bull. Oh man.
Oh, Beetlejuice.
Oh, look at that fucking ugly mug. Is that a legit? Wait a minute. Is that a legit action figure face, or is that just a made up one?
Yeah, I have the
That's
same
legit.
one.
That's the
Wow.
It's legit. Yeah,
I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
it's cartoony. It's a cartoon.
Yeah. Well, I get that. But this, oh yeah.
Hey, could you think of another Michael?
Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
Oh,
Could
shit.
you think of another Beetlejuice? Who
I
else
do
could-
wish. I like this figure quite a bit. This face right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That should have been the figure's face.
Yeah. But
Yeah, that was.
Because this is nice expression here. You're getting to see the teeth, a little bit of smile, some eye movement, or not movement, but expression, where this is just like, yeah, I farted, deal with it.
let me see the actual face.
Well, that is one of his faces too when he farts.
It's not that. Oh, both those.
That's even
look
different.
The baby's cool, man.
Are you gonna open it up or you keep it like that or?
Oh, I'm opening this.
Nice.
I'm gonna pop it open right now. Actually,
Let's go in.
I was showing off all of these earlier. This is what my whole video was about.
Dude, wow, that's great, man.
All my Simpsons. I went out today and
Kmart.
bought a shit ton of my Simpsons figures that I wanted since I was a kid, because these are now 25-year-old figures. I grabbed a couple yesterday and I was like, man, I want that as a collection for sure, like without a doubt, that as a legitimate collection. And so I bought the whole lot that the guy had, all 18 of them.
Oh, those are the older ones?
Yeah, these are the World of Springfield ones where they have the electronic piece in the foot.
Okay.
So if you connect them on a base, like any of the play sets, they actually will talk and like they'll engage with each other and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like I'll do a quick run and show you who I got. I got Chief Wiggum. What's that?
I was just gonna ask, did you get a good deal?
Ralphie, if you get a nosebleed, it's either because you're picking your nose too much or not enough.
Yes. Yo, Prophet, if you do the voices for every fucking character I throw up, that would be amazing. So there you go.
I don't think I can do all the voices.
No, the challenge is out there, brother.
My drink is empty.
So Sideshow Mel.
Yeah, I have no idea what his voice sounds like.
Ooh, he's very like, ooh, how are you? Very like thespian. Mo.
When I catch you kids, I swear to God.
Itchy and Scratchy. One of my personal favorites, Snake.
God.
There you go. Perfect. Fucking Fat Tony.
Oh,
that's just a mafia guy. So I think honestly, Prophet
right, it's just like, I'm gonna make him an offer he can't refuse.
Yeah. Groundskeeper Willie.
He's Irish.
You mean shitting boy? You don't want to get sued for copyright.
Otto.
Hey, little board dude.
Dude, that was really good.
Who's driving the bus, man?
Wow, that was a really good one. Oop. Millhouse.
Yeah, I can't do the high pitched ones for sure.
It's Marilyn Manson.
I think this formula will work fantastic.
Are you opening those? Are you going to open all those?
No. No, I'm not opening any of these ones. Hey there, Homer. I love Barney. He's one of the best.
Barney.
I mean, a legitimate town drunk as an action figure. Good God. The accessories these guys come with are really cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, back in the day, these were about $5 or $6 back in 2000. And I had a good chunk of these when I was a little kid, but this is a collection that I absolutely.
The prostate, is that the prostate?
You got the 7-Eleven guy?
Oh no, the only way you can get a poo is if you bought the actual play set. They had exclusive figures that you could only get with play sets, like Duffman you would get with Moe's Tavern. You would get Reverend Lovejoy with the church.
Came with like City Hall or something.
Yeah, yes, exactly, Prophet.
Do you have the all stick fucking hand guy? The pirate?
No, that's Family Guy.
That's a Family Guy, man.
Get your cartoons right, man. This one, I gotta say, I wish you guys would have seen it before. So this stack of money was loose inside the package.
Bring me his head.
And if you see, there is very little space for that to get back into the bubble that it was supposed to be in. So, I mean, you shook it around and it rattled all over. Man, I did such precision of just squeezing the bubble just enough to get that money to go right back in there. And I'm just super impressed I didn't fuck the box.
It's upside down, though.
That's
no,
great.
Just
shut up. Shut up,
exactly. Good job.
And then
Grandpa.
Grandpa.
Yeah.
So So this lot of Simpsons figures, I bought 2 of them yesterday at $10 a piece, and they had a price tag on them at $14.99 a piece. They are all, I guess the right wording would be inflated to today's standard of pricing.
Shit, if those
Well,
came out
they're
today, they'd
priced
be
based
like
on
$20.
secondary market, I'm sure.
Right. I wasn't sure how to word that, but right, exactly, Prophet. So they're
Right, because what people do is they look on eBay, Mercari, Amazon, and see what it sold for recently, and that's how they get their price.
100%. You got it. So you already know. So if I bought these today, 16 of them at sticker price at $14.99, fuck Mo, they had a sticker on that for $30 just for Mo. It would have put me over like $300. I talked the guy down. I was like, hey, if I bought every single one of these figures as a lot right now and I paid $10 a piece for all of them, I gave you $160 cash, or not cash, but my card, whatever. Would you do that deal? And lo and behold, he goes, yeah, why don't we just do an even 150?
Yes.
Uh-huh. I didn't think twice about it. I said, you absolutely got it, man. $150 for 16 action figures that are 20 plus years old that have a value of over $300. Absolutely, I'll buy that for $150.
Can I be the punk, the stupid ass that comes up with the always the devil's advocate and shit?
Dude, throw it.
Did you go on Amazon first to see what they were?
No, because I knew, and this was my only thought process on it. I knew when these originally came out, they were about $5 to $6 a piece, depending on if it was a playset or something. Obviously, I'm excluding that. So to me, if I paid $5 more for a figure that's 25 years old, when I will gladly pay $40 for a fucking NECA figure, I look at that as I'm cutting a loss. I'm not worried about if I lose a couple of dollars because I think I was saving. Now, when I got home with my buddy, the man who laughs, we did check, not eBay or anything. He looked on Google and it gave him all these different like appraisal numbers from like what people are asking for and what people are selling them for. And literally right on the money with the deal that I got.
Perfect.
This one here, hold on.
That's great. Good for you.
The itchy and scratchy one, wherever that one is. That one had a tag on it of $24.99, and we found it being asked for and going for about $40 to $50 for that one.
What about sold?
Yeah, especially in the great condition that all of them seem to be in.
Yeah.
Right. I'm glad you brought that up too, because the only 2 things condition wise that I have to think about is this piece here is very loose, and I want to try to not restore it, but keep it from damaging more somehow.
All right, so here's what you want, man. You want a
well, Elmer's glue will harden that up. Like it shouldn't ruin it.
So what? Like put like a thin layer of Elmer's glue on there and just kind of let that layer itself or harden itself over?
Yeah, that's how I fix some of mine.
No, don't touch it.
I was gonna recommend using a little acrylic resin.
There you go.
Or UV resin, because you drip UV resin in the crack and then you shine the light on it and it's hard as plastic.
I do have some of that too, and I have a UV light right here because I have that kind of resin.
I'd still find like a plastic clip that would go over that so you could hang them and not put the pressure back on that.
That's exactly what I still want to do. I still want to, like I was saying, those plastic clips that I can get at work, and they're thin as paper and they're clear, so you barely will even see it on there. Yeah. Because some of them, this one doesn't, and that's why it's broken like that. Because some of them do. It's hard to see. But they do have a plastic piece to give it more structure. And then the only other thing, I don't know which figure it is, but I'll just pretend it's this one.
You could actually duplicate that plastic structure with the UV resin.
Yeah.
Right, 100%.
Just mask off the area that you don't want the resin so that it looks exactly like the ones with the plastic on them.
Yeah.
Right.
And then just brush the UV resin on where you got it masked off and shine your light. Bob's your
And
uncle.
let it exactly. And then the only other thing on one of the figures, of course, some of the bubble is dented and stuff because the air itself has fucked these up over years. But just a seam from the plastic to the card itself has come done just a bit. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue in there and just press it down and just seal it up that way. Other than that, none of these are in a condition where I would say they're lower than a 6. I don't know how to grade things, honestly, but I would say they're at least a 6 or so for a collector's thing.
You could find
well, and a grading is
boxes
also
that they fit in. They're clear boxes, and they have a a cap on it with its own hook, so you can just display the clear thing. So you don't even have to mess with them. Just put them in that.
Yeah, so they are protected even more than that.
Yeah. That's because this is you want your wall to look like a bunch of plastic boxes.
Because this is like where I collect, I collect the Lego and Ninja Turtle toys and shit, but I take them out of the box. I tinker with them like we all do. I make dioramas and play sets and whatever. Where this is a genuine, like what certain GI Joes are to you guys that are, your collector's ones. This to me is like my holy grail of items, these Simpson figures. And I absolutely, there's over 300 of them in the collection.
Oh,
and yeah, I want to try to dip my toes and get as many of them I can before I die.
That's cool.
So
Bo's got a good couple, man.
That would be an awesome collection if you can get most of the individuals like that.
Yeah, and well, you guys have watched the show Pawn Stars, right? Obviously. They have a compilation video of like just weird things coming in, and someone brought in a collection of these to their show. And I remember watching that and just being like, oh man, if I could just get my hands on a couple of them, I'd be happy.
Ace, at the shop where I work, they have the whole barbershop quartet.
Really? Like what? Where you work? Say this all again.
Yeah, the Simpsons barbershop quartet. They have it all there. They have the whole thing there.
Really?
Yeah, I think they actually might have the Quickie Mart too with Apu.
Dude, I had 2 play sets when I was a kid. I had the Quickie Mart and I had the school that came with Principal Skinner. The Apu one,
I'll be there later today because it's now Monday.
Yeah,
and, I'll take a picture of the Simpsons stuff we have, and if there's any of it you want, man, I'll get you links.
Oh, that would be wild. I would appreciate that because the Apu playset to me is definitely more of a collector's thing now because Hank Azaria doesn't play that character anymore, which I think is bullshit. So just for my own collecting purpose, I would love to have him back in my collection because fuck a cultural appropriation, man. Fuck it.
Yeah, there's literally not a single culture on this planet that hasn't been influenced and changed by the 100%. Other cultures around it.
Right. Yep. I mean, these things are just amazing to look at. Just the bright yellowness of them, and I can't wait to start dicking around and figuring out where I'm going to put them and stuff like that. But and even not that I need to justify it, but I was talking to another friend and saying how for 18 figures, it was about $160 altogether, let's say with the other 2 that I bought. Or if I was really a diehard Ninja Turtle NECA fan, they have 4 packs of just these characters that are $150. Like, I can't justify that in my head. And that's why I kind of jumped out of the Lego world again, because it is such an expensive hobby. Like wherever this here right here. I just went to the Lego store the day before I bought all these fucking Simpsons and bought this.
What is that?
The Lego X Mansion.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And
it blows up all the time, but rebuilding it builds character.
Exactly, piece by piece. And I mean, this thing
It's
is radical.
therapeutic.
Just the Sentinel itself is fucking, that's like a 6.5, 7-inch figure just by itself. That's cool.
Yeah.
But this is the first time they've ever made the X-Men to this degree in Lego. I'm a big Lego guy. I got my whole city over here. But this was nearly $300 for this fucking thing. And I don't have a justification for it other than this is just a necessity for me. But I can't justify prices at all for these for a Lego at all. They're astronomically overpriced for what they are.
It's like $10 a figure too.
It's crazy. I got the Captain America set for the new movie that came with the Red Hulk, and that was almost a $60 set, and it comes with 4 fucking characters.
And your
And the
Hulk
only
is a
reason-
bigger figure than the regular Lego size one. He's like
Right. But
just
even
a
in the past, they had a Lego set where it was I think, maybe someone could correct me on it, but I'm pretty sure the first ever Red Hulk came with a giant, or not a giant, but a big green Hulk. So you had 2 big figures plus She-Hulk and then Red She-Hulk. So 4 really cool figures in one set. And I think it was only like $45. So the prices have gone up.
Other stuff to build with it, or
Yeah, it came with 2 monster trucks for like the girls to be in.
Okay.
While like the guy, the big Red Hulk and Green Hulk fought, and then the girls would have like monster trucks or something. Like, it's a stupid build, but just the idea that, you're getting 2 big figures, 2 characters they've never made before with Red Hulk or Red She-Hulk and then regular She-Hulk. And that was 45, maybe $50. And now this new one is nearly $60 for almost less. And the only reason I even bought it was because I had like $15 on Barnes and Noble's like rewards or whatever it's called. And then for Christmas, my mom and my daughter got me I think it was like a $30 gift card to Barnes and Noble's. So with that, I went and I only spent maybe $11 on the set itself out of pocket.
Yeah.
And they're crazily overpriced. So I would rather, instead of spending $60 on a Lego set, I'll go get 2 NECA.
Getting Legos is like better than gold.
Yeah, I don't. My friend still collects the Legos, but back he explained to me, like, depending on how many pieces the set like built, like if it was a 2,000 piece or 3,000, whatever. He always said that the figure still came out to be around $10 per figure on top of that. So if it came with 10 figures, there's 100. It's like it's expensive because of the figures too.
I think I know I showed this off, but I don't know if anybody here saw it, so I'll show this. This is the most expensive Lego I own. I have bought knockoff ones on AliExpress that are 100% compatible. Like, if you looked at them right now, you wouldn't think it's any different than the Lego unless you got down and you saw that it didn't have the name Lego on it. But this one right here is by far the most expensive one I've bought, and it was about $500 altogether, a little bit more than that. And it's
the Stark Tower.
Yeah, the Avengers Tower.
Oh wow, that's $500.
I'm so fucked up with this camera on my phone.
Wow, yeah, that's great. Shit, I got the Voltron, but it was given to me, man, and I fucking, whoo, that's gorgeous, man. Yeah. I've never seen that in person.
I mean, it opens up like this. Opens up. Oh, what direction am I trying to get? I'm sorry, guys. I'm learning my camera still.
Hey, is Loki in there and shit with little?
Oh man, yeah, Loki.
How tall is that? About 3 feet?
Ooh. Close to 3, probably a little over 3.
Okay.
Oh shit! Here comes Will Ferrell. No, I'm just kidding.
Does it light up?
No, but you can get lighting kits for them and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
You can definitely get lighting kits for it. I mean, and that
I
would look
see
really
those
killer.
all online.
But yeah, it all opens up right up in here. This comes off. This opens up, and then the whole front of this just pops right off.
That's cool.
So you can get right in there and do whatever you want. And then this is all one built piece of hundreds of little fucking windows.
I want to come over and play Legos.
You come on over, man. It's a bitch to get it back up in there, though. There we go. But like even down in here, fucking dinosaurs fighting aliens with the army. Like this shit here, man. This is a Jurassic Park Lego, and it came with one of the sets, and it was like $40. This little cool ass Jeep. Which way am I trying to go? Right there. I got this at the dollar store for $3.
Cool.
Little military style Jeep. But all sorts of it going through here. Whole city of shit.
Man, I still wish I kept that stuff that I sold. I would have been shipping that stuff to you, Ace.
Hey, you know what? It's the thought that counts, right? That's what I was always told.
TIE Fighter. With that Brontosaurus.
Hell yeah, man. Dude, okay, so this TIE Fighter, I got this TIE Fighter, Poe's X-Wing, and an Imperial Shuttle at a yard sale, all three of them for $60. And they go for about $100 plus to $200 now.
Yeah.
So that was a hell of a deal.
Hey, that TIE Fighter's chasing Shaggy and Scooby in the crop duster, or is that Fred?
Oh hell yeah! And then we got the mini slave one.
Oh shit!
And then we got my other slave one. I love this one right here. I love that so much.
That's nice.
I have that. I haven't put it together yet though. I've had it for over a year.
Ghostbusters. We got fucking James Bond down here and his Aston Martin. We got the Crystal Meth Palace with Walter White and Jesse.
You got a bridge.
Got it all, man. Gotta have it all. Got fucking Batman 66.
Damn.
The Fast and Furious are going at it. I love to throw a little bit of everything in my shit, man. It's part of who I am, so I incorporate it in the world.
That's a lot, man.
That's great, man. How many hours you got into putting those together?
A million.
His whole life.
God, way too many hours.
How old are you, Ace? That's how many hours.
All right, I'll tell you this. When I was a kid, I always played with Legos and stuff. But then at one point, you get out of it. You find girls. You do your own thing. You start partying, all that.
Yeah.
And when I was 23, I had a life-changing event where I was like, okay, I got to do something different with my life because it's not going in a good direction. I changed everything about my life, all the bad habits I did, the people I hung out with, everything. And when I did that, my addictive side needed an outlet. Avengers Age of Ultron no, it didn't just come out. It was kind of around that time. And I bought an Avengers Age of Ultron Lego set where it just came with the Hulk, Wanda, Iron Man, and maybe Ultron. I'm not even sure, to be honest. And then that childhood addiction all came back. And I was like, okay, this is where I'm going again. And it's just been like that. And again, action figures, like these are my original Ninja Turtle action figures from when I was a little kid. Like I have always collected and played with them and had them. So now that it's branched out like over here, because I know some of you have never seen this, like this is my more modern NECA Ninja Turtle setup.
Nice.
And then like here's a bunch of just random figures, ones I've had from when I was a kid, some that I've bought recently. This is my favorite little one right there where Alex Murphy's getting fucking knifed to death. Cha cha cha. And then a bunch of shit I haven't even, a bunch of shit I ain't even gotten to yet. But that's
great.
pretty much it.
Perfect.
I love it. That's why I genuinely like this little community that I kind of fell into with all you guys, because yeah, most of you guys are like G.I. Joe dudes, but it's such a like eclectic group where everybody, has similar interests, but then each of us kind of has our own little niche too, which I really dig.
Have you met M3? Have you met M3? He collects dolls.
M3 collects sexy dolls.
I that's the mom and dad.
He not only has a niche, he has an itch.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got to bring out Megan now.
Oh, here we go. I couldn't help but think of him today because we were looking at NECA figures and they had a Megan one, and I'm like, oh my God, M3 is in my head now.
Yeah.
Poor Vita. Oh yeah.
Oh, he's got to go turn the light back on.
I mean, I am. The thing I'm more impressed with the M3 thing in that Megan doll is his upgrading the box to make it really look cool. I'm really impressed with that.
Yeah, I was happy with that, man.
Yeah.
You should be, dude. It looks very good, because until you said that, I thought that was like NECA, upgraded the box because of the price you're paying for something like that.
Right.
I tell you what, when he pulled out Megan and started maneuvering her around and stuff, I have never seen an upset like M3 before like that. Like, he was like hurt, like you could tell. I was like, oh man.
Oh, they did a shitty job. Look, that's why she's now in the box. And the box is her upgrade, in my opinion. She'll always be in the box.
Yeah.
It's like a Barbie now.
Do you make breakfast every
now
morning?
that you're good with making boxes, you can make a dick in a box.
You could put your dick in that box.
Don't give them any ideas.
Oh shit! No,
no diamond rings.
Oh no!
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah, I gotta get going, man. Thanks for having me on. It was great.
Yeah,
hey, I'm really glad you jumped in, man. Anytime you see we're doing a live, you're more than welcome.
That's a dick in a box.
Take care, Curtis.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Hope to see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah. Have a good night, guys.
We do wrestling shows, but it's backstage.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys are into that or not, but
now tomorrow Monday Night Raw is at 3 p.m., right?
it's at 3, but it comes on at 8.
Okay.
They still play it at 8 here.
They still play it at 8. Okay. Man, that's gonna be hard to like avoid the spoilers.
8 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Curtis.
I definitely, if I'm available to and aware and remembering, I'll definitely jump in and listen and tag along and listen to what you guys got to say.
Okay. Does anybody get your info that we could send you a link or whatever?
Oh yeah, everybody's got, I think, on my channel, AcesPlace22. I'm often on here just kind of checking and seeing what's going on with the community anyways, see who's posted what and if anybody's got a live going on. Like this morning, again, getting on there and seeing fucking you guys still rocking. I just could not believe that. I was like, oh my Lord.
Well, the thing is with the wrestling, it's all backstage, so you wouldn't be able to find it on YouTube.
Oh, I got you.
We actually watch it. We put it on screen.
I think it still shows you guys, like it'll show that little red symbol next to you if you're subscribed to them.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to everybody here.
Like active, but it won't show that the show to click into unless you're
because it doesn't even it doesn't register on YouTube at all because he's just doing it on StreamYard.
Yeah,
right.
It's not hooked to YouTube when I do it backstage like that.
Yeah, so you'd need the StreamYard link, not a YouTube link.
Okay.
So yeah, we'll get a hold of you tomorrow.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. Night, guys.
Cool. Have a good one, man.
Be safe. Have a good day tomorrow. Be careful out there. It is St. Patrick's Day, so be careful.
Oh shit, it is that too. I'm gonna have to wear a nice shirt then.
Yeah, don't get pinched.
Curtis,
Depends on who's pinching.
Yeah.
call me and I'll put you on speaker.
On speaker?
Yeah. So it'll be like you're still here.
Huh?
So it'll be like you're still here.
Oh. Oh my God.
He's like, well, I'm going to bed now, but I have to.
Yeah, I got to get off the stream, but let me, just call you back on the phone and walk around the house on the phone.
Yeah. It's Kurt.
It's ringing. I can hear it. That's funny.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, we're getting feedback.
Oh shit. That's funny.
Oh shit.
That's
all right,
crazy.
guys. You have a good night.
You too.
You too, man.
Oh, I hit the wrong button.
Man, what time is it? Man, I swear, like the timing is nothing, but it's 12:35. I'm out 2 aces, homie. Thank you very much for everything.
Hey, man, no problem. You guys are always more than welcome to jump in. I don't know what other, what people are doing and when they're doing anything. I just figure, you know what, if I can make a live and if anyone jumps in and they're free,
hell yeah,
we'll chat it up like we always do everywhere else.
Hell yeah. Later, Frank. Doom on you.
Later.
Profit.
M3. Catch you later.
Yeah, have a good night, fellas. I'm gonna jump off too. I gotta work in the morning.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
You want to call it, Ace?
Yeah, I'm gonna call it because I keep forgetting that I have a child and I have to get up and be responsible for that child here in a few hours and make her breakfast and get her clothed and get her ready for school.
But you do, though. You do.
Well,
And
I'll take shots of the Simpsons stuff that we have at the shop tomorrow for you. And if there's anything you want, just let me know.
Yeah, I would appreciate it. That Apu thing would. Where do you do? Where do you work?
I just pack orders for a local toy store.
My God! Not only do you have one of the fucking coolest collections, you work at one of the coolest fucking jobs. Man.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, these guys do mostly Funko Pops.
All right, that's a fair point, but I'm still gonna give you the tip of the hat because you get to dick around with some toys and stuff.
He makes
Well, I
all
get
the
to put
kids
them in
in
boxes
the
and slap labels on them, but that's about it.
You know what? Hey, I don't want to say it's better because it might not be, but I sometimes clean up dog shit on the floor at my job, so I guess it is
Better
what it
than
is.
cleaning up human shit.
Yes.
This is true.
Anyway, you slice it. You guys have a great night. I'll talk to you
Have a
later.
good one, Prophet. Thank you. Yeah, all right, Frank. Look at that. It's you and me, brother.
East Coast, West Coast.
I do have something for you. I'm gonna show it to you right now. Let me grab it. It's right here. If it's something you'd even want to collect. But I have showed these off before, and I want to give this to you because of the kind gesture of being a friend of the channel. Eventually, if you do send those little Lego characters, showing good faith and friendship, put this.
Oh, shit.
A little die cast. You got one Decepticon, and you get 2 Autobots. Obviously, you know who they are.
Yeah.
I think this one is the best, honestly, Starscream.
The jet, yeah.
But this is all yours. So when I give you my address and you mail me whatever, and I have your address from there, I will mail this to you. If this is something that you'd want to put in your collection.
They're really nice, and I've thought about it, but I don't collect the cars. Like,
sure.
It's just the stuff here, but I mean,
then it's going to go
I
to
appreciate
Kaz.
that, but
I'm going to see if Kaz will want this.
Yeah, I was gonna say Kaz would probably want to snatch that up
because I got the Ninja Turtle one for myself. I got a Batman one for the Man Who Laughs for the stuff he does for me, and I was either literally going to give this to you or give it to Kaz, or if you took it, I was going to find like another little cheap. I mean, because this was very cheap. for what it is. And give him something because he made me some of those little TV screens.
Yeah.
And I wanted to just kind of be like, hey man, thank you very much. And
Yeah.
got
No,
your back.
definitely use that for Kaz. But I totally appreciate the gesture.
Okay, cool, man. Cool. Hey.
I was gonna ask you, do you remember seeing I put them away, but the Turtles of Grayskull ones that
I remember you had the Mikey.
I have all 4, but they're not like the regular versions of the Turtles of Grayskull of each of them. Some of them were like the Leonardo was the one where he had like the hood over with the hood fur and the like little, I don't know, it was like a ninja shogun kind of look.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you'd be interested in those.
Anything Turtles, man. Literally anything
These
Turtles.
are not in the package anymore. These were the ones that I busted out because I didn't.
Sure. Hey, man.
If they're on the card back, if I bust them out, I just throw away the packaging. I don't keep those. But
no, I'm the same.
If you like those, I'll throw those in as well with these guys and anything else I can find for this size because I have some other stuff somewhere and I can't remember.
Man, I would greatly appreciate that.
I have a box someone gave me of Thrall from World of Warcraft. I don't know if you're familiar with. So he's
maybe if I saw the picture, the image of him, because I do know the
orc from the game. So he's a character from the game World of Warcraft.
Is he a good guy or a bad guy?
In the beginning, he's and it depends on which side you like. If you're an alliance or horde, he's on the horde side. He's still a good guy.
Okay,
but it's a Lego figure of him.
They did World of Warcraft like little Mega Bloks characters.
It was a special from, I think it's actual Lego, not
really.
Or maybe it is Mega Block. But they did sets of World of Warcraft, and that was stuff I used to have, which I sold.
That's cool.
I had the Assassin's Creed, like a boat with all the figures.
Damn.
And I had the like Ninjago castle.
Those were cool too. The
my biggest piece was the Ninjago castle. It was like over 3,000 pieces.
Now, how did you go from, or what was the transition of? How did you start collecting what you collected? Did it go from Lego? 2019
was the when they were coming out saying there's going to be a new G.I. Joe game and new classified 1/12 scale figures.
Yeah.
So me and my friend were like, "Oh fuck, they're finally doing G.I. Joe." Because before that, we were buying the old or the anniversary ones, 25th through 50th, or the exclusive club ones, and you're paying like, depending on which ones you buy or like need, it was like $40 to up for a 4-inch figure. Very cool. I was into that. I bought a bunch. That's the stuff that I'm trying to get rid of to Kaz, which I have a bunch of stuff. And I had a whole shelf of Legos. I had like those Scooby-Doo ones.
Those are great.
Blocks. Yeah. So the only one I didn't have for the Scooby-Doo one was the van, but I had all the other
really
stuff. Yeah. I had the house. I had the what is it? The lighthouse, and
the
then
lighthouse,
Scooby-Doo, like mystery house thing.
Yeah. The only one I have is the biplane.
Yeah. I had the one with Scooby and Shaggy with like an Egyptian little mummy
sarcophagus thing. Yep.
But I sold all that. But yeah, so I used to have Legos, Transformers, G.I. Joe, like all the smaller G.I. Joe. Like I had a whole thing here. And then once I made the decision, I was like, yeah, I'm going to go 6-inch. I also had 12-inch figures, like those ones that I'm sending to Bruce. And then I had other non-G.I. Joe military figures, which I sold. Like sold all those for like $400. I sold all my Hot Toys and like all the superhero Hot Toy stuff, which were like the 12-inch figures.
Yes.
Because I was just like, I'm going to go all in on classified. So I got to make room.
Right.
But then I'm like, the Transformers kept going, and then I'm also into the Masterverse, stuff, and so that's where it's like the mix. Those are my main three that I'm trying to collect, and then I have Marvel Legends, and then
those those monster
the French
characters.
Monkey Fiction stuff.
Dude, those are wicked cool.
Those are
like,
on
even
par of classified, but even more detail, more paint app, more probably posability in some cases. On some,
yeah,
they're
they
a small
look
independent company, just making some good stuff right now.
right, and the prices, if they can make just as good or better quality figures and being let's just say at a no-named company, and you can sell that for the same price as what like a standard collector's figure series goes for, without overpricing yourself to make up for the lack of your name, you're going to get a lot of people wanting to buy your product because you got the quality. Who gives a shit about your name? The name will build.
Yeah.
That's why those
sell them really in the BBTS stores.
So right, and that's what I was just going to say. And there's a lot of people that go to that website to look for something specific and then just stumble upon those kind of things. Like those Naughty and Nice Santas, I saw, scrolling through YouTube, you see like little advertisement, like thumbnails or pictures.
Yeah.
And I said it before, I don't click on them because once I do, I'm fucked because I want to get those kind of things.
Yeah. I have to pull myself back all the time because it's like new. And it's like, I got to keep it to a certain, like perimeter. Even now, like I don't collect all Marvel Legends. I only try to focus on characters that I like. So I don't, unless it's like, oh my God, the Build-A-Figure is this awesome thing, so I have to buy. But I haven't really did that until later where I found them cheaper. So it was not
right.
But then then it's like, it's more space. So I have all these bins, like just because I can't display everything either. So
and that's me. I hear you.
So
I like all my, I don't want to say all, but a good majority of my Marvel Legends, I would say 80% of them are in one big giant tote. But in my head, I tell myself, I love all these figures. If I could put them out, I would. But they are not the priority of the collection. They're like a hobby. I like collecting those if I can get them at Ollie's, especially if I have a coupon. I bought a ton of them one day because not only were they $10, but they were 40% off.
Yep.
And then I had like a 25% coupon off like the entire order. So I stocked up and got a ton of them, but I don't go out of my way to collect those ones where the Ninja Turtle ones. I saw this character, different version, but the same character at Best Buy for $17. Could have bought it and just said I have her, whatever version. But I didn't like that version because she looks way too much like Elektra from the Marvel comics, which nothing wrong with that. She just didn't look enough like a Ninja Turtle character to me.
Yeah, you want what you want, not what.
Right. So then this one, I stumble upon this one where it's the same girl again, but she looks like the Shredder. So she looks more fitting to the collection of what I'm doing. But like you, I'm not out to get every one of these ones. Just the ones that fit the bill of what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
But these guys, man, unless the prices are outrageously stupid, I want to. The collection is going to continue. Hopefully,
Yeah, that's cool. I was doing that with Classified at first. I was trying to get every single one, and then I had my problems with certain exclusives or whatever. It sold out. I couldn't get it. Now it's like triple on the aftermarket kind of pricing. It's like, nah. But I got to a point where it's like, I don't have to collect them all. I just want to collect the characters that I like. Even ones repainted, I'll be like, ooh, I like that version better now. So now I got to buy that one. Not, necessarily all of them, but I did that. And with this last like couple waves of G.I. Joe, I'm like, oh, fuck, most of these I want. So this is pain point. But it's getting to the point where, and they're not making all of the characters at once for me to go, oh, I get all the original, like what they call the original 13, which is like the old G.I. Joe looking, like the old characters or whatever. And then you go later down the line of the later waves of different new characters being added. And so they're on the list, but it's like they're not going to just finish off those characters just because it's like, oh, well, we did these original, like 5 of the 13. We're going to do the rest in one shot and then be done with it, because they don't want to get people to stop buying.
Right. You want
people that are like, once I get all the 13, I'm done.
Right.
So, but I got a few still that I want, even the later stuff that I didn't have as a kid, that I would like to see in classified and probably get. So there's more to come on that. Transformers, I think I'm slowing down now. I'm just waiting for all these combiners to be redone. And
see, Transformers, I get so lost. Like with the G.I. Joe, even though I'm not super familiar with it, I can look at the packaging of certain ones and be like, oh, okay, this is a retro card. This is the classified. This is the small little one. This is just whatever.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, Transformers, even when I look at the boxes, I'm like, I don't know how to read this. I don't know. This all looks like a foreign language to me for some reason. And like, so, and I genuinely, since I've been like talking to you guys, I'll look at the Transformers, not because I'm interested in buying them or anything, but it's like, I'm trying to see what you guys see in them. And I have a hard time because I'm like, I don't know if my brain doesn't compute the mechanic aspect of it. Like I get it's a robot that transforms into a vehicle so it can disguise itself within the real world, and be ready for the fight when it needs to be.
Yeah.
But the overall, like, I don't know if the one I'm looking at is a classic character in the sense of like
a G1. You don't follow it to really know them all.
I don't.
Which is fine. So my thing on Transformers. So I had Transformers when I was a kid with G.I. Joe. Prior to that was Star Wars and He-Man and Legos and Hot Wheels, right?
Yeah.
That was my evolution, was Hot Wheels, Legos, Star Wars, He-Man, G.I. Joe, Transformers, and then like Thundercats. And right as Turtles were coming out, that's when it kind of stopped for me.
Right.
And then it became like wrestling and video games and all that.
More advanced a little bit.
I mean, it's different. It just went a different way. But I look back at that going, yeah, I like Transformers, but I think I like the cartoon more than the actual toys, because the toys were not like how they are today, where you see a cartoon of them, it looks like the toy.
Right.
Or the toy looks like the cartoon more now than it used to be, because you look at like Megatron, the original, where he was a gun, like a life-size gun, but when you turn him into a robot, it looked like a piece of shit.
Sure.
And so for me, when I was like getting back into buying stuff, my friend was telling me, oh yeah, the Transformers, they're different now. They're like figures.
Figures, right.
They're posable figures. So when I got into it, started learning about them and stuff, and I was just like, okay, now I want these. And to me, I would be like, well, what's the alt? When I say alt, it's like, what's the car? What's the vehicle form?
Yes.
How does that look? It's okay, but the bot looks awesome. And you can put, he has ankle tilt or whatever, all these different twists. So that for me was what got me more back into Transformers on these.
Right.
They're figures first to me, not necessarily Transformers. And once in a while I'll be like, okay, I'll put them in alt mode, put them in a spot or whatever, but they're
that's what I was going to ask.
Yeah, because I like them as a figure more than a vehicle, almost in any of the ones that I got. Once in a while I'll have them in their vehicle mode, because if it came in vehicle mode and I didn't transform it to learn it yet, which I don't remember them all the time. So I always got to pop it in,
Dude,
YouTube
they're
to
fucking
look it up.
puzzles.
Well, here's the thing. This is why I mainly collect the Hasbro ones over, or at least what they call mainline,
Yes.
which is the Generations or the series that they had of, like on Netflix, they had like the newer stuff. And I don't collect third party anymore, which I did in the beginning because I was like, I gotta have everything because these are better. These are figures. But the third party ones and then like the Masterpiece, they're too damn hard to transform. I'm not gonna remember. I'll break it, and then these are like hundreds of dollars worth of a figure. For me, the Hasbro mainline ones, when you go bigger, I'm okay with that price too, because you're paying $200 for a Titan,
a big scale,
150 or 100 for a Commander type size or whatever, and then you got your combiners, which I think that's my main like joy of collecting the Transformers are the combiner ones, because you make a giant robot out of 5 or 6 figures. So that was my thing of when I really got back into collecting, since 2010, but I didn't start collecting these obviously until like 2017. So 2017, all these were when I started recollecting Transformers. Then 2020 hit classified, and that's when I started that part.
It's a wild collection, man.
Yeah, it's just, and then Masterverse, I almost did not, if they didn't come out with the Masterverse line and they were doing all this Origin stuff, I probably would not have gotten it.
Is it because of like the more modern type figure of it, or is it?
Yeah. It's just I forgot the term they use for it, but it's like more of a animation, realism-ish, I guess. It's closer to like what I collect, from Classified or Marvel Legends or whatever. It just has a better look, because I did have the old He-Man figures with the bowed arms and the bowed legs, and they basically look like,
and then like the hands that were always in like this position.
Yeah. But you could pop the arms off and swap arms or whatever. And that was where that window of He-Man for me was smaller, because I went from Star Wars, He-Man to G.I. Joe and then Transformers. But that He-Man window was way smaller of me being interested in it as a toy.
Right.
I loved watching the cartoon still. I used the Grayskull Castle for my G.I. Joe for Cobra Commander, and I just translated all that, right? So and then even the Star Wars stuff, it was the vehicles and some of the characters were in these obscure playtimes for me when I was a kid with G.I. Joe, that they found these people and came from a different
planet.
Yeah. So it was like, I had a huge basement when I was a kid that I got to play and put all this shit out.
Dude, that's the envy. My friend had the same, well, I don't want to say same, but he had a huge basement, and in one corner of it was a giant train set, like display and everything, like with the little tiny miniatures and everything. And then this was the best. He had like big 12-inch Godzilla figures. Dude, we would sit there on that train set as the train would be coming around. The fucking kaiju from every angle would be coming up. We'd be smashing everything, this and that. I never had anything like that, so I'm very envious of just the play area you got.
Yeah, I had the whole basement. I had the fold tables, like all the tables along the wall across the room setup to connect and make like the cities. And I used to and I also did have a train on the top wall there was like a ledge that allowed me to put train tracks on the top around the whole basement.
Dude, you had every kid's like fantasy for playtime. Oh man.
It was crazy. Like I never wanted to leave, so I was like, but then of course, mom, come down, go to bed. You got to go to school. You got to do this. If you're done with your homework, do all that stuff. You just go do whatever you want till the wee hours, on the weekend, whatever. So I got lost in that basement a lot for many years. But
I feel you.
But yeah, so the He-Man stuff also kind of went out really quick because I was like, it doesn't fit with the G.I. Joes and Star Wars part. And then Transformers came in and was like, okay, I tried to make it work with G.I. Joe. Some of them did because they were still like robotic type, like good robotic bodies. But then after a while, it's just like, it's not it didn't intrigue me as much anymore to have Transformers with my G.I. Joe stuff. So that got kind of like put aside. And then, at some point when I hit right before probably high school, one of my uncle's wife's brother, cousin, something was like, hey man, you want to sell me your toys? And I was like, okay, $100 for all my G.I. Joe and Transformers. Okay.
Dang.
Like fucking stupid. And I had tons of all the vehicles and playsets for G.I. Joe. So I had a lot of stuff.
That's gotta be like a because I know I have a feeling like that. Knowing now that you're still a collector and knowing now what those things are worth and that's got to be one of those feelings where it's like, man, if I could only kick the shit out of my younger self.
The vehicles and stuff, yeah, there would have been a pretty penny, but like the figures though, I played with those figures. They were in water, like the O-rings were popping off, the screws were rusting, the screws weren't screwing in, so I'm like rubber banding their bodies.
Oh my god.
It's like, okay, you want to buy these? Cool. But they still would have pulled some change for me if I would have tried to sell them now, like if I had them. But and I customized them too because I used to turn them eventually into my wrestlers.
Oh, nice.
I'd swap arms or put different heads on the bodies depending on which body type you had. So I used to make them my wrestlers for a long time, and that was like part of my my story of certain G.I. Joes got kidnapped, certain Cobras got kidnapped and sent to this place, this island where they just, it was Kumite or whatever, but wrestling.
Sure. Nice. Oh, I love it.
So all that stuff. But then, as I said, like different things just got in, like whether it was video games and wrestling and whatever else that I still collected something, but then it wasn't until like 2010 or so I started buying back, like getting into the redone G.I. Joes, more modern. There's no more O-ring, 25th through 50th and all that stuff. And but then once Classified came and I had 12-inch figures, and I was like, I can't. So I have to get rid of something. So I was like, get rid of my Legos, get rid of my G.I. Joes, get rid of, what was the other thing that I had? I think that was, and then the 12-inch figure stuff. So now I'm still trying to get rid of the smaller G.I. Joe stuff, like these things here.
Oh, hold on. Let me zoom in on that. What is that?
This is a 7-piece coat. It's
is that Mastermind?
Mindbender.
Or Mindbender? Yeah. Oh, he's cool looking.
Yeah.
And then you got a couple bats in there, or are they all bats?
This guy drives the hydrofoil. His name is Lamprey.
Lamprey, that's cool.
This guy's a Range Viper. This guy's the Alley Viper. This guy's the Night Creeper, and then the Bat, and then the Strato Viper or whatever. What was his name? Air Viper.
Those are cool. Now, how old is a set like that? Is that it?
Not, I mean, it was from the 2000s. I can't remember when. Let me see.
That's cool.
Oh, 2009.
Wow.
Yeah.
So 2009. So I probably had, because my brother was still collecting those, because those are like what, little 4-5 inch figure?
4-inch, yeah.
4-inch, yeah. My brother was definitely collecting those. And I think I showed it. The staff that I had from Cobra Commander.
Mm-hmm.
I think it went to those series, right? Was that the
I
one
don't
or
know
no?
if it was like this type of series. That one might have been from like what they call the dollar something, like not the store itself, but the wave. I think they called it, because they had different Cobra Commanders colors. They had different shipwrecks. They had Snake Eyes, Storm
Yeah.
Shadow. Like they only had a few that they did that with. I
Okay.
think it came from one of those, or maybe it did come from one of these other
I knew it was around that time frame. I know I was. No, you said 2009.
That particular one. They also have a GI Joe set of,
Okay, it would have been way
Yeah.
before that, because I was 19 in 2009. I've had that little
Oh.
scepter since.
that was still probably we talked about this. Was it Venom versus Valor? I think that came from, right?
Yeah, that does sound familiar.
Yeah, and those were still O-ring versions, but
Yeah,
they were later things that they were trying to do.
yeah, that does sound exactly like the brand you said. So yeah, I definitely remember. I probably saw that in Toys R Us or something like that around that time too, for sure.
Yeah, that was the other thing. I was going to Toys R Us, and then all of a sudden they started going away. So me and my friend were like, we missed Toys R Us so much. Like when we started buying these again, we're buying these after market, so we're paying above what retail, like what they're going on eBay or at toy shows. So that
Right.
one that I showed you, I think I paid like 120.
Yeah.
And then other things like that, and that's when I had that collection, or this collection that I have. I was just like, they were done. They weren't making them anymore. There was
Right.
only the exclusive club that would make a set, which I got in at the very end before the last set, and they were charging way in some astronomical number. It ended up being like $47 or something per figure.
Wow.
From that, before they shut it down, because shortly after that, that's when Classified was starting to come out. So I guess they were not allowed to do that anymore.
Okay.
But and until recently, Hasbro would do like some of these old O-ring style, but new, like the Air Striker, or the where they did the crossover with Transformers, where the vehicle that, like the old school GI Joe vehicle, actually transformed into some Transformer.
Transformer,
And then came
right.
with O-rings, O-ring Joes too. But I was like, where was this when I was a kid? This would have been awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
But I got out of that size because I wanted to go to just the 1/12 scale stuff. And that's what I'm
Right.
trying to focus on now. But when I got into that, I'm like, do I collect it all? Because I'm trying, and then after a while, I'm like, I better just focus on obscure characters that I like, or just ones that I'd never had, or ones that just look like Crystal Ball, the one that we're talking about. I had that as a kid. I liked that figure. A lot of people are dumping on it because they're like, oh, that's a stupid character. But the figure is cool. And
yeah,
people have their way of deciding if they're going to get that figure or not. And it's like, well, that wasn't from my days as a kid, and that's a dumb character anyway, so I don't want to collect it. Fine. But then once it's sold out, everyone's like, oh, I can't even buy it.
I wish I got one.
Yeah, but they were just complaining about why nobody should get it, because it's a stupid character.
See, I'm not familiar enough with him to know that he was an original Joe like character. so when I first saw him, I was as just a out or looking in or whatever. I was off put by it because to me it didn't look like a G.I. Joe character.
Yeah.
It literally looked like
Yeah.
an alternate Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
But
Or
as
just
someone
like a
that
Dungeons
appreciates
and
a cool
Dragons
looking
wizard or
character,
something.
he is a cool looking character, especially when it's got like the helmet piece thing on and like that green shield. That's a cool ass character. But again, I don't know enough to know that, like, is that what he looked like as like his original Joe character? Or
No,
no,
he just had the shield without the green part on it, where it was like if you kind of moved it around, it shimmered kind of.
okay.
So the thing with that was he was supposed to hypnotize you.
Oh,
So back then, right, it was just a shield where it had like some spinning like thing that was supposed to, now you're under my
right.
control. So the classified version, which I'm not familiar with, for if he's being made from like the Skybound comic, so the latest comic, which is more grittier, and because they also put the Nemesis and Immortal, which is that Cobra Law dude with the wings.
Okay.
He's in there, and they're like, "Oh man, I don't know why." And then when they read the story, they're like, "Oh, they made this work. It's really good." So people started changing their mind, but they're like, "But I don't want to collect that figure." It's like it's not their thing, whatever.
Right.
So the new crystal ball with the green Cthulhu type helmet,
Yeah,
and the green thing, that is not like he's not a superpower person or anything. That's supposed to be the illusion that he's making you see these things.
okay, like Scarecrow then in Batman.
Yes.
Okay.
You're under some kind of like hallucination of where he's, I don't
Projecting
know,
this
be like
image.
a devil on your shoulder telling you what to do. And
See, when you first see it with no context, and then you do have the name Crystal Ball,
yeah,
I immediately did think, I'm like, when the fuck did, like, I know G.I. Joe is strange, but
yes.
when did they start doing magic?
Yeah, I mean,
That's how he comes across.
if I don't know how much of the cartoons you watch, but I never grew up on the comics of G.I. Joe. I grew up only like pulling Marvel stuff, right, for comics. But I wish I had the comics too back then. But a lot of the collectors are like, "Oh, that's, I don't like that character or that version because he wasn't in the comic, or he did, he got killed off in the comic because he was a stupid character." Because Larry Hama didn't like that type of sci-fi science fiction of G.I. Joe. But
Right.
to me, the cartoons were fun. They were very, sci-fi to me.
I just remember, because I didn't grow up with the cartoon airing, but I definitely remember watching, however I watched it. I remember watching reruns because I can remember the intro. I remember the voices and the characters very well. But to me, the cartoon, from what I do recall, I can't tell you a single episode, but I just always remember it being Duke giving like the voice of reason at some point in the episode. Them telling you be a good kid and just always prevailing over the Cobra. The Cobra would get the upper hand in an episode, whether it was a cliffhanger episode, but the Joe would always prevail in the next one or at the very, very end. And it was always centered around good prevails over evil. Always.
And I mean, I know there's like the government or whatever had to, whatever laws or whatever they had back then for shows, or even now, but like back then it was like morals. You had to have some kind of moral thing in the cartoon most times. That even with He-Man, because He-Man's the one that started with like the PSA stuff.
I was gonna say, I remember PSAs with those cartoon characters in it, and
at the end you got He-Man with his hands on his hip. Hey kids,
now you remember, be a good person. Yeah, and then you had Duke, and they were always like a still image with just the mouth moving, or just like one animation. And at least from what I can remember,
they had some different things. So like, oh, the power lines are down and their kids riding on their bikes. Should we jump it? And then, out of nowhere, Roadblocks like, hey, kids, stay away from this, or throws his little spit on it. You got other characters like Doc or Blowtorch when kids are trying to cook at home and they cause a fire, and he runs in out of nowhere and he's like taking them outside and they cancel the fire.
I have to look these up on YouTube and check these out because I remember vaguely some of these things, but I don't remember most of this at all. If you type
in G.I. Joe PSAs, you're probably going to first get the spoof ones where someone started taking them and putting voiceovers, like goofy voiceovers, and making fun of them. So like the one with Roadblock with the power lines, I think, is the one where it's like body massage, like making them more like a predator to the kids in the thing.
Right.
But you can probably find all the original ones on there too. But
I love that stuff.
It was just like neat for me and my cousins and some of my friends when we were really little, and we were just like breathing and just taking all that in and being like, G.I. Joe is our life.
Right.
But
I had my uncle who was that prime age of buying them and collecting them, and he would always let us look at them from afar. I'll just say that. Like, he would bring them out. I mean, he had a battleship that was like the size of my table.
Yeah.
I think it was a battleship, a gunship or something like that. I mean, it was absolutely huge. And then he had all the little O-ring style G.I. Joes. He had all the vehicles and shit up in the boxes, up in my grandmother's attic and stuff like that. And man, and I don't remember how we got them, but I had a box of, call them.
Can you hold on 1 second? Somebody's calling me right now.
Oh, yeah. You're good.
Are you cool? Do you want to stay on for a little bit more?
I'll give you a few more minutes till you come back at least, and we can chat.
Let me go. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good. This will give me a break to walk around, stretch my legs a minute, talk to the folks that are still in the chat. I appreciate everybody that's here. We're doing 5 hours. Can you believe it? The M3 bug has definitely bit me. We're going hard in this one right now. We got Frank Doom on you in the chat. We had Merman here. We still got Ace. We're still in his place. We're going strong. But we're going to end it here real soon. Quick. Because I am getting tired. I do have to wake up in the morning, which it already is that time. Can you believe it? We got the door open. It's that time of year where we can sleep with the door open now because it's not super hot. It's not super cold. It's super perfect time. Let's walk this way. See what it looks like outside. Hot diggity dog. It's dark out. It's dark out, folks. We're still doing. There's 3 people. We got another person here in the chat. Welcome. Drop a comment down in the comments. Let us know who you are, what you are, and where you are, and why you are, and how you are. Did I already say that? I don't know. I'm tired as hell. This was literally not the ace in the hole, but this was a special episode brought to you by AcesPlace right here, bringing you the Simpsons special and then some. That's what the title of the show is going to have to be, or this episode is going to have to be changed to the Simpsons special and then some. If anybody that's watching this at the tail end, you 3 beautifuls out there, if you've fallen asleep, if you're still listening, if you're drifting off into La La Land while my voice is soothing, go check out the beginning of the pod, or this, I was going to say podcast. I'm so tired. Go check out the beginning of this 5-hour stream. Go watch when I reveal all my Simpson figures. I talk about them. We gush about them, and I just have a great time about them. It's almost 4:20 here in New York 420. Started this stream at 11:15. Oh my goodness, we are going strong. I'm staying up for all of you people. I'm staying up for Frank Dumont because my guy, I can't just leave him. I can't walk out on him. He's going to check his phone or something. Someone's calling him. Someone's knocking on his door. I don't know what the hell's going on, but I know once I go to sleep, it's gonna feel good. Right now we're gonna give our shout outs and our thanks to M3 from M3 Reviews for jumping into the chat. It's always good talking to him. We'll give, oh man, let's see if I can remember it. I'm not gonna remember it, but there's Colonel Curtis Squawk Box Star Wars, something like that. He's in the comments. Check out his channel. He's a cool dude too. Then there's Profit Director. He's pretty all right. I just learned boxes toys. I think that's cool as sugar. And that's just my personal thing. I think that's cool about him. Roughshod Stalks, my dude Roughshod Stalks. Go check out his channel. He does a lot of cool toy hunts. He's an awesome guy. Bully 80, Bully Oxen Free, Merman, whatever you want to call yourself, Dog. You were here in the chat. You jumped in for a second. You didn't say nothing, but you played around for a minute. You're always welcome here. Trying to think who else. Oh, the Man Who Laughs. Of course, I can't believe I forgot you. The Man Who Laughs. I love you, brother. You have been a huge inspiration and a great push off the cliff for me to grow my wings, fly, and become a celebrity YouTuber. I'm not a celebrity YouTuber, but you know what I mean. And then we'll give a shout out to who else was here in the comments. We had Virgo Cool. I think Cat. My screen just went black. Whatever. So that's what we do, and I think that's it. Let me see who actually we can scroll through. Sergeant Curtis Schultz, Star Wars Squawk Box. That's what it is. That's what it is. Bull 80, you fucking motherfucker, you. He's so funny. That dude is funny. Great community, a lot of cool people, man. A lot of cool people, and I really do appreciate the guys that jumped in here to chit chat tonight. Virgo Cool in the house. She was here earlier. Show some love to her. Movie Shadow, Eric McFarlane. Who else? There's Frank. He's back. I was just doing my shout outs before I forgot because I'm running on fumes now.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I need to jump off and didn't want to keep you hanging. So
Oh no, you're good. I was gonna wait till you got back and say our goodbyes for now.
yeah.
So
Hey,
I will.
hit your 5-hour limit.
Yeah, no, we're good. And like, because I was just saying to the three people that were still here, this literally, I wasn't expecting it to be 5 hours. I think most of these streams, none of us expect them to just keep rolling. They just do.
Yeah.
And it's good time. I'm really glad you jumped in here. And just like I said to TKD Bar earlier, it's cool when someone can jump on one-on-one and you get to talk to them and engage a little bit more, because sometimes it can get kind of hectic when there's 8-9 people in the chat and you're trying to just talk to one dude. So this has been nice to be able to just have a one-on-one with you, buddy.
Really nice. Thanks
So,
for having me.
Yeah, of course. And I will send you my my address and stuff like that, and we'll exchange information.
Cool. Have a good night, man.
You too. Thank you so much, Frank, and we'll talk again.
All right, take care.
You too, buddy.
Bye.
All right, folks. And then there was one. He's here. He's definitely not staying. I am going to cash out. I thank all of you so much for participating, for jumping in here, for enjoying the toy talk, the therapeutic session that most of these streams are. I get a lot of enjoyment out of it. I do get therapy out of it because I struggle with a lot of things in life. So when I get to see my friends doing live streams and they want me to jump in, I'm all about it. When I do a live stream and my friends want to jump in, I'm all about it. If you're new to the channel, if you're checking this out for the very first time, please like and subscribe to the channel. It's open community and all are welcome to participate and have a fun time and engage. So that being said, I'm going to flip the camera off real quick. I'm going to burn one. If you're in the chat with me right now, watching live, watching recorded later on, go ahead and do the same thing. We'll get it. I'm very happy. I'm a very happy person. I don't even know, man. I could just ramble on and say the same thing over and over. I was surrounded by really good people today. I was able to get the Simpsons collection that I wanted. Got some really good food, and everything is just perfect right now. So here we go. There it is. Lights off. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Ace's Place proudly presents to you one of many lives to come here on Ace's Place. This has been the Simpsons special. I appreciate everybody from joining me, and I hope to see you again real soon. And until next time, this is Ace. Stay safe, enjoy each other, love, peace, and chicken grease.